this globe it can only be filled by globe evidence, but I just can't seem to find it anywhere.
Just imagine it.
I mean, I've tried calling flat earthers stupid. It just doesn't help. You know, it doesn't produce. Calling a flat earther stupid just doesn't produce that globe evidence for me. I don't know what to do. Like, what do you guys think?
I had, if I may answer that, I had a very well-educated woman refer to me as stupider.
Stupid.
When I was discussing the flat Earth with her, she got quite upset and just told me to be quiet. So since we were in a car for a long journey, I just stayed quiet about it. But I felt much more intelligent when she used such a idiotic word to describe me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a very interesting one. Here's a supposedly self-proclaimed college professor. A woman, okay, and we talk about flat Earth. So this is her message to me. You have as much as I do. I better than me, then I'm better than you. This is how debate really works.
Is this person English?
I go. So I just said I don't know what I'm trying to figure out what you say, but it sounds like the Dunning-Kruger effect. You have an illusionary superiority that you think you're better than people around you. Stop relying on others to save you. I'm like, what?
Well, I had someone, because I'm quite interested in intelligence studies and IQ, and I had someone tell me once, I said, well, you know, it's obvious to me that individuals have different levels of intelligence, whatever. And then their argument was, well, no, I refuse to believe that, because then we'd basically have to find a way to get rid of all the less intelligent people. And I just remember thinking, what? Why would why would you need to do that? That doesn't make any sense. So I think what's going on with these people is often they don't like your information because the conclusions they would go to are much more extreme than the conclusions you would go to. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, okay, cool. So I've got this piece of information that I believe, thing A, but it doesn't mean that I want to gas the dummies, right? But they won't accept a piece of information A because of their extreme reaction to that information, right? So I wonder if it's not that's what's going on with flat Earth. Like, they think, oh, well, if the Earth is flat, then I would need to start, hanging NASA and taking all these extreme actions that we probably wouldn't take. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like you remember how you say in 24/7 how people come in and be like, if the Earth is flat, I'm gonna off myself.
Right. And you're like, dude, you don't need to do that shit. It's not that deep. Well, it is deep, but it's not deep on a personal level. It's deep on a societal level, right?
I just don't know what to do if the Earth appears as it is.
Self-harming yourself won't help.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, but that thought never even came up in my mind. I never thought, oh, well, if the Earth's flat, I'll have to throw myself off the cliffs of Dover. Like, that's not... No, you just change your opinion. That's all that happens. You look at the evidence and you change your opinion. It really is that simple.
Yeah, I agree with you there. So I had this bit of a similar conversation about that. It's like their narrative is so bizarre. We know it doesn't make sense, but the invisible gravity and bending water on a ball and the second law of thermodynamics not being taken into account or just overridden, and all these out of fucking the world explanations that they need to explain the globe. And when you actually look at the flat Earth evidence, it is quite simple. and straightforward. And I think sometimes, I don't know if this is what you were saying, but because that is the case, it can't be that simple. Obviously, we've got all this information, and mass attracts mass, and all this, and they can give all these equations and make themselves think they sound intelligent, where because that makes it sound really good then, and intelligent and interesting, whereas Earth's observed flat, level, and horizontal, and it's measured that way. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
I think they become simple because if that's the case, well, it's just so easy and simple. That can't be the case. You must be thick if you believe it.
Is he roboting for
easy?
Is it me roboting or One Deck?
Yeah, he's coming in a little broken.
If that made any sense.
Yeah, we heard probably 70% of it, but I got the gist of what you were saying. It's just that you were roboting. I didn't know when you were done speaking as well. But yeah, no, I agree, man. They've got this kind of complexity bias, which I pointed out a few times. It's like, just because an idea is complex doesn't mean it's correct. And they seem to think that you've got this idea, it's complex, and if you don't accept it, it's because you don't understand it. That doesn't make sense. Just because an idea is complex, that doesn't by default make it correct. There's lots of complex ideas that are wrong. In fact, I would say most complex ideas are wrong. So to have a complexity bias for an idea, that's actually, you're not playing the odds at all. Even randomly, you would lose most of the time. It's like Pascal's wager, but you're being the atheist. If that makes any sense.
Left. You're using your indicators a lot, mate. I've got to start playing the game left, right?
It is. Yeah, I went left that time.
I'm so good at this game. Thanks, mate.
I mean, it's very difficult for me politically because normally I go right or far right. I don't really normally go left.
I don't think there's an indicator for far right, is there? It's left or right. But it's a really good idea.
Imagine if your car just had, you had like 2 right indicators and no left indicator. But sorry, bro. 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 rights make a left.
Does your hazard warning lights, is that like Liberal Democrat? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I don't know. They're all bloody lefties. Doesn't make a difference. Sorry, Crit.
No, I'm here.
You guys ready for a good one? I got a good one.
Did you hear my my liquor store joke, Jedi?
Your liquor store. Go on, tell me your liquor store story.
No joke. 2 guys rob a liquor store or an off license, whatever. one of them says to the other one, he pulls out a bottle and he goes, "Is this whiskey?" Then the other one says, "Yes, it's whiskey, but it's less whiskey than robbing a bank."
That's brilliant, man. That's brilliant. I'm going to add that to my dad joke repertoire. That's awesome.
I'm sure someone will criticize me for being ableist. Yeah, I was bringing this up earlier. You've probably been in this position where, like you talk to one Glober and they'll say, "Oh yeah, you flat earthers, you can't agree on anything. Oh, you've all got different ideas. Oh, blah blah blah." And then they're criticizing us for all being like independent thinkers. And then, unironically, the very next Glober will say, "Oh, you flat earthers, you all have the same idea on everything. That you don't have any independent thought within the community." Blah blah blah. Right? And then those two Globers who have just criticized you for the exact opposite thing won't see any problem with the inconsistency that they are criticizing you for the only two things you could possibly have. That makes sense? Hello?
Are you
Hello?
guys ready for a riddle?
So did Jenna, did you hear that, Joe?
Yeah, I got one. So, I'm a real thing, okay? I'm the strongest material on Earth. I am completely transparent. And there are no known tools to detect what I'm made out of. What am I?
An idea?
I'm the dome around the flat Earth, baby.
I knew it. I only caught the end of it. I wanted you to repeat it, and then I knew you were talking about the container around the Earth that can't be detected with
That's
any
right,
tool.
baby.
That's right. I got you.
I'm just fucking made up.
Any spies go over to the other channel, the imposter channel, and bring back any good intel, what they're scheming over there?
Yeah, dude, I was there this morning. Geeks said no mutes, free speech for all. Then he leaves and gives AT the mute button, who just mutes other flat earthers.
Sounds about right. That's exactly how I expected it to be. That's funny.
Then blamed me for that. He says, my fault. So one of the moderators, the actually server moderator was there. They're called balls and strikes. The geeks had asked for a server moderator to confirm or deny if it's TOS or not. And he ended up saying that, yes, Flat Earth is TOS. So then she was going to mute him. She was going to mute him. Said, so have you been talking Flat Earth? He's like, yeah. So you've been breaking TOS. He's like, wait, what?
What a dumbass. So just yesterday, he was in here saying how basically he's been trying a neutral approach. He just wants to approach this topic honestly and have an honest discussion. And he's tired of being aggressive and all this other stuff. And then he pulls that. I mean, talk about a boomerang to the face on top of being a scheming, conniving little prick.
Yeah, they're listening in right now because they're responding to what we're saying in their chat, in their text channel.
Okay, so they're watching from a safe distance. Got it. They're just salty that we're the most popular channel with the most popular discussion. We matter more than their pet topics do.
They've got like 9 people. We got 24. They said their channel's more. All they do is like as soon as you come in there, they turn you down too. I said, dude, so muting me. So you're gonna say, okay, you're not gonna mute anymore. You realize you said you weren't gonna mute, so now you're not gonna mute. What are you gonna do instead? Everybody turn crit to 0. And I go, you think that's different somehow?
Not to 0 crit.
You think that's different somehow? So like their worldview is so contradictory. It's so broken.
We must be dealing with kids.
Yeah, they're upset because they said, hey, what? Crit, the floor is yours. You get to talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm like, certainly, I'd like to talk about a baseline first principles on how to discuss this, on how to talk about this conversation. And I'm going to invoke a globalist, somebody you can't disagree with. And they disagree with him, and they told me I'm stupid for citing this guy. I said, no, I think he's dumb too. I just wanted to see if you would agree with me. And then they said, no, we don't agree. So you agree that this guy's stupid? No. Yeah, he's stupid. So, okay, so we agree the experts are full of shit. He's dumb. We shouldn't listen to what he says. No, listen to what he says. I'm like, okay, so let's listen to what he says then. No, we don't want to. It went back and forth like that for like holy crap, dude.
Right, you're suffering from like something, right? You have some sort of issue. I don't know what it is, but
we're suffering from humor. Apparently, I mean, this is entertainment.
Suffering from globes being delusional.
Yeah.
Here's a good one here. If I know someone can't answer, and I've asked the same question for X amount of time, do I then do X plus 1? Or I just figure that's good. They're not going to answer. See, the problem is inside their worldview, they think that they got a question that can't be answered, therefore the Earth is a globe. So they're never going to get away from that.
yeah, I think the Glober worldview is just the status quo, and that mostly they're not convinced by the arguments against it, right? There's so much material and data and research that points to the Earth being round that they mostly feel that like flat
what?
Earth
What
is a
data?
meme, right? They think
Like
that flat Earth is
There
a
is no.
meme, right?
what
And so they're
data?
not
But there is
convinced. They're not convinced by the arguments that are made by flat earthers, right?
where is
That
the
doesn't
actual
make them
evidence?
bad people
They
for
haven't been
believing the Earth
convinced
is a
by.
globe, but
But
they're
they
just
haven't
not
been convinced.
convinced by your
But they
arguments,
haven't.
right?
Through.
The same way that you're not convinced by
They haven't
theirs.
been.
And
Yeah,
one
but
of us
they
is
weren't
wrong and one of
convinced
us
of.
is right.
Can this guy hear me? Can this guy
No, he might have you turned down.
hear me? Is he just
I can't even hear him. He's roboting.
so
Yeah, you're coming right when you said
walking through me
no crypto. You're roboting pretty bad.
constantly? Okay, well, tell him to turn me back up because we kind of. I wasn't the whole lot the rest of the time, there was I?
So yeah, so basically, dude, if you want to appeal to popularity, that is basically proof number one or proof number three. So proof number one of the globe is photographs from space. Proof number two is pondering why they would lie. And if you can't figure out why they would lie, just assume they didn't. And proof number three is minority opinions are just stupid. This is why, like, Carl Sagan called atheism the definition of stupid. Like, if you page through the book and you find the word stupid, the definition of stupid is atheism. Because he just, minority opinions are dumb. And he was upset that atheists were calling out the Apollo program. See, the atheists of the 60s and 70s were a very powerful group of people. I mean, they were constantly punching up. They changed. They pivoted society. There's a little bit of a bump back with the Reagan Revolution and the moral majority and whatnot. But since then, atheism has been so profoundly defeated that they advocate now for the minority opinion that debunks them themselves.
In my opinion, like this is just my personal opinion, so take it for what it's worth. I think that you crit have a difficult time assessing what is real and what is not, right? Like just from like your style of
Like how?
argumentation and
Like
logic.
what? Give me an example.
Like just for example, like you said that that Glober's number one proof of round Earth
Photos from space.
is photos from space.
Yeah.
When in reality, we know that the Earth was posited as being round way before photography was a technology. Right?
We are the Borg.
We the Globers, right?
No, you guarantee
the Earth.
I've been doing this for much longer than you have. You'll constantly get in here. The first thing they'll say is like photos from space.
No. But what I'm saying, hold on, wait. But what I'm saying is that
you're not paying attention. On the home server, there's a whole collage of photographs from space. Okay, good. You fucked off.
Google Earth.
Yeah,
well,
Google.
I mean, it was either photographed from space, or if he wanted to go back to the roots of it, we're going to be talking about fucking sticks and shadows.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre when they tell you that their number one proof isn't photos from space, and then they present photos from space.
Google Earth.
I mean, it's not even photos of the Earth from space; it's pictures of the fucking sunset.
D-Dan.
Yep.
You don't look. Yeah, what? You think you're muted?
No.
Okay. Oh, I read it wrong. Okay. It just. I thought it was unmute. I didn't look close enough.
I'm just curious if you guys have dealt with Google Earth.
Yeah. Do you still want to round up flat earthers and put them in gas chambers? Or you calm now? Did you get that out of your system?
Wait, you think that I said that?
Yeah, dude, you said that.
When?
I mean, I think I clipped it. I could go get it. But did you not say it?
I don't think so. You think you clipped me saying that?
No, hold on. Maybe. Let's see here.
Yeah, you definitely got me confused with somebody else.
Have to be contained by any chance?
Yeah, 24 March.
Is it audio clip?
No. Did you get all worked up by flat Earth?
So is it text clip?
No, I'm not sure where it was recorded. I just remember that you went full mango, and then you blocked, and then ran away, and then got upset, and started talking about what you want to do next.
So it's an audio clip?
Yeah, I'll have to check what day it was and see if it was text. I think it was text. But it's good that if you deleted it and you finally unblocked me.
You definitely got me confused with somebody else.
Yeah, it must be another DDD Dan.
Yeah, or it could be a failure of your memory. So, am I right in assuming that you've dealt with the Google Earth argument so many times that it's just beneath you?
I don't know what the Google Earth argument is. You want to try to present it?
I got 0 from what you just said.
I don't know what Google Earth argument you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So should I roll it out or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, Google Earth is a model that works and corresponds to observable reality. So you can set Google Earth to your front porch and watch it directly correspond. The problem with the flat Earth is that you can't have a model that works or corresponds to reality with observable reality. And when I say observable reality, what we're mostly talking about is the moon and the stars. So if flat Earth could make a 3D model that corresponds to observable reality, I think it'd go a long way. But right now, Google Earth is a model that corresponds to observable reality. And this is reality that anybody can observe. Just set Google Earth to your front porch and watch it correspond. And then go and try to make a model in flat Earth that would correspond to reality in any way. And you would have distortions and inconsistencies abound. And there'd be no way to reconcile them, which is why the flat earthers don't have it. So the flat earthers definitely have an incentive to have a functional model that works. The fact that you can't produce one shows that it's impossible to actually produce one.
He's flipping out. Flat earthers, flat earthers.
Well, someone told me yesterday that a model is just an idea. So the flat Earth idea can function as a model, right? So the Earth is flat. There we are. There's our model.
Meanwhile, Google Earth from the outside, from the distant view that they give you is, a big sphere. And then when you zoom in and you start to use the tools like elevation profiles, they're all on 0 sea level. It's actually flat. It's a Cartesian coordinate system. So I don't know what you're talking about, this 3D model, other than the fact that it uses Cartesian coordinates, which is a flat Earth. But go check it out for yourself. Don't take my word for it.
I think the whole Cartesian coordinate, geocentric coordinate, it goes right over globe believers' heads, bro.
I know. They really want to have some kind of model they can straw man. Meanwhile, if they go out into the real world where they live that they want to deny, it's a flat plane everywhere, measurably. So that was a great Google Earth argument.
So his argument is Google Earth is not Google Earth. Google Earth is actually the Earth.
He thinks so, I think. Yeah.
That's pretty bad, DD. Oh, he's still here. Okay.
I mean, is this all the globe has now? It's just crap arguments. Like, you guys don't have any evidence. You just have crap arguments that you think make the flat Earth worthy of ridicule. Like, that's all you seem to have now. Maybe it's all you ever had, but I just didn't notice.
Well, to be fair, it first was a reification fallacy, and then it became about flat earthers. So it was a stereotype fallacy after that. So those are our two arguments as far as the Google Earth argument is concerned.
So, DD, what should happen to who think Google Earth is actually Google Earth, not the Earth? What should happen to them?
They should live long and happy lives.
If you're in control, that's what you do?
I am in control, and that's what I do.
What's your favorite color? Frantic Googling. Did we lose you, Didi?
Nope.
Okay, I'm just curious. Can you answer anything without Google? That's why I said, what's your favorite color?
Okay.
Do you have, or maybe you don't have one?
So I'm still looking for that globe evidence. I don't know where it is. Go on Google Earth, bruv. I don't know, that's kind of crap. Like, is there something better than that? That really the best the globe has?
Dan, what are you gonna have for lunch today?
I feel like we may be misunderstanding the Globers at this point because I think the confusion is that they are correct in the assertions they make about the model itself, right? So all the mathematics, like Chardsy said last night, it's internally consistent. And here we are trying to drag them off into reality, right? Like we're trying to talk about the real world and where they live and where they breathe air and stuff. And they're only talking about the model. And of course, the correlation between the two doesn't exist at all. So they're just talking about yeah. No, I'm just saying that they're talking about the fantasy and we're talking about reality. And we just can't I mean, we're not connecting. So maybe we should establish that like from the beginning. Do you want to talk about reality today or just math?
And it's not internally consistent. The news posted today is space garbage keeps hitting people in
Well, if they
Florida.
want to talk about like some sort of conception of, I mean, look, if all they want to talk about is like some sort of concept of space, I'm not really count me out of that one.
Yeah, word. I agree.
You guys seen that TV show, The Vikings?
Sorry, Crit took me a second. I've seen a few episodes, not entire seasons, so.
Yeah, I've watched all. I kind of like had season 1 playing in the background when I was doing some other things around the house and whatnot. I mean, not to sound pitiful or anything, but when you're kind of like by yourself, it's kind of nice to hear some voices and whatnot, and just kind of vaguely paying attention to the story and stuff. Not getting too involved. And it was pretty good. After about like 5 or 6 episodes of vaguely watching, I started checking it out. And then season 2 is even better. And one of the things I wanted to mention, minor spoiler here, is that at one point the Vikings get to this I think it's called Wessex. Is it like the southern part of England?
Yeah, that's West.
Okay,
Doesn't exist anymore, but
yeah, it was like it was broken at the time. They said it was broken into 4 different kingdoms, and the king of Wessex had this reputation for being a warlord. I mean, he was a man of military. He was a military officer. He became king through military might and whatnot. So he's talking to the other Viking guy, and he's telling the Viking guy that England used to be ruled by giants, and that the English people rose up and defeated the giants. And he brought them through this like room full of ancient Roman artifacts, like statues and paintings and depicting angels and stuff. And at the end, when the monk said, he asked the monk, he's like, so I can't remember exactly what he said. It was on the lines like, do you really? He asked the king, do you really believe that? Do you? He said, fuck no. Everyone, if you're educated, these are Roman artifacts. You know that they're pagans who did this. I just don't want the Vikings to know that we know, that I know, that they know that pagans can defeat Christians. I want them to think that Christians can defeat giants. And it was like, I mean, he said it not in so many. It was a little more elaborate than that, and kind of like old English speaking. But basically, it's like this idea of fake history, false ideas. I don't want people to think the Earth is flat. I want them to think America is so powerful, it conquered the moon. Who's going to stand up against a country so powerful, so much full of glory? Who would dare? Who in their right mind would go toe to toe with a nation who can propel its might into the stars? Well, Q, you got some questions? You're talking earlier this morning. Something you want to hear clarified now that the calmer, more stable environment?
Why so quiet, guys?
And you guys have that meme where it's like a guy opening the door to his mom's bedroom and like, mom, like an adult child, like I won an argument on the internet.
No, that sounds funny.
Yeah, cause that's what Brit is tagging me, saying that he's defeating Flat Earth or whatever, winning Flat Earth. And
Oh,
he's
is
like,
he?
yeah,
Well,
I told him to call his mom. And if I meme it too, it'd be even better.
I mean, the thing is, though, is like it's quite easy to defeat Flat Earth. You just need to provide curvature, right? So I don't know why they don't do that. Seems pretty simple. If it was possible, of course, it would be simple.
If Earth curvature existed, people like us wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. The satellites. Insults.
That's the best place to provide evidence for the Earth being a globe is go at stuff in the sky. That just makes so much logical sense to always point to the sky. So I understand why they do it. So.
Yeah, if you want to discuss thing A, then what you need to actually do is not discuss thing A. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, talk about anything except the actual main argument. That would be a good idea to think that, right?
Yeah, that's what they do with the Black Swan as well, I've noticed. It's like, okay, cool, we're looking at the horizon, yeah? Oh, but the crane, that's not the argument. It's the horizon we're talking about. But the crane! What? Why are you avoiding the argument, bro? It's weird.
If you see bendy cranes, it must be a globe. It makes sense to them.
Yeah, it has to be.
We've known it's a globe for like thousands of years, so what's wrong with you guys anyway?
People in the past thought things, therefore. Cool, I guess. And then when it turns out that most ancient civilizations actually thought it was flat, suddenly it doesn't matter what people used to think. But only then.
Yeah.
So, if Greeks 2,000 years ago knew the Earth was a globe, then that's relevant. But if, I don't know, Incans 2,000, 5,000, whatever years ago thought that it was flat, no, not relevant anymore.
So you're currently the Mennonite man of mystery.
I am, yes.
Fill me in. I currently do not. I am ignorant to the fact. What is a Mennonite?
A Mennonite is kind of like an Amish person. I don't know actually much about them, if I'm being honest. I just find it quite funny because they're like, everyone knows who the Amish are, but the Mennonites are kind of similar, but not as well known. So I just find it funnier, I guess.
Mennonites are like Amish are like, well, I guess 1880s or 1870s where they stopped technology. They don't use anything past that. Mennonites are like 1960. Like right, 1950, yeah. 1960. They've rejected all technology after that.
Yeah, so they're basically modern Amish, I guess.
So they stopped at the space age. Is that pretty much it?
Yeah, right before the space age. Like at the end of World War II, kind of like the beginning of sort of like the modern computing. Like they won't carry cell phones or use computers. They'll use typewriters and whatnot. They don't use any modern manufacturing. They make all their own clothes. The only thing they do is like they do with plastics and stuff. Like if they got a car, like some of their they mostly drive refurbished like hot rods and stuff. Like they just will just build a car from scratch type of thing. But if they do have like a some sort of modern vehicle, they still do that. They'll still like kind of like a few things here and there.
Crit, do you think Mennonites think they live on a spinning ball?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's where I live. There's a large Mennonite population, and they're kind of like into the whole modern lore and stuff, but they would just be like, God did it type of thing. Like there wouldn't be like, oh, science proved the Earth is a globe. They'd just be like, oh, their interpretation of the Bible is that, like kind of like what NASA has said, like the firmament, like Psalm 19 or whatever it is. 17, Psalm 17, or what, the one that they always cite about, the handiwork. The sky is the handiwork.
The firmament shows his handiwork, something like that.
Yeah, so they'll say the sky is so glorious that only a god could have made it.
But he can make stuff trillions of light years away too. How would you know? Real quick, while I'm on here, it's an all call. It's usual. We're looking for globe evidence. And if you think you live on a globe, please provide some empirical globe evidence. Measurable, direct curvature is where we need to start. And if you're new to this subject, you got questions, and you're new on the panel here, feel free to speak up. Go ahead, Chris.
Maybe we should start by defining what evidence isn't. So evidence isn't insulting flat earthers. Evidence isn't elephant hurling. Evidence isn't ad homs or straw men. Evidence isn't lol, scientists think it's a globe. Like that, none of that.
Crypto, throw in anything in the sky is not direct evidence of what we're actually looking for. Go ahead.
Yeah, true. So basically, yeah, I think we need to be very clear on what evidence isn't with these guys.
I'll give one example. You and a buddy could go out to, say, a 10-mile stretch of a lake or an ocean or something, and you and the buddy are on different sides of the lake, 10 miles away from each other, and you just clearly document and provide the evidence that you've got a 66-foot drop in elevation between point A and point B. So is that going to be very hard to do? If we're on a ball, the ball should be curving, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So there should be thousands of examples of people doing that stuff. Right? How come we don't have one? Back to you guys.
Well, it's clearly because flurfs are stupid, right? That's why there's no direct evidence of a globe.
So that's the problem, Crypto. The bodies of water, large bodies of water, they don't behave that way. They don't maintain convexity on their surface. So the whole globe idea is impossible to start with. Somehow it got off the ground.
Yeah, it's funny about that.
It found its way into textbooks. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's my fault. What's funny about the whole flat Earth is a stupid argument is that it wouldn't matter anyway. Like, I could be the dumbest guy in the whole of England, the whole of the world, and it still wouldn't prove that the Earth's a globe. Doesn't matter how stupid I am. I could be the most idiotic person to ever have existed, not just currently.
But all the people that accept as their reality that bodies of water do maintain convexity, those are the people that are smart, right? Because science figured all that out. It's amazing how everything's upside down. So if there's anybody new here, feel free to speak up with some honest, sincere questions. If you're told to keep your mouth shut, you'll get muted pretty quick anyway. But we're just trying to get people to think for themselves, critically think about reality. Back to you guys. This has been Dead Ace.
Why is no one talking? For the past 15 minutes, voice chat I tried.
We just stopped talking. What do you want to talk about?
I was talking, sir. Go ahead. What do you got?
Where is my 24/7 flat earth entertainment, bro? Go ahead, please.
Bro, we're talking now. What do you want to know?
Nothing. I'm gonna mute.
You don't want you want to know nothing? That's the claim that what space is nothing, basically. It's kind of a weird claim, but nobody actually thinks about it.
Did you know that once upon a time, nothing exploded and created everything?
That sounds legit, man. I would go with that theory. Good job.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
It's amazing what human imagination can do, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you don't believe that, it's because you don't understand it, right?
Well, you just don't know science, bro. Come on. It's just fucking science, bro.
It's just science, the kind of science that's actually only just the word, that kind of science.
Yeah,
just
the
the
one
word by itself.
You don't do your actual business.
Guys, let's be honest, the earth doesn't exist. You're all idiots.
Who said that?
Fox, yeah, the guy who melted down on the town hall.
I'm sure he has some direct measurements of Earth curvature. Go ahead, sir. You got that? Hello.
He left. He said what he said and left.
Bueller. Oh, he's gone. My bad. Yeah, that's the extent of the globe argument. Is to pop in and say something idiotic and delay. So that's pretty legit. All we need is curvature, proof of the curvature. How many different ways can we ask for this and take this question and not get the answer? Back to you guys.
I love me a bit of curvature.
I love when people pop in and say, "Why is no one talking?" and they quit talking.
Yeah.
So if they
Bro,
had something,
I'm not trying to talk. I have nothing to add to the conversation. Nothing.
why do you not?
I'm just trying to listen.
Listen, on the real, for real, buddy. If you're interested in this subject, then you came here for some reason. What do you want to hear about? Crypto will give you the answer. He has
I
all
don't know,
the
bro. It's just it's always good background sound in here, bro. It's always good. It's always interesting.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Lip tickle. Hello, lip tickle.
Nah.
I I tickled your mum's lips last night. Sorry.
Wait, that was odd. That was odd.
As soon as I see a name like that and a funny thing comes into my head, I have to say it. I don't know why.
Yeah, bro. Lipstickle, lipty gay, lippy, lipty, like bro, shut up. I heard it all.
What? Yeah, but you're not actually called lip tickle, are you?
Nah.
Exactly. So you shut up.
Lipton tea.
You bloody South Englander.
Is that like a referring to the elliptical orbit of Earth around the sun? Because that's going on, you know.
Yeah.
We're doing,
Yeah,
we're
it is.
chugging on the sun.
Yeah,
We're
bro.
going like 66K an hour, man. You can't feel it because it's all relative. I thought it's legit, though.
I wish I was making 56k now. That'd be nice.
And the evidence for why you can't feel it is because you can't feel it. But you know it's going on.
Seems good.
You can feel that's what's happening. You guys just don't understand.
So, Elliptical, you have no opinion on the topic?
Nah, I have nothing to add to the conversation.
Are you? Can I just ask one question? Are you flat Earth or globe?
He's obviously
Neither.
He's
Neither?
obviously. You can tell by his attitude he's a globe, but he just doesn't want to come.
No, I'm dead serious, bro. I'm neither. I just
What's your take on the news that I've been sending you?
it's interesting. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious there's something going on with the shape of the Earth. Whether it's a globe or not, but it's definitely not a globe in the way that it's presented to us. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I know it's not very.
That there's like a degrees of being a globe or not. Like some people can tolerate a high tolerance for error. Like for instance, the Black Swan. If you've ever heard of it, we have oil rigs off the coast of Santa Barbara, California, and those oil rigs are stationary in the bottom of the under the ocean, and so they're known distances. And the furthest one being 9.41 miles, we have a horizon further than that. And the observer is only 1 foot off the ground, off the sea, off the ocean. And from 1 foot above, the geometric horizon should be no further than 1.225 because of the geometric constraints. It could be less than because of ATMO or whatever you want to call it, but it can't be any larger than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I mean, I've heard stuff like this. I've heard all that before, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, how do you even know that those measurements are correct? Like, how do you know there's not something niche that's like interacting with this? Like, I mean,
well, the argument is this, right? So you've got like distortion being caused by the air, okay, and they'll call it refraction or whatever. But their argument is that you can actually see further when there's more distortion. Does that make any sense to you?
Well, I mean, it makes sense to them. So can you explain how it makes
No, but
sense?
does it make sense to you? Well, no, because they're idiots. Like, does it make sense to you?
No one's really an idiot, bro. It's just people with beliefs.
They are if they think that distortion in the air means you see further.
Yeah, but they have a reason for believing that, and if there's no reason for believing
Right.
that,
The reason they do though is because they have a misinterpreted idea of what they've made up their own version of refraction, and it's doing things that light simply does not do. And this is these are known facts that we can demonstrate this with light.
But it's actually more simple than that. It's more fundamental than that. Basically, they have already decided that the Earth is a globe, and they will accept any explanation, whether it's legitimate or not, that will aid them in that. That's what's going on. So maybe it's a bit cruel to call them idiots, but they are gullible at the very least. They will believe anything that makes the Earth a globe.
The mind is heavily, it's programmable. So you can't fault that. It's easy to do, especially when you're young and malleable, right? And if you've never seen a different model, you're going to continue living with that model. Sometimes it's just ignorance, and even Socrates talks about intellectual humility when you just don't know.
That's interesting. How you doing, brother? I think you did a show on that before.
What's up?
I think you did a show on that before about how it would be in the very beginning, and if you're in a cage, like what's going to go on in the minds of somebody or something that's contained. You go to try to find the extent of the container. Try to push the boundary, go further out, and see what you can discover if there's more food or more opportunities or whatever it may be. And better weather. There's numerous things people would want to move. And travel around, see what's out there. We just have this curious nature to ourselves. And so when you get to this point now, we're zooming up to high optical technology. We've seen beyond further than what the people 500 years ago thought we would ever be able to tell. But the thing for me that's most curious is how could they keep it going for so long? Like there's something deeply rooted in the information itself that they've learned to control people to the extent that you see and hear every day, where they're coming in and they don't know the radius of Earth, but they're willing to battle for it, do battle. They're almost like in fisticuffs over this Earth.
Yeah, it has become a brawl in their mind in a way. I get you. Yeah, it's almost like apes kind of wrestling or gorillas going at it, and it's just we're trying to calm it down and ease their pain a little bit. Going, look, I know it's hard to be lied to, and I feel like that's another rejection that no one wants to be lied to, and so to be duped is to feel like an idiot, and no one wants to feel dumb. And I know we're not saying they're dumb, but maybe in their minds you feel dumb. In my mind, I felt dumb at times where, I don't know this about this. Then you shrug it off and you're realizing it has nothing to do with that. It's no one's dumb. No one expects you to know everything about each model. That's impossible.
Yeah. And the topic, quite honestly, it's just in my entire life, and I'm an old guy, the topic rarely ever came up in real life. Like there was other more important things going on.
Oh yeah.
So there
Usually
you have it again. So here, yeah, exactly. And they made it to where it's busier and busier. We have too many things to do, too complex. Like it's not simple like things used to be. But what I was going to say about the people that are in here that come in here that I would say are on the edges of idiocy. They're almost, what it seems to me is that they think knowledge is their personality. They've actually taken that now, like they think that's knowledge, like reading books and learning more things like we do in school. Like if you learn algebra or something, or if you go read books about, I don't know, anything you want to think about, auto mechanics, whatever. They think that all of those things accumulated are their sum total of their being, almost.
Their identity. Yeah. Their identity is a globe. and they don't realize it. And so they then build that into their ego, and they say, well, if I'm not a glober, then what am I? And that's too painful. So they just don't want to go. I must be a glober.
Yeah, it almost takes out your place of belonging, your self. It's like, wait a minute, if this isn't the model, then where do I belong? Where are we in the model? And it kind of takes you out of that.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the only thing that I can at least get to explain psychologically why they are like they are. Because most other things, like if you tell someone, "Oh, bro, grass is blue," they would be like, "Oh yeah, okay, well, I don't think so, but whatever." They wouldn't go into Grass is Blue servers and fight you on it every day and call you stupid. Like, they just wouldn't care. They'd be like, "Oh, you think grass is blue? Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit?" Like, it's a much more fundamental thing that's going on.
And I still think without those space programs, that's another a layer of validation for them that they can use, is an appeal to authority. And it's really the number one thing that people go to is, well, the pictures, and they just can't grasp people lying. But without all that, it's a much better debate, But they will use that for eternity, as long as the space programs are around. I don't think a lot of people will budge on being lied to on that scale because they can't comprehend it.
Right.
But we can't. I mean, you can comprehend being lied to. How many people can be involved on many other secrets, not even just the shape of the Earth? There's other secrets that they keep to themselves, and that might even be bigger.
It makes it much more interesting as far as like what this place really truly is and where we truly are and who we really are. Like it gets down into those kind of things where you have to look at yourself and you have to, adjust your behavior because there's rules and regulations here, and there's natural laws that we ought not violate because they're detrimental to our health.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't want you thinking about.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
I'm just saying they didn't want you thinking about your purpose. I feel like they want you to think about their purpose. As soon as you start taking that model away, you start realizing, okay, what am I here for? And not in an egotistical way, but you kind of you get that gratification of, okay, if this is all for us, if this is all for me, and we're all sharing it together, then this is our purpose, not the elitist purpose. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
They've made it like that.
They've made it like exactly. The establishment is, no, you will fulfill our purpose, not your own purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that model.
Yeah. So don't worry your silly heads off about trying to find your own way in life or make your own decisions. We've got one prepared for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's already done. All the work's been done. You
don't need to question that. Yeah, all for the greater good. That I don't know if you watched there was a motion picture called Hot Fuzz with Simon Pegg. They did the Shaun of the Dead movie, and they showed how a group of people just within a small town will cover up for people, and crimes will be committed, and they'll all do it in their minds for the greater good. And they think what they think they're actually doing is benefiting the rest of the town. And I wonder if these people actually do believe that they say, you guys couldn't handle this. You guys would go crazy. We can handle it. We're suppressing it for your best interest because our control is the best control.
I know. I heard you say that yesterday. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. I think they do believe that. Whatever their level of knowledge of like this whole thing, like most people don't think of Earth, the whole entire whatever it is. It's that thought right there is me, as a flat earther, that thought to me is still astounding, and like life is much more still kind of adventurous and
right. But what I think is going on here is that you're only looking at it at that perspective because you haven't discovered that there could be other dimensions, such as Potato Earth. I really think you should give it a thought.
Dude, if you're gonna just be a dickhead, just leave. Like, we don't care about this stupid nonsense.
I can't even get into interdimensional things. I mean, that's all stuff I've heard from movies and theoretical physicists. And, for me, interdimensions, the closest thing would probably be psychedelic drugs. But even then, I can't tell if my mind's
Yeah, but
creating
this
it.
guy's, this is just the clown, though.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it
pretty
was actually
mediocre
obvious.
clown.
Like, what's interesting is that I can normally detect within about 2 seconds before he's even said anything stupid that he's going to say something stupid. And I don't know what it is. It's like a vibe.
A sixth sense.
Maybe it's just like the lack of testosterone in his voice or something. I don't know what it is. But I can normally hear it straight away that he's going to be one of these stupid trolls.
Well, and what's weird is his model would adhere more to a potato Earth anyway, because the oblateness and the geodesic surveying of this planet, they say, looks more like a potato. So
yeah, they already have the potato Earth. It's already prepared for you. This GS84.
There we go. There you go. Concluded.
Potato Earth is your.
Isn't the variation in the height of the surface less than like 1%? I don't think that would look like a potato.
I saw a picture once where it had all these deviations when the water was gone. So if you take the water out, you're going to have a lot of valleys, big, huge bowls and valleys. So then you will.
You are 1,000% correct.
Yeah.
Isn't that still within 1% of the radius, of the average radius? Because then that wouldn't look like potato, right?
It actually kind of would look like a potato if you take all the water out. Actually, it would. Pretty much.
You got to take the water out.
Yeah. Not if the variation is within 1%, right?
Well, it depends if that tolerance is tolerant to you.
A lot like what he just said, that's for like a large portion of that 70%, right? That has these valleys and mountains and shit like underneath the water. I mean, that's
most of it's completely flat, though. Honestly, they have the abyssal plains. They're the flattest places on Earth.
Oh well, yeah, you have that. That's why I'm saying it's not all the 70%, but it's a good chunk.
Yeah.
Maybe call it 40, 35.
Like
I always forget about the abyssal plains.
The deepest, the largest depth known. I think that'll be the depth of the Mariana Trench, right?
Yeah.
The highest peak will
Mariana
be the top of Everest, and you get the difference between those. That's still within 1% of the radius, right? Because then it wouldn't look like a potato. I don't think so. Let's see why.
I don't think it is within 1% actually. I think the so the radius is 3959. What's the height of Everest? Is about 10 miles, is it?
It's less than that. It's 8.8 kilometers, so it's going to be something like 6 miles or something.
6 miles, okay. And so, what's the depth of the Marianas Trench?
It's, let me see, 36,200 feet, which
about
is
7 miles, right?
That's about 7 miles. Okay, got 13 differential. Yeah, so it would be about 0.03% of the radius.
Yeah, so I mean, something that the distance to the center varies by 0.3%. That's still pretty circle. I don't think that looks like a potato at all, right?
Oh, I've seen some round potatoes.
But I mean, it depends if you're going to take a Bevite approach and say that the existence of any slight deviation means that it can't be a globe, which I don't think anyone is actually doing.
Can't be a globe. It can only be a potato at this point, basically. There are deviations. We gotta take account for these.
Well, and it's a hot potato too, because it's radiating all that.
So, Bacon, do you believe that the existence of a tree means that the Earth isn't flat, even if it's a plane Earth in nature?
What do you mean by Earth being flat? If you mean simply the level line would be essentially a flat plane, then of course you wouldn't mean that.
Yeah, but that's
Bev thinks. It's like Bev's argument, right?
Bev thinks that if there's a tree or if there's a mountain, then the Earth isn't flat by definition, right? But you are making the argument that there's tolerance that you would allow, which I would agree with. So,
exactly. Yeah. I don't think when flat earthers say that the Earth is flat, then it's with zero tolerance. Of course, we all know there's topography.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. And so for the same reason, you wouldn't say the Earth isn't a globe because of the Marianas Trench, right? You would say it isn't a globe because it lacks general curvature, maybe, which is an argument I would make. But I wouldn't say, oh, there's a tree, therefore the Earth isn't a globe, right? That'd be silly. Okay, cool. So we're at least agreed on that. That's fine.
Let's go.
Finally, flat earthers and globers can agree on something.
All it took was a potato.
Potato did it. That guy came in.
We you know what? Hey, with this kind of attitude, we can solve world peace and world hunger. You know,
That's what I've been saying the whole time with a potato
Well-
roll.
well, what's cock blocking us, and I was with Crit earlier, is that other bullshit real flat Earth VC that they've all of a sudden made. I don't know where that came from, but what the hell is that about?
There's another one?
Yeah, they called it Real Flat Earth 24/7, all caps, real. I'm like, oh, that's kind of sauce. Okay.
It's just an attempt to control the conversation, isn't it? But we just don't go in there and it'll die.
Yeah,
It's
and then
quite-
literally, I think Crit's AFK, but
This is how the
literally-
lizard people will take over.
Well, no, literally what happened was I was in the VC with Crit like an hour and a half ago, and we went in there, right? And actually, Crit was already in there. And like one of the actual mods, not even a guest mod, literally a mod came in and just started muting people. Like, oh, Crit, you got to stay on topic. I was like, okay, this is definitely not a flat Earth VC. Like, what the fuck? Or like muting guest fucking VCs. It was really weird. So
Yep. Well, they've got to. I mean, they're desperate. You know, some of these people are desperate to protect what they believe, which is kind of sad. But whatever.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, like whenever they say something, like they add the word "real," there's probably a bunch of other additives. Just saying.
I just didn't know that was allowed. I was like so confused. I don't know if it was like the Globetards that were making that and like changed their name or something. It was like really cringe.
It wasn't like a Flat Earth Society group, right?
Well, I don't know who the fuck it was. It was literally like a couple hours ago. Somebody made that. Either they changed the name of it, but people started joining it, and then they were like muting all the flat people, and I was like, "What?" It was like really bizarre. And then now I don't even think it's still in the list. Again, you could talk to Crit about it because he was the one that got muted like several times. And again, it wasn't even by a guest mod. It was from an actual mod who was like saying, "Oh, Crit's over talking." Like, what happened was there was a bunch of Globetards, right? They came in and they kept interrupting Crit, and Crit was trying to get his point across. So what does the mod do? Starts muting like Crit. He's like, "Crit, stop over talking." Literally, like fucking mod abuse in real time. I already put a thing in the mod mail because it was bullshit, but
Yeah, well, I had this issue the other day. I was trying to talk about a completely separate topic, and then I've had this about 3 or 4 times in other VCs because they say I'm a flat Earth mod. They start talking about how because I'm a flat earther that my opinion on other topics doesn't matter. Like one was immigration, another one was intelligence research. Intelligence research, I'm very, very well read on, and they were having a conversation about it, and it was clear that there were 3 competing sides, and they were all wrong. And I was just like, how can everyone in a conversation be equally wrong when they're on opposite sides? Well, they managed it somehow. But anyway, because I started pointing this out to all of them, suddenly the fact that I'm a flat earther meant that I can't be well read on another topic.
right.
I was getting muted, and you're like, bro, what the fuck is going on here? These people.
Well, and this moderator that did it, I have his name. I think it was like his name was like AT or something. He was either a helper or something. But like his whole yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
One of the most butthurt of Globers. So carry on.
Yes. Okay. So he was saying, and I quote, and this is all literally on recording. When he muted Crit in that bullshit VC that was pretending to be a flat Earth VC, he said, "Over talking is a TOS violation." And to that, I said, okay, then every time a Globetard comes in here, then what? We can just start TOSing them? Like, the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. It's retarded.
It's not correct anyway. It's not a TOS.
Not a TOS, dude. Then everybody would be fucking kicked out of the server.
Yeah, everyone's overtalked someone at some point, whether they're meant to or not.
Hey, we're gonna not. We don't have to talk about the channel. We knew exactly what was gonna happen. Geeks pretended like he wanted to do this experiment. Watch what happens if no one mutes and everyone just talks. So you knew everyone knows exactly what's gonna happen. Nothing new under the sun. They were gonna get triggered. They're gonna mute me, and then that's what happened. Exactly what was predicted. So let's see if Geeks now can accept that. That dude is being moderated for a reason to keep the conversation going forward.
Yeah, but also you don't want to there are certain instances where you have to mute. Like if someone's drunk, I don't care what they have to say. They can sober up and they can come back and they can talk. if they're high, like people were yesterday. I mean, to two people, one for being drunk, one for being high. If you're high, I don't care what you have to say, bro. Come back when you're sober.
Mhm. Did you guys see the new theory? The moon was inside out a long time ago. Did you guys see that?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, the last thing I read about the moon is someone said it's a giant ice ball. It's a dust-covered ice ball. I'm like, get the fuck out of
Oh
here.
my! No, the newest one is it was turned inside out. It used to be a hot lava ocean of magma, and it inverted itself.
Wait, that's new because the most recent news I heard about the moon is a politician talking about how we can't get to the moon right now because it's made up full of gases.
Oh yeah, Jackson, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she did say that. It's too many hot gases right now to get there.
Oh my god! Good for her.
So they're preloading their excuses as to why they're going to fail their 2026 target.
Yep, because the moon's made out of gas and they can't land on it. No.
Right. Brilliant.
We'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see what excuse they make up next time. We'll just.
Actually, I don't know if Bacon's listening or not, but do you remember in 2020 over COVID when they said, "Oh yeah, we're going to go to the moon in 2024"? Do you remember that when Trump was in office? And it's 2024 and they didn't go.
Yeah. I looked up the curvature drop on the moon once, and it was like over 10 miles. You're looking at 900 feet of distance of a drop.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, that would be serious.
Over 10 miles is 900 feet.
Feet of drop, vertical drop.
Vertical drop from where you are observing on the. So if the astronauts were looking at something, that mountain 10 miles away should be 900 feet below where it really is.
Oh, yeah.
But do you wonder how many of these like targets they have to come and go before like the more hardened globers are like, So in 2020 they said they'd go in 2024 and never happened. They came up with an excuse. 2022 they said they would go in 2026. That never happened. 2024 they'd say they would go in 2020. Oh, that never happened. Oh, then 2030 rolls around.
They're waiting for AI to get better. They're waiting for.
It's like if you've got.
It's all about AI now.
Yeah, sure. But if you've got like an employee at work, that keeps missing deadline, when do you fire them? It's like, we gave him a project and it was 3 weeks late and he never really handed it in, and then the guy, the next project he failed or it was over budget. When do you fire this guy?
Yeah, how did they get immune? How did they get immune to all of those things that happen out there in the real world? Like they're beyond review. Like they are above being audited or something. They just
if you go backwards as well. Sorry, Sonny. If you go backwards, you see it every 2 or 4 years prior, especially every election.
What?
They're about to go to the moon.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Bookfin, it's been a long while. Good to hear you on here.
What's up, Sonny? Still having hit puberty? Still childish voice? 60?
El Boricua.
What's going on, man? How's the guitar going?
It's still going. I don't know. It's going okay. I have issues sometimes with my fingers, my tendons and things like that. So they get broken down. Like I don't know. I'm just getting older, so I have to play it differently than I would like when I was 20 or when I was 30 or 40. I'm in my 60s, so I take it easy. So I don't want to get hurt. I've actually woken up before with wrist pain that feels so bad. You're at that part where it's so bad where you're like, I might need to get help for this if it got any worse. But I was able to manage through all of that.
One thing I've noticed about little aches and pains that I've got is that a couple of things really, really help. First of all, lots of fasting. I don't know if you do fasting or not.
We do fast.
Yeah, I fast all the time. The other thing is stretching. I never used to take stretching seriously when I was younger. But now that I'm in my 30s, I've noticed that stretching makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
So
it does.
everything in my body. It even affects things that you don't expect it to. So, like, I've been doing there's only 4 or 5 stretches that you need to do because they kind of target all of the muscles. But things like I used to have aches and pains in my shoulder that just went away, and I used to have a pain in my lower back that now just doesn't exist anymore. Just get into stretching, dude. You might. I don't know about your wrist, but
Yeah. The hamstrings are very important, and that's for me. Even just bending over to stretch those hamstrings is always a good thing. Even just a little bit, like I just did now. Yeah.
Well, learn how to do a forward fold, and you'll have to go via what's called, I think, a ragdoll. So you do the ragdoll first, and then you get into a forward fold, and you'll never have back problems. You'll never ever have back problems again. I promise you.
So basically, those things I learned when I was younger, in my teens, I was very interested in that, and I did yoga quite on a daily. And yeah, I don't know. I probably need to get back to doing those things that I was working before.
Yeah, for sure, man. Only things I really do at the moment are I do pigeon pose, I do thread the needle, forward fold. That's basically it at the moment. I had a couple of if I need to.
Downward dog, that one you stretch. Whoa, that one's pretty heavy. Into the forward fold.
Yeah, all of that stuff, man. It's all good. It's all good stuff.
Yeah.
And it's also really good to wake up to. Like when you've got that brain fog in the morning, you stretch for 5-10 minutes. Glorious.
Sunlight, get it's gut health too. I don't know if you're taking care of your gut health because a lot of illnesses come from that.
Well, that's why I fast, because I found that I always feel a lot more clear the day after a fast, and I just feel like my system's kind of reset. Whether it's a 1 day fast, 2 day fast, 3 day fast, doesn't matter.
Yeah, flushing it out.
Yeah, I always feel like if I eat for it's weird because when I was younger, I would eat 3-4 meals a day, no problem at all. But now, if I eat sort of 7 days in a row, lunch and dinner even, not even breakfast, I start to feel clogged up after a while.
Yeah, we've been conditioned to the 3 meals a day.
But even if I'm eating twice, if I eat 14 meals in a 7-day period, I start to feel like bloated and clogged.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah. But then if I take a day off and I just don't eat anything, maybe I'll have a coffee in the morning or something, but just water. Next day I'll feel wonderful,
Yeah.
Yep.
That's sort of what I'm doing today, almost exactly that. I'm just drinking my coffee right now, and I'm trying to decide. I might have a little bit of avocado later.
Yeah, if I eat like less than 500 calories, I still count it as a fast. I know that's a bit cheeky, but the point is that you're allowing your body to catch up with what you've consumed.
I've done the fasting where I just drink a little bit of grapefruit juice or pineapple juice if I feel a little lightheaded.
Yeah.
Right.
Just like not even 8 ounces, just a quick little sip, and that's it, and then just keep going through, and then like when I've done fasting, it's like it's 1 meal, it's 24 hours plus 1 meal.
A little bit of cayenne, some lemon water. It is really good. Ginger and turmeric.
That's a really good one. I have some cayenne still.
Yeah, that's one thing I wish we'd be a little more socially conscious of. We're getting there. I feel like the last few years we've been getting a bigger awareness of what we're putting into our bodies. All the things they're banning and realizing the chemicals and dyes and.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because often when I tell people that I fast, I'll often get this reaction from people, "Oh, that's really unhealthy for you." And I think, well, is it? Like, have you seen the shit that people put in their bodies? Like, would you rather not do that?
Mm-hmm.
But and all the data on fasting is that if it's done, responsibly, it's very, very healthy for you, fantastic for you, in fact. Even if the food isn't poisonous, right? So,
yeah, that's what they taught. The church taught that ages ago, in the middle of the ages, and they said only 2 meals a day, fast in between. You don't need to be consuming so much.
Yeah. Well, Muslims do it as well during Ramadan, and
Yeah.
I haven't seen any Muslims who suffer. I mean, Ramadan's difficult, but they all
I
come
wouldn't
out.
want to do that.
They're all pretty fine to me.
They produce some of the toughest hardcore fundamentalists I've ever seen in a religion.
Yeah, I mean, you might think that's a compliment. I don't know, but I think regardless, it's like I look at them and I say, well, they go through a month where they don't eat the whole day. I don't see any of them keeling over or dying, or I mean, like.
What do you mean? They're always kneeling over. They're not praying. They're kneeling in hunger.
Oh, my stomach! Oh,
my stomach! I need food.
Exactly. So no,
Yeah.
man, fasting's fine. It's good for you as long as you do it responsibly. Like, it's fine, good.
Yeah, fast,
Better.
slow. Fast, slow. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You don't need to do it all the time.
I mean, I've done a 4-day fast before, and maybe that doesn't sound that impressive to some people, but I felt okay.
Depends how much you weigh.
At the moment, I weigh about 110 kilos.
Well, to a big person, then it would be incredibly impressive. It'd be like climbing Mount Everest to them. Fasting 4 days. Yeah.
Yeah, like a very fat person. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Like I'm big, but I'm not like the biggest guy ever, sort of thing. But regardless, like
110's nothing. That's good. Depends how tall you are.
I'm 6'2", 6'1", 6'2".
Oh, you're a small guy. 6'2", 110? You could get some little bit more on there. Come on.
Not 110 pounds, 110 kilos.
Oh, you're right. I'm thinking not metrics. That makes way more sense. Okay. Like, good Lord, you need to get to a doctor.
If I was that weight at that height, 110 pounds, I'd need to eat. But no, I didn't eat.
Cool.
I didn't eat for about 4 days. It was the 5th day when I really started struggling. Though, like the first day was difficult because you're thinking, I could just eat, but then you just get fuck off. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days were actually quite easy, and then the 5th day was like a real struggle. I was like, I'll go on then because I was meant to do 7 days, but I didn't do 7 days.
That's when you start hallucinating and getting the sacred geometry that blasts you.
See the curve, and you're like, oh no.
You missed what a squared plus b squared plus c squared equals d squared. You missed it.
Yeah. Or shouldn't it be a squared plus b squared plus d squared equals c squared because the c represents curvature, right?
Hey, I didn't fast, so I didn't get to know that knowledge. That's why I didn't know it.
Right. But yeah, the point being, like, I lost quite a lot of weight, but I felt fantastic afterwards as well. And also, there's something about food where it's much tastier when you're very hungry.
Mm-hmm.
than you're not.
Yeah, when you're in your primitive state, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Some of the best breakfasts I've ever had was working really hard in the morning on the farm, and then having breakfast ready, and it tastes better than any meal you can imagine because of all the hard work you put into it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and you're fueling your body, and you're not just putting it into your fat stores. You're actually fueling your muscle.
Yeah, well, it's called a farmer's breakfast too, because you only eat a tiny bit in the morning, and then like 5, 6 in the morning, and then when you come back in for that big breakfast, oh my God, it's so filling. It's almost euphoric.
Is that like 10 o'clock sort of thing, or
yeah, or not? Yeah, it's just a few hours after you do like the really early morning stuff. Yeah, because you don't need too big of a breakfast when you start the chores, but later you want it, and good. Oh my, it's so hard to slow down and not choke because it's so good. Yeah, it's so delicious. That and hike after a big hike. I've had the best cheeseburgers I've ever had is after a long hike. I like to earn my food.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's the point, isn't it? Like, they did a study in the UK, and I can't remember who or when or what, but what they found is that, like, the conventional wisdom of the 2010s was that everyone's obese because we're eating too much, which is true, but it neglects the fact that actually people are sitting down more.
Yes.
So, like, a farmer would burn through 5,000-6,000 calories in a day doing all that manual labor. Carpenters probably burn something like 200 calories an hour just doing what they do.
Well, now you're seeing more obese farmers because they're using machinery more, and so they're sitting more on their machines, so they're not burning as much.
Well, exactly. So, what this all comes down to is it's a balance. Like if you are burning 2,000 calories a day, then you shouldn't be consuming 3,000. But if you were a farmer back in the day and you were doing 5,000 calories a day in physical exercise, eating 2,000 calories a day would have you very, very skinny, very fast, and ill. So obviously you need to eat more. So I mean, simple, man. It's simple stuff. And also, I think people used to eat more meat back in the day as well, like in maybe the 70s and 80s. Maybe that's more opinion than it is anything backed by anything I've read. But I think people eat a lot more grains now, and I don't think that's healthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're putting a lot more air into their bellies, and so they're becoming more bloated. And a lot of it is just gaseous bloat. You know, if you look at people, it's amazing the lack of movement and how compressed your nerves get, where you can't get a proper flow of your lymphatic system. And you know, if you're not moving your body, your lymphatic system doesn't have a pump. You have to pump it, and you have to move it within your body. And people that don't do that, you end up accumulating so much bloat and gas. There is so much gas stuck in people. They have no idea. They have no idea how much of their pain is gas. It's incredible.
That's why I like doing inversions, like headstand and handstand and stuff.
Yeah.
Like gets rid of that trapped gas.
Some of the best feelings you get of relief is when your gas is, and I don't care if it's a sneeze, if it's a cough, it's a big old snot rocket or a big old belch or, flatulence. You feel so much better because it's stuck in there. There's some real rooted gas problems in a lot of big people. It's unfortunate. And, tummy issues, you got a chummy tummy. But hopefully we're getting to a better understanding of that now, realizing what does what.
I only weigh a little bit more than I did when I was in high school right now.
Good for you, man. See, keep it like that. As long as you're a healthy set of mind and a body like that. I mean, I don't know how big you were in high school, actually.
I weighed 160, and then I didn't weigh. I joined the Navy. After the Navy, I went up to like 175, and I stayed there for many, many years. 175, and now I'm actually down to like below 170.
You feel good, except for your wrists, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I ride the bike all the time, so that's what keeps me going.
Oh, that's big time. Yeah, big movements there. It helps, and the balance too. I mean, it's so crucial.
The balance is the whole thing. Yeah, that's what I really dig about it.
Yep. I get the same feeling. Have you ever ridden with no handlebars? Have you ever do the no hands?
I can ride my bike with no handlebars.
Yeah, that's a great song.
Yeah.
Listening to that while doing it, I mean, that's a whole other trip.
I've done it in this long trail in the park. There's this long street. I've done it free-handed before on different bikes. So I've had many bikes, but
yeah, that type of balance.
For about a mile, or I'd probably say for a half a mile, I've free-handed before about at least a half a mile, if not more.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing to train your brain to do, is that type of balance as well. It's same with juggling. You get the same effect with juggling, spinning a ball on your finger. If you can practice those type of maneuvers, it's almost like you're upgrading your mind a little bit. You're upgrading your cognitive abilities.
Pretty fun.
And like use your less dominant hand a lot. Like open doors with your left hand or your right hand, whatever you are. Like just do stuff. Just concentrate on focusing. Using both arms, not just always your right arm or your left arm, constantly.
Mm-hmm. And switch it up. Use your foot. I mean, not for everything, not for like sanitary things, but I never use my foot for the cross button station. I can't stand when people do that. I don't like people do that. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, where you stretch your leg up and press the crosswalk button. If you do that and I see you, I will call you out.
I've done that before on my bike, though.
You use your elbow next time, buddy.
Yeah, I saw this little girl on the street with a ball cap do that the other day. She kicks you up. She goes and kicks it. Gives it a karate kick.
I would have used her like a log opening up a medieval door to hit that thing if she did that. Man. Yeah, but you're right though. Using your left dominant, brushing your teeth, combing your hair, whatever, it does elevate, I think, your ability to function better. I wish I was more ambidextrous. I wish my parents would have forced things in both hands better.
It's also to like connect movement to breathe to your breath. Like be really deliberate about your ins and your breaths in and out, and then as you breathe, connect your movement to your breath.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Like even start with just walking, like breath in, step, breath out, step, breath in, step, and then slow it down or speed it up, and just be really aware of your body, your breath, and your movement.
And the in through nose, out through mouth. That is crucial.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, because a lot of people are mouth breathers, and that does affect even certain illnesses. You breathe through your mouth more. There's less filtration. You know, when you're breathing into your mouth and nose. Yeah, this is. I mean, I know this isn't the holistic. I wouldn't even say it's holistic, but this isn't the medicinal room. But I'm glad we got onto this.
That's all right, though. I think it ties into the whole schema of things.
Yes, it definitely does. I mean, this kind of thinking, it to me, it actually bridges into whatever earth or model that you think of that's a realm or closer for you, because then you start looking at plants and food differently, and
become more connected with reality. Versus what someone else was saying. Someone was having this talk with Scott Mack again. It's on recording, so he's been well recorded. So there's a lot of goodies coming out of Scott Mackey. I tell you what, and I don't mean I'm being facetious. Like,
what was he saying? Was he saying he had some?
They were talking about celestial navigation and the such. But you can go listen to it actually on 24/7. There's I can go find it and drop the link 1 second.
Oh, I don't know why I keep forgetting, but you have an actual show that's going on at all times, right? Kind of like what the Nathan Oakley show did, and I remember Jim Panda's show.
Well, right now there's only a bot on there, and usually during the day there's only 1 or 2 or 3 people listening. But then we generally get a panel up of a certain amount of people. We get some real heavy hitters on there, and it starts out real good, and then it just starts to those embers start to burn, you know, and then we get a big group of people, and it builds up over time. It's really rewarding, or it can be, you know. Every conversation is different, and you know, things like that, but yeah, we have resources on there. That's one of the most important things. We have additional information A to Z. So let me drop that. Let me look for what I'm looking for here.
I think I was in here yesterday talking to Scott. We were all discussing celestial navigation.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday too.
Well, speaking of which, can I jump in? Because
jump cannonball in.
I will.
Cannonball in, baby.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We were talking about how maps are used. Remember, me and you, Bubber.
We were saying small scale maps put together back in the day. They were able to figure out how to get from A to Z.
Yeah,
and that's probably as close as we'll ever get, actually, unless you tried to stitch those charts together that are actually being used. Now, that in itself is a monumental process, but it's not. I don't think it's impossible to do that. It's just no one's done it. Who has the time to stitch together every single local chart, the navigation charts along all coast of all countries on Earth? Then you have the Trans-Pacific and Transatlantic passages and all those southern oceans as well, everything below the equator.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's funny. I caught myself saying below the equator, not below. Outward from the equator.
Beyond the equator?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get you.
So the navigation, that would be I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My argument was about how we work with the lack of a big map. So when you're using a small map and you want to plot line of position, you need to know where to place those lines of position within the map. And those lines are that there are pieces, small parts of the circle of equal altitude, right? The way you know where the circle is you know the center of it, and you know the radius of it. And none of those fit within the map. So you have to trace a line that is part of a circle, which the center is not in your map. And the radius of that circle is bigger than your map, but you still find a way to draw the line within your map. So you have to work with the lack of the rest of the map. You have to find a way to figure out where the line would cross your map, even if that map is not big enough for you to draw the circle. And the way you account for not having the rest of the map is really telling of what the rest of the map looks like, because that does have an impact on how you solve for that line. Am I making sense here?
I'm following somewhat, but I'm trying to imagine all this, and it's
Right.
still new for me. It's still new for me, so it's probably not you. It's mostly me.
Right. Well, no problem. How would you picture the process of getting your position using a piece of map? Say
Well,
you're
that's
in the
what
middle of the ocean. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm in the middle, that's what I was trying to do is if I'm in the middle of the ocean, I'm on the surface of the water. So, and also, and maybe this doesn't matter, but would the surface of the water, would it change if the water's gone and like you're mapping out, the ground below as well? Like, would that change? Like, wouldn't the map change based off of the water not being there? Does that make sense? Or is that just a dumb non sequitur?
It matters your geographic location. It matters your latitude, longitude. So if the water is gone and you fall towards the what now is the ground, you just fall straight down. Your coordinates are the same. So if you do the same process, you should arrive to the same answer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if the ground was different or elevation changes were different. Yeah, I guess it really wouldn't matter. I'm again, it's the first time I'm spitballing this. But yeah, I'm in the middle of the ocean. If I'm using a sextant or if I'm using a theodolite, I point at a star, right? I got to point it at the horizon, one at the horizon, and then another part of it at a star to find.
Is there any moderators in here? I need to be moved to Politics VC now, ASAP.
Is there an angle where you're pointing at two different objects? Is that what you're trying to find?
If you mentioned the theodolite, if you're using theodolite, you only do half of that. You simply point to the star and that's it. If
Okay.
you're using a sextant, you have to also point at the horizon and then get the angle between those two lines of sight.
So one needs the horizon and one doesn't to find your position?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. I didn't know. So a sextant needs a horizon and a theodolite doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're on the boat, then what's the next step? If I'm pointing it at the star or at the horizon, how would I base that chart? Would I have to know where I came from first? Because if I was just placed in the middle of nowhere, how would I find that?
If you're placed in the middle of nowhere, the methods that you would learn in celestial navigation wouldn't be very applicable because they always start with some
reference
coordinate.
Right?
Yeah, you always start somewhere near your true location, even if you don't know where that is. But
Okay.
if you're simply teleported to a random location, you need to do something a little bit trickier. Or you could do the standard method, but you would have to do it more than once. Because the first time you're going to get even though you're going to get an answer, it's going to be a very bad answer. But you can use that bad answer and do it again. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, how I'm imagining is if I'm leaving land, I would have the contours of the land mapped out, right? And that would be on a map. And then as I go out to sea, I would keep charting on that map. Okay, maybe I'd use square miles, even like use the square mile. Okay, so if there's just a bunch of squares going outward from the shoreline, can I just chart a bunch of squares from one shore to the next shore? Does that make sense? On a map?
Are you referring to like just updating your position on the map using how long you traveled and in what direction?
Yeah, because if I'm using the land as a reference, I mean, maybe this is a horrible way, but this is the first time I've ever been a cartographer, so I don't know what to expect or what to do. But if I'm leaving land after we've mapped the land, that one makes a little bit more sense because we can walk it and draw it and all that. But if I'm leaving on the ocean, because you're saying nautical celestial navigation, right? Yeah, wouldn't I just keep charting every mile I go out and then draw another square on the map and then do that again?
Yeah, you could. That's called dead reckoning. So you start with a position, and you move a certain distance in a certain direction. You try to keep track of that, so you can update your positions. Okay, I moved this direction for this amount of miles, so I must be here. And then you update your position, and you keep doing that. But
then I can put up above me. Okay, these stars are in. Do I connect the sky to the ground?
Yeah.
That way.
First you do what you described. You keep updating your position based on direction and distance. So travel for this amount of time at this speed, at this direction. And every time the speed changes or the direction changes, you note that down. You keep track of how you're moving over the ocean.
So this is all dead reckoning, observing an environment. This is all dead reckoning. This has nothing to do with using lights in the sky to know where you are.
So far, yeah.
Okay. So.
Okay, but this method has a problem.
Well, couldn't you just technically use dead reckoning as a memory source just to keep going back and forth on that route? Just like, well, we remember we're just following the map. It's like, wouldn't they not need celestial navigation for a while? Unless you got lost, of course, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. This method accumulates error. So there are two main sources of error. Is that your bearing isn't that great, like you don't know your precise direction within the map. So
yeah, I can imagine once you get on the ocean, it's choppy and you could be turned around. Your orientation changes.
Yeah, you have to go with your compass, which gets affected by your ship, which changes based on where you are.
And this is if you had a compass back then too, huh?
Yeah, and you also have to know your speed, and your speed depends on the wind and depends on ocean currents. And you can only measure those relative to the other one. You can't measure them relative to the land because you don't have access to the land anymore. So you just have an estimate of your speed. You don't know exactly what your speed is. So those are two sources of error. And the issue with this method is that it builds upon your last coordinate. So if your last coordinate was slightly off, your next one's going to be worse. And the next one is going to be worse. And it keeps getting worse. So errors pile up using this method. If you do this for too long, you're going to deviate more and more from where you think you are. That making sense?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess if you're thrown off course by the winds and all that, yeah, I could see
even
that.
Even if you're not, just if there's a small amount of error every time you do it, the error is going to accumulate because you're always basing your next coordinate in your previous one. If your previous one had an error, and your next one also has an error, then those two errors add up, and they keep adding up.
Okay, I mean, it still worked enough to where, like, how many times were these errors? Are they prevalent all the time? Because this was used quite a bit, right, before any of the compasses or celestial navigation. So were the errors?
But this can only take you to so far. Like this, like if you're.
Oh, you're saying you can't use dead reckoning crossing the Atlantic or something?
Exactly. After a couple hours, you have some like a couple miles there. After a couple days, you might get 100 miles off, and after a couple months, you might be completely lost. So yeah, you need to fix your position. So there's a position where you think you are based on dead reckoning, and you know that position isn't great. And you know it's going to get worse if you don't do nothing about it.
Because they were crossing the Atlantic using dead reckoning. I mean, they did do it. They were able to do it. Like the Vikings did it quite a bit.
The Vikings, as far as I know, they would follow a certain latitude. So they didn't dead reckon. They simply followed a latitude.
Yeah,
they follow a latitude.
They had a tool. Oh, if I may, Bacon. So what they did was they had this tool that they took the angle of the sun at noon,
Interesting.
and then if it lined up with an inner or outer circle, that told them if they had to turn either north or south.
Okay, so that's again. So once you get away from landmarks or anything, you can make a reference to.
And if they didn't have sunlight, they had a stone called a sunstone, like basically like a little magnifying glass. And then they also prayed to God, to Thor and stuff. And then if they came across
which
land,
did most of the work.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what got
Thor
through.
did it. Yeah. And then they made sacrifices and stuff, and so yeah, they had a lot of different techniques on how the. And then if they came across like ice or whatever, because they would sail in winter, they would pick the boat up and carry it across the ice, and then get to the other side.
So I see it now. So yeah, long distances, you're going to need a different way of navigation. And the compass, did the compass come before the celestial, or do you need both to work both?
Well, you need a compass to get a bearing. So when you you don't need a compass to get your position. To get your position, you simply use the star angles. But once you get your position, you need to know where you have to head now, in what direction you continue. And Celestial Navigation can answer that, so it can tell you what direction you have to move, but you won't know where that is without a reference. So the compass can give you that reference. So if you know where you are, and you know, okay, now I gotta go 75 northeast, and then the compass can use the compass to know where 75 northeast is.
Mm-hmm.
You can also use the sun or stars, but the compass can do it basically every time, constantly. The sun can only be really useful when it's noon, when it's solar noon. Just measure a sun angle in the middle of the day, and that's it. There's not much you can do with that.
Okay, so
it's kind of noon. Yeah.
So yeah, so then what? Then when did they start using a star to apply to finding direction on where you are on the surface?
Well, yeah.
Or what is the method? Or not find direction. Sorry, to find your location. You're saying without dead reckoning.
So before the 1700s, there was no clock that you could carry with you on a ship.
Right.
That would keep track of time precisely. So you had those pendulum clocks. They were good when they were just sitting there in your house. They're good clocks. But if you put it on a boat or on a ship, it sways, and the swaying of it messes up with the pendulum, and it messes up with your timekeeping. So
no gyroscopes to help with that back then.
Definitely not. Yeah. So before like the 1700s or until the mid 1700s, you couldn't know what time it was if not already knowing where you are. Like if you know where you are, you can use a sundial, right? But that requires you know where you are. You don't know where you are, and a sundial doesn't help much, because if you follow the sun, time's gonna pass, but shadow's not gonna change accordingly because they're moving. But anyway, yeah. So what changed in the mid 1700s that they came up with mechanical clocks that weren't affected by the sway of the boat, or the British came up with that. They put up a prize. Whoever can solve for celestial navigation in the middle of the ocean, get both your latitude and longitude, and there's a prize for that. So the prize wasn't for anyone to get a clock. The prize was to find a method to get their longitude. The latitude was solved already, because the latitude is easy. You do what the Vikings did. You take a measure to the sun when it's solar noon, and you know your longitude or your latitude. But your longitude, that depends on the time. It doesn't just depend on where you are. And yeah, so the British put up a prize who could solve the longitude. Some people try using the moon to solve for the longitude. I think that's even how Captain Cook used a similar method. But that's not a great solution. Clock is much better. So the clock was then used to solve the problem of longitude. I think we're very far from we were before, right? We were talking about the dead reckoning thing.
Yeah, but
Now
we're done. I think we're done with dead reckoning because we're now out in the middle of the ocean and you can't use it anymore. So yeah, I'm
You
into
can, just not indefinitely.
right. So if we want if you want more accuracy, then you're saying we need to use a different method.
Actually, we use a combination between dead reckoning and celestial navigation. Celestial navigation is not used alone. Dead reckoning cannot be used indefinitely. But if you keep fixing it, then you can use it. The problem with the dead reckoning is that it gets off more and more. But if you find a way to fix it every now and then you can keep using it, which is how celestial navigation works. You don't just do star angles; you also do dead reckoning. You do both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're
Dead
getting
reckoning
mixed
is
up with the
easier.
height of eye, mate. You don't know what the height of eye is.
What?
You don't know what the height of eye correction is.
I'm well aware of the height of eye correction. Why?
Because you think it's something to do with a globe.
I didn't say that.
No, I know you think that.
Yeah, we'll get there. When I get there, then you can
No, I'm
challenge
jumping the
whatever
gun.
I'm saying.
I'm
But
jumping the
not
gun like
making the claim now.
I'm jumping the gun like you skip past angles.
So
yeah, we didn't get there.
Is this guy cutting in and out, or
a little bit on? I hear it too.
Go ahead. Yeah, so am I roboting?
You were just cutting in and out a little bit.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
What was he referring to angles? So are you saying like when you're on the ship and you're looking out, you don't know
Yeah, we're
how
gonna
tall
get there.
what your elevation is above the sea?
Yeah, the how high your eye is affects your angle measurement, so you have to account for that. That's what I was referring to. But we're gonna get
So seeing what, a star on the horizon, or seeing what?
Yeah, the angle between star and the horizon is affected by how high you are above the surface.
But you know the
How you
horizon,
get above
horizon and horizontal are related, don't you?
Yeah, they're related. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in what way?
The plane of the horizon is horizontal.
What is the horizon?
It's where the Earth appears to meet the sky, or vice versa, whatever.
Yeah.
But where you're looking at the star, it's like the horizon is it's so ambiguous because I mean, from where? So if it's 1 degree above the horizon, right? I mean, it's at someone's zenith, way over yonder, obviously, right? Like you can picture where you're seeing at the horizon, someone else, that star is right directly underneath them from beyond the horizon. Can you picture that? Do you know what I mean?
Well, the horizon is a line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So it's the Earth's surface we're working with.
Yeah, I know. And so that's why it's like when I see a star at the horizon and I'm trying to view an angle, it's like, it's weird because that star hasn't changed. I don't know. It's appearing to move downward. I'm bummed.
Don't worry about that. You just measure an angle, mate.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm making a bigger mess of this in my head than I should be.
All right, so let's get back to how you fix your dead reckoning, right? So you did, let's say you did a dead reckoning for a couple hours, and now you don't know exactly where you are, but your dead reckoning says you're in a certain location. You know that location is not exactly right because dead reckoning is not that reliable.
Yeah, it's just guessing at the moment. No measurements have been taken. We're just guessing. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you're measuring your speed and you're measuring the time between.
Yeah. So we've not took any actual measurements at the moment. So let's skip past all that. Let's get to the elevation angle.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, you don't know where you are, and that's when you take the star angles, right? That's what one deck really wants to get to.
So you need to measure where your eyes are from the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, you have to know how high your eye is above the water.
How
Yeah. So
okay, how are you going to do it?
Usually you'd measure that before you sail. So you go on, like, you know how high your deck is above the
you know
the
why they
water.
call me one deck, don't you?
No, I don't.
I'm the Sextant King.
You're the Sextant King. You can do celestial navigation.
Well, glad you call me one deck.
Oh, we'll see that later.
We see right now.
Yeah, so you know how high your deck is above the water before you start sailing. Then you simply add your height to it, because of course you're standing up, so there's your height as well.
That's
At least the distance between your feet and your eyes. You add that to the height of your deck. That's how high your eyes are from the water.
Brilliant.
You're going
Excellent
to use
work.
that.
Okay. And you're
Okay. So
go ahead.
So let's talk about this elevation angle you're going to take.
Yeah, we're going to take an angle with the sextant. So
Yeah.
you first
And what you're going to be
find
using?
a star you
What you're gonna be
recognize.
using- So what's the horizon mirror for?
To sight the horizon.
Yeah. So what is the horizon?
It's where you see the ocean appearing to meet the sky.
Yeah. So why are we using the horizon to establish what?
We want to get a vertical angle to the star.
We're using the horizon to establish horizontal.
It's a close reference to eye level.
No, we are using the horizon to establish horizontal. You can
Not
keep
just the
getting out of that.
horizon.
Yeah. I know you don't
Not
like
just
that.
the horizon.
I can hear you squirming inside. We're using the horizon to establish horizontal. Simple as that, mate.
I heard the claim, but you're not
Yeah.
using just the horizon.
Yeah. I'm hearing you screaming inside.
Okay, let me continue what I was saying. So you get your sextant. You recognize the star.
No, I know what exactly. You
have
don't
an
have to
idea.
tell me, mate. You don't have to tell me. I
I'm
know
not talking to
exactly.
you.
One
I'm
deck.
not talking to you.
One deck, dude.
Yeah, mate.
Dude. Yeah. Okay.
What?
Can you hear Bacon talking or not?
I can hear Bacon talking a lot of shite. Yes.
Okay. Well, you have to let him say it then before you can say it's shite or whatever. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Bacon.
Thanks. Actually, I was describing to Brubber. So, Brubber, you have an idea of what the sextant does, how he measures stuff?
It's designed to measure elevation angles.
Yeah, but measure the angle between two visible objects, right? You need two visible objects.
Exactly.
It's designed to measure elevation angles.
I can measure any angles between two objects.
Yeah, but it's obtaining elevation angles. That's its purpose in life.
But so one has to be a celestial body, the other has to be the horizon.
Yes, exactly. So you point one line on the side of the sextant to the horizon, and the other line on the side you point to the celestial body. The sextant tells you what the angle is between those 2 points, right?
Yeah, I picture the angle. I picture, okay, I got it at the horizon, but then I'm thinking, if I'm 60 feet, or I'm not saying, I don't know why I said 60 feet. If I'm whatever feet above the ocean, right?
Mhm.
And if I'm pointing it,
That increases that angle a little bit. So if you're very close to the Earth's surface, let's say you're taking an angle in a small boat, and you get, say, 30 degrees, right? Now, if you go on top of a deck of a high boat and you try to measure that same star, you don't get the same angle. You get a slightly larger angle. It's going to be a couple arc minutes larger, right? So, the purpose of the angle is to tell you how far you are from the geographical position of that star. Do you know what the geographical position of a star is?
It's the ground position, mate. Yeah.
I know you would know, but what about Brubber?
Well, you know I do. That's why you just blocked me out. It's a ground position.
One deck.
That's right. I just want to know if Brubber's following.
Yeah, one deck. What's going on, dude?
What do you mean? What's going on?
Well, okay? Unless I got this wrong, Blubber has some questions for Bacon about celestial navigation.
I've not heard Blubber ask any questions.
Oh, okay.
I asked him the question.
I think he came in, and I don't know if you haven't been here that long too, right? So I don't know if it was
Yeah, I mean, to me, I feel like it was just a little innocent.
It's all right. It's okay. Okay, I'll put myself on mute.
Oh, I didn't feel any harm from you. I mean, I think you're just passionate about it. Like you said, you're the sextant. You said you're the sextant king, baby, right? I get it.
How about you want to do that, Blubber? You can ask your question between the two people, and parse out which one you think's the best answer.
True.
How about that? That includes everyone then.
Yeah, I don't want.
I also think one deck was trying to make sure that Bacon didn't, kind of misconstrue the meanings of things and just be direct and to the point. It measures elevation angles, period.
Oh shit, that went down. Bacon, you gonna let that be?
So now that we're clear, a geographical position of a star is basically the star. Is it overhead, that it's where a star is directly at your zenith, or the object, or whatever. So it's got to be at the zenith complete. Because the sun I could see because you got your angles, but I just like, how do you know a star is exactly at your zenith, considering
it won't be at your zenith. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it's at your zenith.
No. So when you sight a star, that star is overhead some location on Earth. It's not where you are. It's somewhere else. There's somewhere.
Oh, it's someone else's zenith.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can tell which location that is because there's a book for that exact purpose, which is the Nautical Almanac. It lists the position of the stars hourly. And if it's between 1 hour and the other, you can interpolate between them and get a precise coordinate for the GP of that star. That makes sense?
Somewhat. Again, this is the first.
Here, let's go with one deck. Okay, what's your answer?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Sorry, mate. I muted myself. I felt like I was being a little bit too.
No, you're
involved.
good, dude. No, you're good, dude. So the concept of
the
star.
I know what.
And
Yeah,
the
so
zenith.
I mean, I don't know how we like sort of beating around this bush. Like we're taking an elevation angle. Yeah, we're going to be using the surface of Earth. He's already defined what the horizon is. Yeah, and that's what we'll be using the horizon mirror for, to use the surface of the ocean of the Earth to establish where we are. It's as simple as that. I mean, you can start stuttering and going on about stuff. So, Bacon, what's your point about the curved Earth?
So the zenith is the ground position when you're looking at that star. It's over something, so you look it up in a book. I want to go to England. Well, what star is over that? So now, when we get an elevation angle, we know we can figure out. When we figure out where we're at, we can figure out where to go. You figure out where you're at by doing 3 stars, drawing 3 circles, and where they all intersect. That's where your boat's sitting.
Yep, that's great. I agree. And that's all you're doing.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking, that's because when I'm viewing a star at the horizon, I'm knowing, okay, that's an apparent movement of downward when it's just actually going away from me, but it's someone else is looking up above at that star, and that's their zenith. And it's not that they're around a curve; they're just over there. They're just way the hell over there, and they're looking at the star above them.
But when you get your first angle off the sextant, so it's a 90-degree angle. Yeah. Is it a 90? Is it a 90-degree angle?
Yeah, who are you talking? You're talking to the other European guy, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you using for the baseline?
Who are you asking that?
I think you.
I'm not European.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Dutch or something. Forgive me. I shouldn't assume.
So 90-degree angle. We're using the surface of Earth for the baseline. What's the 90-degree angle consist of?
2 parallel lines.
Yeah. So we're using the surface of Earth.
Sorry,
perpendicular. 2 parallel lines.
Oh, 2 perpendicular.
So we're using the surface. Yeah, I know. It interrupts again. So we've got 2 straight lines, and we're using the surface of Earth. Simple as that, pal. But you can start digging yourself into a grave if you want.
Well, you can't get a 90-degree off a surface of a ball. I can tell you that much.
Well, I've just more or less said that, didn't I, to him? But, you know, he's going to keep digging his grave.
Yeah, I'm not saying the Earth is a globe here. I'm not sure why you're saying that.
Well, the Earth's not a globe, obviously. Celestial navigation wouldn't work, would it, with a sextant if the Earth was a globe? Because a sextant isn't designed to work with globular baselines.
Nope. Sextant's not designed based on any Earth shape. It's designed to measure angles.
Yeah, and you're using the surface of Earth for your baseline.
Okay, let's see what location we get using some star angles. Using
No, we're not asked
flat
about
Earth.
locations, mate. We're not bothered about locations. That doesn't matter.
That's the entire point of navigation. It's to get your location.
No, yeah. When you're actually doing the task, it is important. But at this point in this conversation, none of us are finding a location. What we're doing is discussing how it works and what's required. Yeah, none of us are stuck in a fucking boat in the ocean, mate. Right? So all we know is the sextant requires an elevation angle. That's why it was fucking designed to do. And we're using the horizon to establish horizontal, and we will be using the surface of Earth, preferably the ocean.
So they got them. So they projected the Earth's equator on the celestial equator. Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Well, we're not using any curvature. We're definitely using the horizon to establish horizontal. Yeah. And we will need that horizontal between the GP of the fucking celestial body and the observer. That will be our baseline, and it's probably going to be the sea that we're going to be using. So at that point there, now I can just end this conversation. There's no curvature involved whatsoever. End of story.
Yeah.
And so just the celestial
Let me just say one thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry, let me just reply to that. He's saying he has a different understanding of me on how this works. That's fine. There's an very easy way to sort that out.
No, I'll just stop you. I didn't say I had a different understanding. You said that.
Yes, I'm saying you have a different understanding than I have.
No, I didn't.
I'm a glober.
You're making that.
So you're also a glober?
That's your words.
Are you also a glober?
What do you mean, a glober? We're talking about
Do you believe
navigation.
the Earth is a globe?
We're talking about
Do you believe a
celestial
globe is
navigation.
used in navigation?
Excuse me.
Do you believe
We're
a globe
talking
is
about.
used in navigation?
Excuse me. Let me just get this straight. I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about
You're
celestial
just delaying
navigation.
the conversation forever.
No, celestial navigation we're talking about.
Just taking forever for me to get one point across.
No, I'm not taking forever.
I just said we have a different understanding because I think it uses a globe. You think it doesn't. Obviously, we have different
understanding about this.
Stop cutting me off, dude.
Excuse me. No. There's no one.
No, not excuse me. Let me finish my sentence.
No.
What do you mean? You're interrupting me right now.
This is not an understanding. This is factual information. What's
I don't care.
happening.
You think it's a factual information, buddy.
It's not a
My
misunderstanding.
understanding.
There's only one way this works, and that
I
is
know
the
you think
horizon
that. I know you
is
think that.
used to establish horizontal. You are using the sea level. That's the horizontal baseline of the surface of Earth, which you've confirmed that's what the horizon is. So where's the curvature?
Okay. I know you think I had the wrong understanding of it. And you're saying
No,
there's
you
only
said
one
you-
correct.
I didn't
Stop
say that.
cutting me
Actually,
off, buddy. Just once.
I have to interrupt when you're
But
wrong.
no,
I
no, you
did.
don't have
Excuse me.
You have
Crit,
to
tell him.
wait until you're done.
Crit. I did not
Hold on a
say.
second. Listen, he never said you had a wrong understanding, Bacon.
No,
you
I didn't. You said that to me.
one deck had the wrong understanding or a
You
different
said that, yeah, you
understanding.
said that to me. I did not say that to you. You said that to me.
didn't say he said it.
right. Right. So
Not
you're
saying he
twisting
said it.
things again. You're twisting things again, and you're getting off the subject. The horizon is used to establish horizontal. Yeah. When you're out on the sea on the boat, you're using the sea level as the horizontal baseline. There's no curvature whatsoever involved in any of this process.
Okay. I think otherwise, right? So I don't have the same
Well,
understanding
you
as you.
can think what you want, right?
Oh,
You
let
can
me
think.
finish, buddy.
No,
I'm trying to
no,
get
I
to
have
a
to.
point here.
No, excuse me, Crit. Tell him. I have to.
buddy.
No.
Dude,
You can. You think doesn't mean it's
Stop.
true.
I know you really want to speak, but you
No,
gotta
no.
wait. That's not how conversation works.
I'm giving you facts and information
I
about
said
how
2
the
words
system works.
before.
No, listen. You saying you think. You think. You can think what you might
Okay, I'll
think
just wait.
you live
You
in
should-
Excuse me. Listen. You might think you live in Nana Land. You saying you think doesn't mean anything to me because it's just what you're thinking. I'm giving you evidence and facts and how things work. You're just telling me how you think, how you want to think about this. I'm not bothered about what you think. I'm dealing with factual information, mate. And you're going to deal with that right now.
Yep, and you are absolutely correct. That's how it's used. Now, here's the one damning piece of evidence, or one of them, but with celestial navigation, the fact that the information is printed in those almanacs, that it is that a rhythmic of us of motion up there above us, that those GPs stay constant, that it's printed in books, is the most damning thing to the globe. How does that work on a globe? It could never work that you would have them in the same place.
Yes,
every
Sonny.
single time.
Glad to hear your voice, Sonny. Welcome.
Okay, there's a simple way to sort out. We got this thing right? It's simple. We simply solve for allocation. We get a couple readings that someone took in the ocean, and we try to figure out where they are. You use the way you think is the correct way. I'll use the globe, and then let's see who gets the right answer.
No,
it's
sorry.
as simple as
Sorry,
that.
I'm gonna have to. Sorry, no. I'm gonna have to come in again. You're saying this is the way we think. No, this is how it's actually happening. It's not how we think or imagining it's happening. It's actually happening this way, right? You
Yeah.
keep saying things in the imagination, right? You're talking. You need to be careful with your words, my friend. Right? We are using the horizon to establish horizontal. We are using the sea level for the baseline. Listen to me. Don't fucking cut me off, pal. Right?
Wasn't
You
me.
keep saying think and imagine. Yeah. Listen. Right? This is going to end now. You're going to get destroyed right now. So carry on.
That was me. I interrupted. I
And
apologize.
I will interrupt you. I will interrupt you. If someone wants to mute me or ban me from the channel, they can do. I will interrupt you every time you make a mistake with your vocal cords.
Well, that's why I haven't muted you, because he has said the wrong things. And by the way, I'm holding in my hand, here's the paper. This book is the 2024 Nautical Almanac. It doesn't say anything about a globe in here, guys.
So they need
Well,
it.
that's because we don't live on one. It's not navigated that way. It's not worked that way. It's not observed that way. Yeah, you can keep talking shit as much as you want about horizontal being curved and the sea level not being level and curved, but when we use it in practical applications, this is how we are discovering where we are and navigating and pinpointing our position on the ocean. It's level, it's horizontal, we're using the horizon, we're using the surface of Earth. There's no curvature involved. Now
Bacon, in my book, can you point to which page shows me the globe on it?
Which book you have?
Nautical Almanac 2024.
Yeah, page 287. If you got that from the Nautical Almanac .com, page 287.
No,
you have
I have the book.
Nice drawing of
the
the
paper
Earth
book in my hand. Hear it? Flippy.
Almanacs are not all the same. They change depending on the editor. I can't know
They
what's
change on the
page.
internet, but if you actually have to have this on your boat because you don't have the internet, this is the one you use.
I said it changes based on the editor. There's more than one editor for printed almanacs. You can.
So you found the one that
yours.
says it's a globe, and this is just the one that I bought, the official one.
There's no the official one. Just nautical almanacs. They usually all print from the same source. I'm not even saying Earth is a globe. I don't know why you keep putting me in that position. Trying to figure out whether along the process.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Excuse me.
No,
Do
I
you
won't
think
excuse you. I just barely started speaking.
No.
And you're
gonna listen to. You're gonna listen to me for once, pal.
I won't.
Do you think you live on a globe Earth?
I won't listen to you while interrupting me.
Shut up. Do you think you live on a globe Earth or a flat Earth?
Come on, man. Come on.
Corner.
The Earth is globe
come on, man. Come on. Yeah, come on.
Jump out of that corner, buddy.
What corner?
You'll get beat up next, mate.
He's in a corner. It's just he was about to say something, and then he kind of got.
So listen, Bacon, Sextant Master, who you think you are? Do you think you live on a globe or a flat plane horizontal?
Yeah, my point's simple. You can actually sort out who's really understand what they're talking about and who's bullshitting here. The simple test. You get a couple star angles that were taken from a location where you know where that was.
Right, so you're going to use the horizon.
Who can
so you're going to use the horizon. You're going to use the horizon.
Let's see who gets it first. If it's me or if it's one deck.
Yeah, we're not. What about the fixed? So, what are you using the horizon for? Why are you going to use the horizon? Why are you using the horizon mirror?
The horizon mirror is to side the horizon.
Yeah, it's to establish horizontal with the horizon. What's horizontal?
If you're in a small boat, that's a line of sight to the horizon.
Yeah, it's not fucking curved, is it, pal?
I didn't say it is.
Yeah, well, you don't live on a curved earth, do you, mate? And that's what he pointed out. That's what I'm pointing out to you. You do not live on a curved earth.
Thank you for
because
your
when we, yeah, you do not live on a curved earth because if you did, you wouldn't be able to use a sextant because it requires an elevation angle, which requires the horizon horizontal baseline.
You think that there would not be a horizon on a globe?
So is the horizon curved?
I'm asking you, do you think there would be a horizon on the globe?
We don't live on a globe. We live on a flat earth.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if we would have a horizon on a globe.
No.
What's the horizon?
No?
It would not. I answered your question. It would not. How's that? Now you proved Now you proved to me there would be.
Yay.
Okay, so if you're on a globe and you look down, you see water. If you look up, you see sky. And if you
Bullshit.
look
You
ahead of
haven't
you,
been able to prove you live on a ball yet. See how you lost this whole thing?
I didn't say that.
If you rise high enough on a globe, you won't see a sunset.
Okay.
Depends how high you are.
We're measuring the
Right,
surface
but
of the.
do you understand that?
Bacon.
You're
We're
not gonna
measuring the surface of the ocean horizontally.
Oh my god.
No, you can say my God because you want to run away. I'm on your fucking case, mate. I'm going to be on your case all night, right? You're using the horizon to establish horizontal. Am I correct?
Okay. I need to at least get like 2 sentences out before I get into
No. Yeah. Until you start lying, then I'm going to bite your fucking head off.
That you'd have a horizon. On
when you start lying, I'm going to bite your head off, mate.
You see the water.
Well, you're talking. You mean a rotating globe? Because just a stagnant, non-rotating one, you wouldn't. Well, on a rotating globe, if you rise high enough, you're not going to see a sunset. The sun should just stay right there.
You don't live on a globe.
Okay, so what?
Well, you're saying that when you rise high on a globe, on a spinning globe, this model, are you saying that you're still going to rotate with it, so you'll always see a sunset regardless of the altitude?
He's never going to do that. He never can do that, right? All he can do. I know.
I'm just objecting to the claim that you would not have a horizon.
Listen, I'm with you. Oi.
To me, obviously you would.
Shut up, Bacon. Shut up.
Depends how high you go, though.
Shut up. Right? I'm with you.
We're not a million kilometers away from the surface and we're navigating, right? We're a couple meters.
Right.
Would you then have a horizon?
Okay. How are you utilizing the curve of the Earth when you're pinpointing your location? When you're using the horizon to establish horizontal?
I swear.
Because you haven't got a fucking clue, have you, mate? You've not got a clue what you're talking about.
We're still here.
Yeah, I'm here, mate. And I'm going to be here all night beating you up. I'm going to beat you up all night, mate.
Hey, one deck. Hey, one deck.
Yeah,
so I was going to say, so Bacon, all you have to do is go provide the information that's showing somebody actually doing navigation the way that you're claiming.
That's me.
Show us that it's actually done that way.
Hey, Sonny.
I do it that way.
Hey, Sonny. Kick the distortion pedal off on your microphone so that it's not on.
Oh, sorry, man. I got too close. Sorry. That's probably better, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I do the way I describe it.
Yeah, but you don't do it, mate. Okay? You don't do it. That's your fucking problem. You're not doing nothing. You're just chatting shit in the fucking conversation. And we all know that, right? But
He
what we
used
do
to come
know
in
is,
here.
listen, mate, oi, listen, what we do know is the Horizon is part of the Celestial Navigation Progress, right? And the Horizon is utilized to establish the horizontal, which is needed. Yeah? Because we need that horizontal. Yeah.
Hey, one
Because
deck. I'm gonna politely say you don't know what you're talking about. I've seen his actual action in doing it, so I would just stop while
Sydney,
you're.
Sydney, how do you draw 90 degrees on the surface of a ball with Bacon's diagram?
Yeah, and how's horizontal curved, love?
He got you fooled too, huh, Sydney? Magic trick works.
Well, you step in
Damn.
now, darling. You want to take over,
Oh, wow.
darling. You take me on now.
You guys
Excuse
need
me,
to take
love.
my word on it.
Excuse me, love.
You guys
Stepping
can
in.
test me.
You know,
That's easy.
hey, where's the white knightless? Where's she gone?
You guys can
Oh yeah,
test
she
me on this.
disappeared. Bacon.
Oh, she
I've been
fucking
through this
disappeared
with you.
now.
Bacon, I've been through your diagrams. I made you draw lines, and then you said, "Oh, I have to go back and recalculate. This isn't going to work because you can't draw 90 degrees to the surface of a ball. Even if you hang a line over it and touch the top of the ball, you're not 90 degrees to the surface of a ball."
Bacon, what's the horizon
What's
again?
normal
Tell us
vector
one
then?
more time, mate. What's the horizon? Tell us
What's a
one more
normal
time.
vector then?
So what's the horizon, Bacon?
Oh, I think
I'll
I asked
tell-
the question first.
Yeah, I'll go through it. Yeah, give me 2 seconds because I've got to go. Right. Here's the horizon, right? It's the line. Remember line. At which the Earth's surface, remember surface. And the sky appears.
I can't speak to multiple people at a time. Mainly when they don't allow me to
interrupting.
get to the end of any sentence.
Oi! I'm not finished yet. Horizontal. Yeah? What's horizontal mean?
Curved.
It's parallel.
Can I get an answer to my question?
Excuse me, Bacon.
Well,
shut up.
One deck, you asked him a question. Give him a chance to answer.
Okay.
I was actually
Answer.
talking to the other guy.
Oh.
Then I asked him a question, and then one deck jumped in. So he said I can't have a 90 degree with the surface of a ball, and I replied asking, "What's the normal vector then?" And I would like to know
The
the
normal
answer to that
vector is you don't live on the ball. So prove you do, and then I'll let you have it. I'll let you have this whole room. I'll call Heretic on the phone, and we'll agree to sign it over to you.
Yeah. And if you
I'm
can
not saying
tell
we live on the ball.
you can tell me horizontal is curved, I'll give you £10,000 right now.
I'm not saying we live on the ball.
I didn't say you said that. You're putting words in my mouth yet again. If you can tell me horizontal,
I'm talking to you one deck.
Okay, so listen. What's the horizon used for with the horizon mirror with a sextant?
For the baseline of the angle measurement.
Yeah, so we need a baseline, and is it horizontal or curved?
Line of sight? That's
No,
neither.
that wasn't my question. You jump in the gun and going off. You said line of sight. What's the horizon? Is it straight or curved?
Flat.
Is it curved?
The horizon will be a circle around you.
Is the
It's also horizontal. So
horizontal
I
curved?
don't know which one you would apply there.
What's horizontal? Is it curved?
A circle can be horizontal.
I didn't mention circle. You did. What's horizontal?
Yeah, the horizon forms a circle. That's why I'm struggling to know
So
which
is
one
it
you
horizontal
accept as an answer
curved?
because
No, you're
circles
putting words
curved,
in your own.
but at the
See,
same
this is what
time
I'm
the
angry
horizon
about.
is still horizontal. 'cause it's, horizontal.
Shut up.
Bacon, stick with horizontal, Bacon. Stick with horizontal. You're onto something. Stick to horizontal,
You're
bro.
going to circles. You're going to circles. We didn't mention
Damn.
circles. Yeah. So horizontal. What's horizontal?
It's perpendicular to vertical.
So is it curved?
Oh, horizontal isn't curved.
Right. So we're using the horizon to establish horizontal on the sea level. It's not curved. Therefore, the sea level.
horizon-
Therefore, the sea level is not curved.
Doesn't imply.
Well, you just fucking said it yourself. You just admitted it.
Yeah, dude, you're done. You already said it.
You're fucking
Yeah.
out in this game now.
Doesn't matter. I'm not
Right on
arguing.
track with welcome to flat.
You put
Wel-
yourself on mute and go and have a glass of whiskey.
Yeah,
I think,
because welcome
I
to
think
flat
we
Earth.
recorded you also saying, well, because somebody said it's not a globe, and you said, so what? So you already know it's flat. You're just whatever this game is you're playing. I'm not sure
We're
what it's for.
beating you up, mate. We're beating your brains.
I don't think you know what my argument is because you seem to be arguing to someone that is.
If I don't know your argument, how come you getting all in crazy when I said you can't have 90 degrees to the surface of a ball? Listen, you cannot do that.
getting crazy
You
at all,
can't
because
do
that's
that
what another question is.
anywhere. You cannot do that even in. You can dream it up or try as hard as you can, but you cannot create a 90-degree angle to the surface of a ball from above a ball.
Yeah,
Well,
you
then
can. We
vector,
do it all the
normal
time.
vectors wouldn't exist.
We do it. Yeah, we do
no-
it all the time in computer graphics. That's
No, you
normal
don't. You draw from the
It's not real
center
life.
out.
That's not true.
That's not real
That's
life.
not true. They
you
take
ha-
they take a tangential vector on a point on the
So
ball,
you're
and
just
then they
faking
take
it.
So it
a
only
perpendicular
exists
to it.
in a computer.
You can do this in real life.
Sorry
Go
to
go
interrupt.
go grab a basketball, grab a fucking spaghetti string, and put a
Oh
tangential
my gosh, no,
line.
I
and
can't do this in real life
Not
because
true.
when I
Excuse
go
me,
out and I look across water, what the
We're
fuck?
not doing that. Unfortunately, we're not drawing a tangent here. What we're doing
That's
is
what
we're trying to
Horizon is.
point out that, excuse me, we're not doing that. What we're trying to point out is a 90-degree angle, or an angle, the definition of the intersection of two straight lines. When you put a straight line on a curved line, those two lines, without you drawing an extra one, cannot be measured as a 90-degree angle. That's all we're pointing out. Now, if you want to start drawing tangents to a tangent point known as the physical geometric horizon, then that's fine, but you're still going to be doing a height of eye correction to take you down to the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. And you can put that in quotes because it comes from citation. But we're not drawing tangent lines when we're asking you the simple question, can you make a 90-degree angle if one of those lines is curved? Not by adding any more.
You can. So you can make an
Yeah.
You can make an angle that's effectively 90 degrees, so long as the curvature is large enough. So,
It was right, and I am a captain. I'm a captain, and I know how to use sextant. And, yes,
Dude,
yes. You cannot
talking.
get a.
I'm still fucking talking, dude. Shush. So even if your line is really, really big and it is still curved, it is still not a 90-degree angle or any angle because that line is curved. If you have a curved line that spreads out into infinity, that's still not a 90-degree angle, my friend. You might think it is. You might make your line so big or the Earth so big that you wouldn't even notice a difference. But that line is still curved, and you have to remember between you and the ground position of that star can be up to 4,000 miles away. And that is by definition a horizontal baseline for you to measure your elevation or angle up from.
Stupid. So I have a question then. So if you were to draw two lines yourself, right, and you were to use a, I'm drawing a blank on the actual measurement device to take an angle. But if you were to take an angle between those two lines, given that you've drawn them and therefore neither of these lines can actually be fundamentally straight, is there an angle there?
I'm drawing them with a ruler.
Draw them by hand. Do you think you can take an angle between two lines that are approximately straight?
Approximately. Well, where am I going to... Wait, hold on. If I've got a protractor, you know the little things you find in your geometry scale at school. If I put that protractor on those two not straight lines, it's going to be almost impossible for me to measure an angle. That's why we draw them with rulers. So when you can draw them straight, you can measure that angle with a protractor. You're kind of emphasizing my point, though. If one of those lines is
There's a
curved,
local angle.
I but listen, talking sometime. So,
sorry, Jedi.
if one of your angles
This dickhead here.
My God, one deck.
Sorry, Jedi. I do apologise. I get very, very, very.
Shush, please, buddy.
Sorry,
Thank you.
sorry.
So, you're kind of elucidating my point for me. Yeah, if one of your lines is curved and you put a protractor on it, there's no way that you're going to be measuring an angle. Now, a sextant is a glorified protractor. It is an angle measuring device. It's a very simple point. You only have two lines. You can draw a tangent if you wish, but that would be your dip correctional height of eye. You don't have to do that when mathematically the sextant is on the floor, or, for example, you're using celestial navigation for a periscope in a submarine. Now I can cite that for you as well. No height of eye or dip correction needed there.
One deck, you're hot micing.
Okay,
Sorry.
and I can tell you how it
I'll
is
just
done.
mute.
With this
Sorry.
extent. I can tell you how it is done. And JD, you forget talk about the circular equal altitude around the GP, and that.
Yeah, but Johnny, sorry to interrupt. So I was just going to before you go.
No, I'm not interrupting. I'm teaching. I'm not interrupting. I'm teaching.
No, but Johnny, I was just going to say, Jedi, I was giving a very good point there, which I've been sort of trying to get over to the Globe Muppet believers. But then they start going on about, we're talking about celestial navigation. We're not talking about rulers and a line on a computer screen. We're actually using the physical Earth, and we're using its horizontal fucking baseline of sea level.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. So stop talking about fucking computers and fucking lines and rulers.
I am not talking about computers. I'm talking about sextant.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. No, I'll let you talk.
Why are you interrupting me in my talking then?
Because I had to get a point across. I was sort of on a roll, mate.
Excuse me.
It's very confusing. I was talking about circular equal altitude, and then I be interrupted. I am confused. No, I am telling you the Earth is measured flat and how it is done. I'm trying to teach that out, and I get interrupted and confused.
Bruh.
And I'm telling you how it is done.
Come on, guys. No friendly fire. No friendly fire.
No, I'm sick and tired of this. I'm telling you, if you have a sextant in your hand and you're aiming to the sun, for example, that is a good example, and you get 50 degrees sighting, that is the elevation angle. Then that's the elevation angle of the sun that you have in front of you. But you can never get any angle if you don't have 180 against it. That is that you're standing on. That's the baseline, following the surface.
Facts. Facts.
And that will also give you the 90 degrees to the elevation angle. You can never get 90 degrees to any elevation angle if you don't have a flat Earth or a flat surface. Okay, that is number one. Number two and number three.
Yep.
Yeah, facts.
And I will also tell you, how you can make it in the math. If people is here in the house that's like, how do we mess with it? Yeah, okay. That is done by.
Okay, well.
By that. You have 90 degrees then, and you have 50 degrees. Okay, you take the 50 from the 90, then you get 40. Yes, 50 from 90 is 40.
Yeah, that was what not.
It's angular measurement. Angular measurement with triangles. If you have 40 left, then that's the nautical miles, 60 nautical miles. You need flat Earth to get nautical miles. Also, you think that is for globe measurement? No, it isn't. It's from beginning. I'm teaching you that came from flat Earth measurement. Okay?
What is going on right now? Holy shit!
I'm telling you.
Hey, JB.
Listen.
We got you. We got you, bro. We got you, bro. We got you.
Okay, that was a little disruptive, a little loud.
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Well, yeah, Johnny. His name should be called Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker Red or Johnny Walker Black.
He got the Henny. Oh, Lord.
What kind of name is that? I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Anyway, back
called
on
cruise.
track here. Thank you, Johnny B. Appreciate it, though. You know, we'll come back to you in just a moment. Radwin, Jetty, someone save us, please.
Well, I walked away and he's in here talking.
Wait, is that Johnny B? Johnny B, like John the Baptist? Is that really him? Did he get his head cut off?
Oh boy.
He's off the Johnny W. All right, so just hold on a second. We'll come back to him shortly. Jetty, you got something for us?
Yes, I've got loads of things for you. Probably I should be carrying on this conversation with Bacon.
Yeah, you should.
It's poignant that everybody understands this. Let's say, for example, you measure your angle to Polaris, and that angle is 45 degrees. Question: do you know your location after you've measured that angle of 45 degrees to Polaris?
No, you have a couple of arc minutes of error in a latitude of 45 degrees.
Okay, so can you be, after you've measured 45 degrees with that little bit of error that you just mentioned, can you be anywhere on that circle of 45 degrees around Polaris, that latitude line?
It can't be where it's daylight, because it wouldn't be seen Polaris.
But yeah, that would be stupid. But let's take the day, night, and the sun and the sunlight out of it, being as you're only going to see Polaris at night time anyway. But seriously, after you've measured your angle of 45 degrees, you can still technically be anywhere on that 45th degree of latitude. That's why you need to make other angle measurements and then draw circles of equal altitude around where they are, and where they intersect, there you are. So you've obviously not done this before, mate.
I did. The issue is,
would have answered that question very succinctly if you knew exactly what I was talking about, and you didn't.
What do you mean I didn't?
You didn't. You just said, well, it's daytime, it's nighttime. It's daytime or nighttime, but technically you can be anywhere on the 45th degree of latitude, because all you've got is a 45 degree angle measurement. This is why you need to make other predictions of the other angles of stars that you're going to make. You're going to make 6 predictions. You're going to make those 6 predictions because you might have cloud cover, and ultimately you might just get 3. But 3 will be good enough, but you need more than 1, because if you're going to measure to Polaris, you can be anywhere on the 45th degree line of latitude.
I never said you would do only 1.
No, I did. You were asking about how you solve
you don't do it with only 1. You need at least 2.
No shit, you don't only take 1. That's what I'm pointing out. Now
Why are you
you
telling
asked
me
earlier,
that?
I'm still talking. So you asked earlier in the chat room how you can solve for distance. I've told you this basic trigonometry when, for example, you want to find your distance to a lighthouse. Now you will use a horizontal line, and you will use an angle measuring device to figure out your distance from the lighthouse. The lighthouse is important because we know the height of every single lighthouse above mean sea level. So we can use basic trigonometry to figure out our distance to it. It's quite simple.
I think you did.
Would you like the video?
I think you misread my message. I didn't ask anything about distance. I asked if there's a flat Earth that can solve for the position of the observer using the sextant readings, not just the distance.
100%. I can give that for you. It's within the tutorial from very. Yes, it's in tutorials that you can find on YouTube. You draw out the lines of bearing between you and the object. Doesn't matter if they're a flat earther or a globe earther. The technique that they use is a horizontal plane.
You can say that, but the issue is when you're getting the bearings, you have to calculate them, and the calculation is.
What's a bearing?
Say that again.
What's a bearing?
The horizontal direction.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. You're correct. A bearing, like your azimuth away from north, is a horizontal bearing.
But why the calculations of bearings are not compatible?
Horizontal
with a
bearing.
plane.
So horizontal bearing, and all of the lines that you're going to use on your navigational chart are going to be straight lines that you're going to draw with a ruler. You're then going to get your compass out to draw a circle around the ground position of that star. All horizontal lines. Your bearing, northeast, southwest, your azimuth away from north, is a horizontal bearing.
I said it already. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you needed to say. It's horizontal.
Yeah, but you have to calculate the bearing, right? You have to figure out the bearing of a star. You don't measure it. You have to calculate it. Then you use the side reduction tables, right?
Yes, but what are you doing when you do that?
What if you?
Are you drawing on a chart between you and the ground position of that star, a straight line, and then a circle around that, and where those straight lines and circles intersect? That's your position. After you've got your
Don't draw circles.
horizontal bearing to your star, that could be, let's say,
You don't draw circles. You draw straight lines
circles.
only.
You can draw circles of equal altitude, but you are correct. You draw straight lines between you and the ground position of that star because you've got the bearing of that star. You know your azimuth
Which is
away
something
from
you have
north.
to calculate.
No, you
right?
can measure it.
Well, how do you measure the bearing of a star?
Compass. You know what a bearing is, right? Northeast,
Not what
southwest.
they
You know,
use.
you know what your
It's not what's
azimuth.
used when doing a fix.
What you mumbling on about now?
I said that's
You've
not
already
what's used when you're doing a fix. You don't use
It is.
the magnetic bearing of the star. You use the azimuth.
I'm not talking about the magnetic bearing of the star. I'm talking about the azimuth, which is a horizontal bearing. You're going to draw a straight line between you and the star. You're going to do that
You
3
don't
times.
measure
Where
an azimuth.
you do.
How?
Because you. What do you mean how? Because you could be sailing southwest.
Okay,
What
no.
would-
I mean, like, what tool do I use to measure the azimuth of a star in the middle of the ocean?
Compass.
The compass gets you the magnetic bearing of it. The
Yeah.
magnetic direction. It's not the azimuth.
Yes.
The azimuth
North.
is a reference to
Your
north.
azimuth is your azimuth is your declination away from north. So 180 degrees, 245 degrees, 90 degrees. It's basically a 360-degree circle. Your star
Don't use
could
this
be
compass for
north.
that.
You do when you want to get your azimuth, which is a calculation away from north.
That's not
The
what you do.
bearing,
You
the
don't
three-
use your compass
you
to
want
get the
to
azimuth of a star.
Would you like the video?
Yes,
It sounds like you haven't done this before, my friend.
I
Your
have.
azimuthal bearing is your calculation away from true north or magnetic north, as you say, because you could be sailing southwest and your star could be northeast. Now you're going to want to correct for that. You're going to want to know its bearing away from north. You can clearly sight it, and you're going to draw a straight line between you and it on your chart.
The azimuth of the star is calculated using side reduction tables. They're not used from. They're not coming from a compass.
You're going to need to know your bearing, though, aren't you?
To get your
Of what?
position, you don't need your bearing.
To get your position, yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do, because
you
you want to know the way. Because you want to know the direction that you are sailing.
Yeah, some
That's not for your
compasses.
position. That's
some
after you
compass-
found your position.
Some compasses have holes you can align stars with too, to look through.
Yeah, but when you're doing a celestial navigation fix, you're not using a bearing measurement of stars using a compass. It's not part of the process. You
It is part of the
calculate the azimuth
process.
of the stars
It is part
using
of
the
the
side
process.
reduction table.
It is part of the process, and you're only going to be using the site reduction table when, for example, you know your bearing of direction when sailing. Now, like I said, you could be sailing south, so your azimuthal direction is 180 degrees when you're facing south and sailing that way. Now, you can look up to a star, and that could be what, east of you? You're going to draw a straight line, and yeah, you're going to look at your side reduction tables, but you're going to need your bearing and that angle to use those side reduction tables in the first place. Now,
That's
you've
not
already
true. The
admitted
side
that
reduction tables for the side reduction tables. Hang on. For the side reduction table, you only need 2 inputs, which is the estimated position and the GP of the star. There's no bearing.
estimated
Hang on.
position and GP of the star. That's it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Your estimated
No, you're
position.
talking about measured bearings. That's not part of the what you plug into the tables of the side reduction tables. What you use for the side reduction table is just the coordinates of your estimated position and the GP of the star. There's no bearing there. They give you the bearing. You don't input the bearing. You get them from the side reduction
You
table.
need to know
Get the azimuth.
you need to know which way you're sailing, don't you?
Not for
And
your
according-
position.
You do if you want to figure out which way you're going.
No, only if you want to correct for transit.
You need to know which way you're going, don't you?
Not to get your position.
You don't need to know
It
which
doesn't
way
matter
you're
where you're
going.
going.
interested in your
Not
position and you understand the way that you're going. You've already pointed out that your bearing is a horizontal bearing.
thanks.
No problem. We are
Yeah.
going to be using very simple angle measurements, whether they be elevation or azimuthal angles, horizontal or elevation, but they're all
Azimuthal
angles. Yes, they're all angles. Yes.
Yeah, the azimuthal angles are not measured during the process. They are calculated during the process using your estimated position and the GP of the star. You're
What's an
not
azimuthal
using measured. You're not using
What's
measure.
an
You're not
azimuthal
using
angle?
measuring.
What's an azimuthal angle?
I already told you it's a
What
horizontal
is it?
angle, which is referencing
Yes.
true north.
In reference to what?
True north.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's
no problem.
all I'm pointing out right now. But you can't keep saying flat. That's not related to my point. My point is that you're not
What is?
using measured bearings. That's
You
something
are.
that's not part of the process.
Yes, you are.
Okay, show where.
Okay, no problem. Give me a minute. I'll go and get you the tutorial videos.
Yeah, and get a timestamp when we're actually using the bearing to plot your position. Because you do use the azimuth, but that's not something you measured. You use what you get from the side reduction tables. Or by doing the math on a calculator.
Sorry. So you don't measure your azimuthal angle with a compass?
The stars, no.
No, I'm not talking about
Stars, no.
stars. Not talking about stars. Talking about north, south, east, west, azimuthal angles. Pay attention, dude.
About them.
Excuse me. Sorry, what did you say?
I said, what about them?
Say that again. You're coming through unclear.
Right.
Are you?
Yeah.
Wait, are you? Is your claim you can't? Are you saying your the claim is he can't? You can't find an azimuth angle with a compass?
No, that's not my claim.
Oh, I thought that's what.
I'm saying that's I'm saying that's not used. When you're doing the process of navigation, you do need to know the azimuth of the stars.
azimuthal direction using the North Star, right?
Let me just get this out.
Yeah.
During the process, you need to know the azimuth of the stars you sighted, because as you are aware of it, you don't have a map where the GPs are part of it. So you have to know the directions of the GP. The way you get the directions of the GP is not by measuring the direction of the star, because that relies on the compass being accurate. And even if the compass is accurate, the margin of error of a compass is like of a degree, which for navigation is very significant. So you calculate the azimuth based on your estimated position, which is a better measurement of the azimuth of the star than using a compass. You calculate it. You don't use your compass to get the direction of the star from true north. You calculate it. That's what I'm pointing out. You could try to use your compass for that, but that's not going to be that great. That's why you have side reduction tables, so you don't need to use the compass for that.
Well, of course, because we have to take angles we have to make a declination correct, don't we? Because what our compass could be facing might not be true north, depending on our longitude and latitude position. This is within those tables as well, right? Every year or so, or 10 years, you have to add on a little bit because the magnetic point moves.
That's one of the reasons why you don't use the compass to get the azimuth to the stars. And the other reason is that
I'm talking about your bearing, your direction of travel, whether that's towards north, sailing southwest, and of course the star that you could be measuring up to could be a different bearing depending on the azimuthal calculation. But you're still going to be measuring from a horizontal plane. You're still going to making horizontal bearings because that's what they are and how they are described. All of this process, as I've elucidated to you in the chat room, is on a horizontal plane. Everything that we've spoken about for the last 10 minutes is taking place on a horizontal plane.
Sure, I'm not putting that in contention.
Good. There's no curve here. There's no ball here when we do this. Yeah, it's not a ball.
That's not yet established because there's part of the process that we still need to figure out what they're relying on. And somehow we're not touching them, which is how you calculate the azimuth to the stars and how you compute the expected height from your estimated position. Those two calculations, they're not magic, right? They're doing something.
They're predictions.
Huh?
You're gonna make 6 predictions about the stars that you think are going to be in certain locations when you make your next site. You think that this is where they're going to be. When you measure them, they might not be in that exact location that you thought. But this is why
Because
you
they're
make
not there.
because you're making predictions.
Yes.
But you're making the predictions from your estimated position. So you first calculate what these things should look like from where you think you are. And then you
Mhm.
observe and you get the difference and you correct for it.
Yes.
But you need to start, but you need to make the predictions first, right?
Yes. You
And
make
how
6.
do you do that? What assumption those predictions are making about the shape of the Earth? Because they do
They're
make
not-
assumptions.
They're not making any assumptions. You're just going to predict where your longitude and latitude is going to be at a certain time, where you think that you are, and what you think you will see from this position.
Okay, I'll post. Let me just get the.
It's kind of interesting that it's a fundamental foundation for to find azimuth angles. You have to assume a horizontal plane. You have to. There's no way around it. So the assumption is using a plane, right?
Yeah, part of it.
Well, no,
We're
that's
assuming
the
that
foundation of azimuth angles. You can't. I don't. That's what I don't get. Is it's required for navigation. That's what it's saying.
it's required that those angles are in your horizontal plane. Those are angles towards geographical positions, and those geographical positions are not within that plane. And if you assume that they are, you're gonna get a different azimuthal calculation, and it's gonna throw your position off. That's the
What do you
thing
mean?
that I was telling so far. Like,
What do you mean
you can
in
assume-
your plane? Like that's what I'm trying to figure
Yeah.
out. Who
Your-
like
your
what
eye
plane
level. Your eye
Your-
level,
Okay.
that horizontal plane, that's your azimuthal plane, right? If you look around you horizontally in all directions, that forms a plane. Your azimuths are all along
360 degree circular plane.
Exactly. Yeah, that horizontal plane that you're establishing at your eye level, that's where the azimuthal directions are. The GPs, the geographical positions, are not on that plane. They're on Earth's surfaces below that plane, just like you are. And if you assume that those points are on that plane, you're gonna get the wrong calculation for where the azimuths of the stars are.
That's begging the question. They're not below the surface. They're not below the horizon. You're baking that in.
Yeah.
So you're saying you can't use the surface of Earth bacon.
I didn't say they're below the surface.
Well,
I
you're
said
not
that-
using the surface of Earth bacon.
You did say below the surface. You absolutely did. They're below the surface. They're below you. You said that.
Yeah. You said
No, I
you're a
said
horizontal
below your eye
plane.
level.
And you said they
said
wouldn't
below
be
that
accurate with regards to the actual distance. Well, why not use what's in actuality if you're not?
Because you're saying geographically that plane is lower than your geographical plane, right?
Oh, you have your eye level. That gives you a plane, a horizontal plane at your eye. That's
So you're
your
saying
eye
it's
level.
imaginary.
That's fine. We'll make our eye level at the sea. We'll be in a little a rubber ducky. So
Okay.
our eye level is on the sea.
Okay. If you think
Okay.
that the GPs of the stars are all over that same plane, or even on a plane that is parallel to that one, say the plane of the surface. So if you think the Earth has a flat surface, and the GPs are on that surface that is parallel to your eye level plane, that gives you a different calculation for the azimuths than if those GPs were actually on the curved surface. Though they're different calculations. And guess
Why would they
which
be
one
different
matches up?
azimuths? Why would they be different azimuths?
Because the directions change on a plane compared to a sphere.
Directions.
Yeah.
You telling me
Like if you-
the azimuths are different on a sphere?
Exactly.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question, because I want to make sure I understood that correctly? So when you say that about that error, that if you assume these points are on the same horizontal plane, you will get wrong results. Is that basically what spherical excess is?
That would be the same implication of it. So if you get 3 coordinates and you try to calculate the azimuthal angle between them, on a plane they should add up to 180. On a sphere they should add up to more, depending on the area of that.
Who's playing
spherical
DCS?
triangle.
Not this again.
So yeah, they're not they can't possibly be the same angles, because on a sphere the angles will not add up to 180, and on a plane they.
Oh, you're begging the question again.
So
No, I'm
wait, you
telling you
take
what will happen on
angles
the
by
sphere
curving the lines?
Hit him with a fox too.
No,
Oh,
I'm saying azimuths. If you take azimuths on a plane, all of them should add up to 180 degrees. If you're taking azimuths and you happen to be standing over a spherical surface, and you're taking azimuth between other points on that same spherical surface, they're not going to add up to 180.
No, they will,
the angles
because
are
you
not
have a
same.
line of sight to each.
Then those are not azimuthal angles.
Yeah, they will add up to 180, because you have a line of sight to each.
No, you don't. You have a line of sight.
Yeah,
to the
because
star
you're
that is
above the
them.
surface. You aren't the surface. You're above the surface, and so is the point that you're measuring to. Those are
Yeah, well, when you're
that forms a straight line between the points of interest.
yeah, but the angle between those two straight lines is not the
If
same
the
as the azimuthal angle.
straight lines form 180 degrees between 3 points.
The angle between those straight lines is not the same as the azimuthal angle.
Thought you were using a plane.
Yeah, this is just using the fact that a triangle on a spherical surface doesn't.
Yeah,
have-
we know that. We know about spherical excess on a ball, but you're not doing that. You're taking straight lines of sight to other points of interest.
No, we're actually taking the angles to the stars that are above those points. We're not taking direct line of sight.
Yeah,
to the
yeah, so
stars.
you're not using the surface bacon.
Oh, but the points are directly above
Right.
it.
Well,
So
the points are
azimuth
straight,
of the
not
stars-
curved.
So that's a flat plane
You're wrong.
between you and the GP.
How high something is doesn't affect its azimuth. So it doesn't matter if you're sighting the star, if you're sighting the target itself. If the star is above the
Yeah,
target,
we're not
the
talking
azimuth
about
to the star.
Yeah.
Why are
You're
you
telling
changing
us
the
that
topic?
he always changes the topic. He's telling us that there's a zenith above this position on the star and between you, and that's a flat plane between you and the GP. This is
I
easy.
didn't say that.
I did. I just said that.
Awesome.
I don't.
It's not solving the
You're
issue
not
with
doing
the
a
azimuth.
spherical trade. Using a plane.
So celestial navigation does not use a straight line between you and the GP of the star.
No.
No, it doesn't. So when I post the citation, it says exactly that. Then what?
Yeah. Then what?
And let's see.
Bitch.
I can post citations that clearly depicts Earth.
There we go. Yeah, does it depict this? Does it say the straight line?
Say it again.
Right there. Straight line, horizontal plane between you and the zenith of the star or sun. Doesn't matter. Flat plane.
Yeah, it doesn't.
All the time.
It doesn't say the line that goes from the observer to the GP is straight. It says the horizontal plane of the observer.
The horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. The horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
Exactly. It doesn't talk.
Okay, draw that for me on a globe. Draw that for me on a globe. Draw that for me on a globe.
That's just a tangent.
Don't talk about what it doesn't say. It's showing you that the plane that you're standing on, the zenith of that star is on the same plane, which is the fucking Earth.
It doesn't say that the GP is on the same plane.
Yeah, why don't we argue about what it doesn't say when it says the observer is standing on the same plane as where the zenith of that particular star is on, right?
It doesn't say that.
Imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. There you go.
Yeah, it doesn't say the sun is on the GP of the sun is the horizontal plane. It says it's
So the GPs of the sun or the stars are not on a plane. There's no 90 to those stars. There's no zenith position. Can you have a zenith or a 90 to a star on a ball? Show me.
I'll finish what I was saying because I got cut in the middle of it.
No, you're going to show me a zenith and a 90 degree above a star on a ball. You're going to show me 90 fucking degrees right now.
Not even claiming a ball, buddy.
So then I guess welcome to Flat Earth then. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the 5th time I hear that.
I know you keep reaffirming that we are using a plane and the Earth is the plane. Can you have a zenith 90 degrees on a ball of any star, no matter what?
Wait, this nothing in your post suggests that the Earth itself is that plane.
The horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, that doesn't suggest that?
The extension of the horizontal plane does not have to stay concordant with the Earth.
Oh, so you're going to be standing on a tangent plane?
Yes.
So you're going to be pre-assuming that the Earth is a ball? Can you measure the curvature for me, please?
You're the one that's just discarding it. I'm just saying that your
No, you're saying that there's a tangent, and the tangent would be on a ball, and you're begging the question. Thank you very much for begging the question every time. Are you going to measure the Earth and give me that ball that you're talking about, or not?
I just told you it's an imaginary tangential plane.
Yeah, I know you're begging the question right off the bat. Why are you doing
simply
that?
saying that
You are begging the question that you are going to be on a tangent plane. A tangent plane begs the question that you're on a ball or a circle. You must measure the curvature of that ball or circle first. If you don't do that, I'm not going to let you beg the question. We're not going to go into the hypothetical fallacy here. So,
no way.
Go for it.
do flat planes have tangential planes?
Establish a horizontal plane 3 feet in the air, right? Establish an imaginary
second.
horizontal plane 3 feet in the air, and then stand on it.
How is that an answer to what I just said?
Yeah, you can't, can you? You can't
Tangential
stand on
planes?
imaginary planes. You can stand on real planes. Imaginary ones.
Can I use an imaginary plane for a calculation?
You can't stand on it, though.
If it's concordant with another real surface at the point at which I am, then I can.
Wow.
This would be like saying I can't touch a ball because technically they have infinitesimally small points at all points. Yet I do it all the time.
So you're begging the question that you're standing on a ball again.
I did. Again, I haven't made that point. I'm simply talking about the theoretics. He said that you
We're not
can't
talking about
stand on this
theoretics. We're
plane.
talking about reality. We're not talking about theoretics. We're talking about reality. So what are you standing on right now? Are you standing on a ball or are you standing on a plane? You tell me. And then we'll see if you can measure the curvature of that ball. What are you standing on?
As far as I'm aware, the prior.
You think you're standing on a ball? Measure the curvature for me, please.
Why do you believe that I need to do that now?
Because I'm not going to let you beg the question about the reality we're living in.
I'd like you to measure the curvature and prove that it's zero.
I've checked. There ain't no freaking curvature. That's the point, dumbass.
what am I? What are we in
How have you
third grade?
checked?
Come on, man. Locally, you assume it's a plane like every other navigator, right?
No navigators assume it's the plane. Anyone using modern GPS assumes it's not.
Modern GPS is a Cartesian coordinate system. That's a flat plane.
No, it's not.
Okay. So Cartesian coordinate systems are wrapped around a ball.
You realize that GPS must account for general relativity, which requires...
GPS is accounting for general relativity? Why would it be accounting for something that is conceptual in nature and not in reality?
Because general relativity causes changes in times and locations. And it has
Okay,
to
show
be
me how
accounted
it does
for
that.
in GPS.
Now we have a cause and effect claim. I want you to show me the experiment where apparently general relativity is affecting time. Go ahead.
Is that a serious question?
That's what you claimed. Was it a serious comment, or were you just bullshitting like you've been for the last 5 minutes?
I'll go fuck it.
Is that the one that says gravity bends light? Yep. Or is that special?
Yes. No, that's...
Or is that-
both technically make that claim.
Is that the one where Eddington said he saw a star where it was really behind the sun during a solar eclipse?
That would be general.
That's general. That one's so funny. And I asked someone, I said, could a massive object theoretically bend light all the way around it, and you could see it on the other side of it? And theoretical physicists say yes. An object can be so big it bends light all the way around it, and you can see the other side of it. It's crazy. You can see it on the other side.
I mean, I think it's been observed at this point.
Oh yeah, and the Einstein rings, right? So there's secreted disks, and the
I can't remember the name, but I think they say that it's observed.
So big that
Also
it can
the
bend
orbit of
light.
Mercury.
So big it can bend light, but it can't touch static electricity.
It's not how big it is.
That's what they were telling me. How much mass is involved?
Yeah, but those are two different things.
Dude, don't get him off topic. He's supposed to be showing us this experiment where time was changed by general relativity. We have a cause and effect claim.
It's still on topic, but it's part of it. I was just while he was looking it up.
Yeah.
So the effect is time changing, which would be great. If you could show me time in the first instance, that'd actually be fucking awesome. And then it's going to be changed by apparently some sort of mathematical formula. That should be really fucking awesome.
Is the theory that mass changes time, or is it what?
No, he's saying that general relativity changed time. That was the claim. So an equation is changing time.
Wait, no. General relativity describes how time changes, but
No, you said it caused it.
the cause would be gravity, but general relativity is how we describe gravity.
What's gravity?
What's gravity? It's the force between two massive objects. Actually, technically, in general relativity, it's the curvature of space-time itself.
Yeah, so space-time, two conceptual mediums have no physical effect on reality.
You think space-time's entirely theoretical?
Of course it is. Show me some time.
Yep.
Paint it red and show that motherfucker to me.
Okay, I guess air doesn't exist by this logic.
Whoa, yeah, so air, that's what I'm asking for. Duh. Time and air, totally analogous.
I can hand you a bucket of air.
Criteria is whether or
I
not you
can
can
hand
see it.
somebody a bucket of air, dude.
Well, way to throw your claim out the window.
Not that you can see.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Show me the time. Now we're going to time. Certainly equations are not going to change time. Just show me the time.
What do you mean by equations can't change time?
You said that general relativity changed time. You made an affecting
Okay, if you
cause.
know precise language, it can predict the change in time based on circumstance.
Okay, great. Show me the time. Now let's show me the time.
In what medium? I can give you an atomic clock.
Somebody stop miking really bad.
No, I'm not asking for clocks, dumb fuck. I'm asking for time. Show me time. That nuclear's getting triggered in here. I can hear him.
I'm not getting triggered. Space and time is one thing. I don't know why you guys are separate.
Oh, now they're the same. So it's not a fourth dimension. It's all the same. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, that's why it's called space-time continuum.
Yeah,
That's why
it's two things, jackass.
Just keep him quiet. Don't even have Matt in the conversation. Stay quiet, Matt, or I'm going to keep you quiet.
So, I'm still waiting on that time you're going to show me. I don't want to see clocks. I want to see the fucking time.
I think the question's stupid. It would be like asking.
Well, I think the comment that you said that apparently an equation describes or changes time or predicts something. That sounds stupid to me. Why don't you show me time?
Wait, you think equations can't predict anything?
I didn't say that. Now you're putting words in my mouth. Show me
It was
time.
outlandish that equation could predict something.
Okay. So, do you think it's outlandish that an equation could show me something about time that you haven't shown me yet?
Show you it?
Yeah, show me time. I'm going to
Did you
ask
say-
for this until you go ahead and concede that you can't show me
Can't
time.
show you electrons.
Electrons are time now?
No, I can't show you those either. Do you think that they don't?
So what's time? What is time, and show it to me?
Time is effectively, as used, the description of change. And
So now it's a description? It's not even a thing?
So is space itself. Space is also
Okay, so these are descriptions. So how do descriptions have an effect on anything? How do concepts or conventions have an effect on reality? It sounds pretty fucking retarded.
descriptions describe reality. That's why they're descriptions.
So it's going to describe for me time. Show me time.
It's a stupid question.
Descriptions describe.
Descriptions describe. Describing time. Show me the time that this thing is describing. What is time?
You've asked for a proscription from a description. It's a stupid thing to say.
Show us how we get slower when we go towards a bigger object.
We did the atomic clocks and flew them around the Earth.
Oh, come.
Yeah, clocks changed. Did time change or clocks?
Yeah, the clock
The
is
physical time that the clocks experienced changed.
Physical time, great. That's what we've been asking for. Where's the physical fucking time?
Someone's mic is on. It sounds like it's in their pocket.
Where's the physical time? You just said it. Physical time. Show it to me.
I just explained. The physical time will be the act of measuring things. In the case of atomic clocks, is the time
Now
of
it's an
using
action?
radioactive substances. In a case of light itself, seen as light travels at a consistent speed. unless you want to say that's not true, you can take.
Why would I say that?
Well, you seem to think nothing is true within the scientific realm.
Oh, now I seem to think nothing is true. No, you're just. I'm just saying that time cannot be shown to me because it's a description, like you said. So you're describing. What are you describing? What are you describing?
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you're actually a good faith actor, because I can't show you.
What are you describing? I'm trying to figure out if you're good faith, because so far you said an equation apparently can have an effect on time. I ask for time, you won't show it. Now you're dodging that completely. You're talking about clocks, you're talking about electrons, but you're not showing me time, and it's getting really fucking old.
I already told you what it was.
It's a description. Okay, so it's a description.
Of change.
Thank you.
In the case of things
dude,
like light,
just be
we know
quiet
that
for
it
a
moves
second,
with
all
constant
right?
speed.
Go ahead.
Dude, just be quiet for a second now. So time what we're talking about is a measurement. Yeah.
Correct.
It's something that you measure with a tool. So if you have a meter ruler and you change the size of that tool, are you changing measurements or are you changing the tool that measures something?
What if I was to physically make a ruler bigger?
Don't make it complicated, man. You know exactly what I said.
If you were to change the actual device itself, then you'd just be changing the device. It wouldn't necessarily mean anything's changed.
Okay, so the atomic clock changes. So have you changed time? Shut the fuck up. All right? Have you changed time, or has the measuring tool changed?
Okay. If the measuring tool had changed...
Think about it.
I'm answering. If the measuring tool had changed, then you wouldn't be able to say anything. In the case of special relativity, the measuring tool does not change.
It does
because in its
change,
frame,
because that's how you
nothing's
get
changed.
a fucking reading, you moron.
No.
You're not measuring time. Time is a concept that we've divided into sections. That's it. It's not fucking physical. All right? Time is a concept divided into sections. That is the measurement of time. If you change that measurement or you get a different reading from that machine that you're measuring from, you're not changing fucking time. You're getting a different reading from a machine. All right?
Exactly.
You're not
the standard
changing
hasn't changed.
Exactly.
What's
Cut off a
standard?
ruler. You have a meter ruler. Cut it off at 900 mil. Is that now a meter?
I think you're just working off an old concept of time. You seem to think that there's like a cosmic clock, like an actual arbiter.
What do
There is
you
no
mean,
arbiter.
an
That's
old-
what relativity
there's
is.
no-
We need
about.
more
There's no-
imagination.
I
Yeah,
think you
there's
just need a
no
better
old
concept.
dude. There's no old concept of time.
There
The
is.
sun rose. The sun rose. It came back to the same spot. What they did was they divided them into sections in the sky and worked out how long that took to come back. That is time. All right. Time has no fucking bearing on what you're talking about. It's a conceptual idea that was brought about so that we could section up the day and people could become more efficient with harvesting and shit like that. That's the only reason we have time. It's not a real fucking thing, you moron.
What do you mean by real in this sense, then?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think
Not like
you're
legitimately.
equating it to like a field, like an electromagnetic field or something. It seems like.
Fields are about as real as this, because
But
fields are fundamentally
time's
non-physical too.
time seems more like a concept, not like a physical field.
Fields are not. I don't know how to stress this enough. Fields are non-physical.
Well, okay, but electromagnetic.
He's moving away from the topic. He needs to
If you accept
concede the
fields,
time.
you would have to accept time.
Well, no, I'm not meaning like
No
it's
one's
I'm saying like an electromagnetism has a force, right? There's a force. Do you think time has a force?
No,
Do-
time
do you-
doesn't not have an associated force. It just is the bearer of how those forces interact.
I feel
It's
like
a
it's
measure of how they interact, effectively.
okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get your.
It's a made up concept, dude. You need to. If you don't realize this, you're trying to sound smart, but you're actually dumb as fuck.
So you think
Space
objects?
is also a made-up concept. I don't understand why this is even a surprising thing for you.
So with the clocks, you believe you take
So
them
you
up 10,000. You believe you take them up 10,000 meters and they're off 144 nanoseconds.
All
So you
things
do
that we
admit that-
discuss are concepts in physics. They're descriptions. That's what physics is. I don't know why that's surprising to you.
Okay, so time is not physical. Time is a concept.
It's a description. Sure.
A description of a concept.
So gravity's not bending time.
Gravity alters how anything in a certain frame would perceive time.
But when you say go ahead.
You can't measure that. Where do you measure that?
Well, he said with clocks.
I already
Yeah, I
told
know.
you. In the
That's
atomic
what
clocks,
I'm
because
saying.
light speed does not change. The fact that they get different measurements means that different amounts of time passed for them.
How could there not be
it
any other
doesn't.
variables? You're taking two clocks up 10,000 meters. You don't think any other variables could knock them off 144 nanoseconds? The only explanation is because they're going away from a heavy object.
No, there are other variables. The specific one is the fact that you won't like this, but the fact that if they are actually moving in a circle, that is an acceleration in and of itself, which would add to the effect. But this is calculated for in the experiment.
Calculated?
It's adjusted for.
What's calculated? You don't even know you live on a ball. That you're calculating that you're going around in a circle.
Yes. So
why would you be doing that?
I'm relaying the process of this particular
but you're-
experiment. If
You're
we
adding in a-
didn't, if
you're
we
adding in a-
didn't live on
you're
a
adding,
ball,
You're adding in a calculation that hasn't been proven yet.
okay, fine. They added in a calculation that assumed that they're on a sphere, which decreased the amount by which these clocks were different because they had to account for it, and then they still found a difference.
By how much?
Nanoseconds.
200 nanoseconds or something. It's
That's
small.
fucking ridiculous, man.
Oh, that's it. I'm convinced.
Yeah, fuck, you got me.
And you only need to go 10,000 meters up in the sky to do it, too.
The only thing this confirms is the rate of decay or, diffusion of cesium. That's all it does. That's the naturally observed phenomena. The fucking clock and time and all that stuff is red herring bullshit.
Yeah, it's not time. It's just something changing in the atomic clock.
Yeah, dude.
How is that measured?
So what's funny is that it's an agreed amount of vibration or whatever oscillations that it's for a second, so who knows any kind of vibration or any kind of anything could set it off. So what the heck?
Well, they're flying eastward and westward against different winds, and to narrow it down to only Matt. When you get closer to mass, things slow down.
It's pointed out
You're telling me that
the vibration rate of cesium 323, whatever it is, can be changed with the magnetic field. So you've got problems there already. Lots of things.
So
can
if you
change.
if you fly through somewhere with a higher magnetic field, then that can change it too. Yeah.
Yep.
Excuse me. Did you say a rate, Jedi? A rate?
You understand
time.
The vibrational rate changes.
So there's a standard that's being referenced against for both.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't change, does it?
Based on our current experiments, no, it doesn't.
It's a paradox. It's a fucking fallacy. It's stupid.
If the rate doesn't change and you get different values, how would you account for it?
Rate would have a standard reference which doesn't change.
No, if time itself changed, then the rate in that frame would still be constant.
Time doesn't change.
The measurement
You
would
don't know
change.
if time's changed. You got a measuring thing, something measuring. The thing that's measuring's changed. You've got no idea to confirm that time has changed.
We have no evidence the mechanism can change.
Yes, we do. The mechanisms, the vibrational rate of
measuring-
cesium 323 hold tight, and that can be changed with temperature. That can be changed with vibration, as I pointed out, magnetics.
Yeah.
Liar.
Move me over here.
Which was
Right,
why
sorry,
these
hold
things
on,
were
hold on.
Yo,
measured.
what the
My
fuck?
friends,
I got moved to
seconds.
24/7
3
flat
seconds.
Earth. The fuck?
Seconds.
Shut up,
Did you
cocksucker.
Excuse me.
did you just say nothing changes it? Then I pointed 3 things out, and then you said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
The fuck are you lying for, dude? Nothing changes it. I point 3 things out, and you go, "Oh yeah."
The vibration
Absolutely.
rate of cesium,
course it
sure,
does, yeah.
that can
Sure,
change,
yeah.
and those things were
Oh,
measured.
the tool changes. The readings
said that they
change, yeah.
didn't.
There are.
So they do then? They do change? You said not even a minute
The
ago that they
vibration
don't
rate,
change.
the vibration rate of cesium, sure. The decay rate
Okay.
of most radioactive products, as far as we're aware, no.
This is hilarious, dude. Just don't
I know.
lie anymore.
This decay of cesium is measuring a time difference. It's changing time. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, it is the epitome of confirmation bias.
Yeah, you're comparing 4 clocks in the sky to 4 clocks in DC, right? That's the experiment. In 19
That's one of them. Yeah, sure.
4 clocks.
I think
and they,
it was repeated later on, but I can't remember by whom.
Because someone was. I remember looking at this a long time ago, and they were thinking it was a physical change in the clock, but it was nothing physical. That because slowing the actual clock down. I mean, how would that happen? Or speeding? You're speeding it up, right? It's going faster because you're moving it away from an object. So the clock should be. Because then it's like how. Yeah. Oh my God, my mind's racing. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's 2 ways in which it can happen. Again, if special relativity was correct, then the physical distances themselves would change as well. And the only reason that 2 observers would generally agree is because the physical distances would change in proportion to the change in time, which means that light speed, for example, in every frame is always the same.
Okay, so the farther away you take a clock, that thing's going to be dramatic. So a clock in the ISS, if they were to put a clock in the ISS and they were to synchronize it with another one, how are you synchronizing it? Dude, that's another thing. How do you synchronize it exactly way?
Well, you kind of can't, because the only way you can try and synchronize is by sending a light speed signal, and seeing as that's not instantaneous, you can't actually sync 2 clocks.
You were also wrong when you said about the decay rate of atoms. So just a very quick Google search shows you that pressure, chemical form, and magnetic fields can change the decay rate of atoms. You said no. So you're going to hold back on that. Would you like me to put it in the side chat so I can reference it? It sounds like you've learned something.
I can't believe that.
Something today from us stupid flat earthers, right? You've made 2 claims, and both of them are incorrect. Just a very quick Google search. Just a very quick Google search shows you that. What factors affect radioactive decay? Environmental factors such as pressure, chemical form, and magnetic fields, etc., that can alter the electron density and decay rate of radioactive materials. Quote unquote. You've learned something today from flat earthers who just pressed a fucking Google button. It's 2 things you're incorrect on.
It's surprising that a nanosecond's worth of clocks that are impossibly or challenging to be synchronized is holding relativity together. that people have this in their mind, that this is the one, this is their Cavendish. I mean, that and the Eddington experiment, I think, is the other one, which was done in 1917, which you're not seeing ever again. Every time I'm waiting for an eclipse, I'm waiting for that new Eddington experiment. But I can't believe how little of something that was done in the 1970s, with the airplanes, the clocks, is holding it all together. It's something very tiny. And especially to admit, you can't synchronize clocks like that.
Yes, you'd have to, as I said, send a light speed signal.
Why should we believe anything that you say, being as the last 2 things that you tried to educate us on have been categorically and demonstrated to be wrong? Should we now listen to you a 3rd time? Do you think that would you do that? Would you listen to somebody
who could synchronize clocks without sending a light speed signal?
Light speed signal. Yeah.
What's the
How would
speed
they
of
make a Lorenz contraction machine? I want to see one of those in function.
Just shouldn't listen to him. Comes here to educate us. I got a better chance of educating myself just by fucking googling shit, mate. At the moment,
You don't use any AI searches? Do you use any AI apps? I don't use any search engines anymore.
Oh God.
It's been about a year since I've used Google, probably.
The AIs are all right, but
Oh, love it.
they're pretty good. Some of
It's
them
so
give
direct
you
and
false
so
positives.
yeah. There's some things I do have to double check, but I pay for the subscription, and it's to the point.
Let me mute that guy. Good
And
God.
you can get you can get you know how with like if you search online you get all these distractions and ads and all that. You don't get any of that, obviously. It's almost like you're having a direct conversation with someone, so I can retain information a lot easier.
Yeah. The only thing you have to be a little careful of, that I found at least using them, is to not introduce a positive claim, because they tend to just always assume that it's right. It's
I wonder which one you're using. I use the ChatGPT 4.
ChatGPT is terrible for it sometimes.
Are you using the paid version?
No, to be fair.
Oh, the paid version is significantly better.
Okay.
I know what you mean, though. Yeah.
Yeah. The free version's terrible. You can convince it of anything,
Yeah.
effectively.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. I don't like to use it like that. I like to use it for what it's intended for. But the guy that Sam Altman, I can't remember his name, Sam Altman, who's the head of it, he says that this version sucks compared to what they know is going to happen in the future. He's like, you guys are going to look back at this future and think it's worse than iPod Nano or something. I can't remember the quote. It's like, what are you thinking of? Like, what? I mean, I have a few things I want to take and do with it, but it's this thing's going to change the education system. It's going to change everything. The AI. I don't think people realize what it is yet. It's still a toy. But damn, education-wise, it's helped in quite a few areas.
It's gonna help some people, and it's gonna hinder some people quite significantly. People that just abuse it, it's gonna be terrible for them.
Yeah, depends if you use it or abuse it. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I don't mean to get off tangent again, but yeah, to me, the whole thing of relativity, it's like the Eddington experiment and this, and then you're talking about light being bent by gravity like that. I told that to my girlfriend, and she's just like, how is it so strong and weak at the same time? It's the weakest force, but it's bending freaking light. And it's like, is it like a fluid?
So in general relativity, it's not even really a force. Is the problem?
Well, is it like the masses are in the way, and so they just conform around it, kind of like a rock within the stream of an ocean?
It's just the same as if you imagine that you were walking on a surface and the surface was uneven. There's not necessarily really a force that when the surface goes down makes you go down. It's just that you're walking on a surface that has gone down. So you move with the surface. It's not really a force in general relativity.
Oh, I know that. It's all effect. It's the gravity well stuff.
But once you get to small scales or small fields, then the equations of general relativity just become Newtonian, because the effects are fundamentally the same at that point. At least the values you'll get out will be the same.
So, well, that's what's strange. So it's a different gravity when you're outside of Earth, but then when you go into Earth, it's a completely different gravity.
It's not that the mechanism has changed or anything, or at least this is not what they think. It's just the fact that if you take the theory of general relativity and you take it up to the limit at which gravity is exceedingly weak, this tends towards Newton's equations. So they just become one and the same thing once gravity is very weak.
Yeah, to me sometimes it's almost so weak you might as well just focus on the other forces. Like, what other
The other
forces are out
forces
there?
are far stronger. Sure.
Yeah, so it's like maybe they have a bigger play or bigger role within this universe that they're giving credit for, because it seems like they just push electromagnetism to the side, where it's like no big
Universe.
deal, or whatever. You know what I mean? Not universe, because that's a concept. I get you. Don't worry, I get you.
I don't know. EM. I think EM gets a lot of time.
Not as
Strong's
maybe as of
interesting, but
lately.
Strong's like
As of
Strong's
lately,
interesting, but only at very small distances. So
yeah, it's still we're definitely living in a massive electromagnetic field that I think students should know more of than gravitational fields. You know, because there's a bigger effect. There's a bigger. You can do more experience. Yeah, we don't though. Don't you agree?
I don't think it's stressed enough. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yep.
Maybe
It
not
will
just in like a
lead- it will
theoretical
lead to
space.
groundbreaking technology once they let go of that fucking gravity idea and focus on your electromagnetic stuff. You will find groundbreaking technology developed. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even just that. It's
Get onto it, T-Dub.
Gravity is not exactly.
I'm
that
working on it.
threatening to us. EM is far more threatening to us as we are now. Things like gamma rays and stuff are far more threatening to the human race than
threatening.
Oh, gravity might swallow us one day, like a black hole.
And an asteroid might come and hit us too. Yeah.
Yeah,
What is this?
these are like unlikely, and also even if they happened, probably not devastating. You get a bad wind from
There's
the
no
sun.
asteroids
It's
coming to hit us,
basically
mate.
over.
I was being facetious.
Yeah,
No
I
asteroids
know.
gonna hit us.
Whereas
Well,
whereas the likelihood we get a very bad EM storm from the sun.
Yeah, but what's
way
that
way
gonna
more
do?
likely.
What's that gonna do?
It'll trip your electronics and fry them, or it can.
And what? It's not devastating to the human
Okay, it's
race. Yeah.
well, it depends.
It's devastating to electronics. That's about it.
Yes, that's true. The problem is when many of our like agricultural mechanisms now are completely linked to electronics. Massively linked to electronics. The production of oil and gas requires electronic control systems at the moment.
Awesome. So everyone will go get back out in the field, start farming. Yeah.
But the production would drop so significantly that millions of people would just die from lack of
because
food.
yeah, okay, maybe that, but people would have nothing else to do. So they'll go out and start farming.
It depends what you deem as devastating, I suppose. If you'd prefer to like go back to a world where people are,
but you don't know that billions of people will die, so you don't know that.
It seems likely based on how linked we are to electronics and how
It's because most of you guys are useless and don't know how to survive.
I don't actually think it's.
Yes, it is. Because if you knew how to, it goes hand in hand, doesn't it? Because if you knew how to survive, you would survive. So if you don't survive, then you didn't know how to survive. Will I be correct?
I mean, you could also be in an environment where it's far more difficult, right? Like if you're someone that's living in like
the poor cities,
Abu Dhabi or Saudi Arabia, it's all well and good knowing how to farm, but you can't farm there. So if it all goes tits up and you can't get food in, then it's over. Effectively.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's really why they talk about it being a massive catastrophe. For the West, it would be bad because we'd lose everything that we rely on. For countries like
probably end up
desert
being
countries or whatever, that they'd be absolutely screwed. It'd be just over.
Probably end up being something like Y2K. That's what I reckon.
What about that tribe that no humans can go to, or they don't let anyone visit?
Sentinel Island, isn't it?
Sentinel Island.
They'll be thriving.
They're great.
Still.
They'd love it. There'd be no more bloody helicopters flying over that they've got to, like shoot down or try to.
So that's if you're talking if the sun releases some sort of solar flare EMP. Is that what you're saying? Because they scare us with that every other month.
It does that all the time.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
If there's like a particularly strong wave of charged particles, then the effect would be it would knock out electronics. I mean,
and it would take would it take 8 minutes to get here?
I don't know how far away the sun is off the top of my head. I can't remember.
Because I'm just curious how it works. How like a solar flare, like the flare of the effect, does it? I mean, it's got to travel here, right? So could you see it? And then,
It's
all right,
not.
8
It's
minutes. You
not
got 8 minutes,
necessarily.
guys.
Yeah, I think it doesn't.
reckon it's just
like,
another
it doesn't, like,
made up
run at light
fucking-
speed.
Just another made up shit to keep people in fear. That's all it is.
Well, yeah. There's either
Asteroid-
another asteroid coming our way, another EMP coming this
Oh,
way.
the asteroid stuff's ridiculous.
I can't stand it.
It's the
Oh,
news
it's no more
every
ridiculous
single
than
time.
EMPs.
Yeah.
the
Thank
news every
Jupiter, huh?
single
Thank
time,
Jupiter's
like,
there.
Yeah, our savior.
Jupiter's our Zeus.
the most recent one is that I can't remember how far back it was, but NASA was like, "Oh, we found an asteroid, and it has a like 0.0001% chance of hitting us. But if it did, it would be devastating." And of course, the news were just like, "Asteroid to hit Earth in 10,000 years." I'm like, 1, don't care, I'll be dead. 2, it's very unlikely anyway. What?
They
You
come
left
out with
something out
new
there.
ones every single year. They come out on repeat on cycle,
course they do.
like September or some shit. They
It's
start
because-
issuing new
It's
asteroids
because-
this year.
Yeah. So NASA will
That's just like
say,
AI,
"Here are
right?
the new
So
asteroids we're
therefore NASA is
tracking."
equivalent to the
And
Jehovah's
the
Witnesses?
news,
Like, really?
the news have like vested interest in getting you riled up and getting views, so they play it up, and everyone goes, "Oh my god, asteroids!"
Yeah.
It's just
No,
fucking.
Yeah,
space-
you're leaving out the unit. You're leaving out the unit of measurement. You got remember it's the size of 1,500 Elvis Presleys.
Why would they lie?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why would who lie?
you get space madness. It's all the space fear porn is.
It's not even that the news lie. It's just that they sensationalize so that they can sell shit. That's all.
Are
it
you
is.
saying they don't lie?
No, I'm just saying that they don't need to lie for this. They can just report NASA and just admit the fact that NASA said it's very unlikely to hit. They just admit that part and go, "Jobs are good, and this will sell newspapers." Or more likely, this will get clicks. Right? That's what it's about these days.
Yeah, because most of the time when you read the headline of an article,
Never read
and then you go,
headlines, they're
"Oh, that's
terrible.
interesting," and then you go and read the article, and it's got nothing to
Headlines
do with the
are
headline.
Terrible.
It's always amazing too how that asteroid escaped the velocity of where it came from, and it just so happens to come to our gravity well. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we're
Maybe
supposed to,
Jesus
our
sent
sun's
the asteroid.
our sun's
Huh?
supposed to be the
It's quite easy
smallest.
for new asteroids to be made and come this way, but like,
Easy. How are they made?
well, you can get chunks of if two planets were to collide or two already existing asteroids collided, this would make more.
Where does this happen?
But wouldn't they start orbiting the nearest planet? Are you saying we're the nearest planet?
It depends how quick they were going, because if you're traveling at a significant speed, then you might not be able to be orbitally trapped.
But you said
What's
it's
the
easy though.
Easy as in like.
So
If
listen,
there
the
are
way to
loads of
predict
planets out there and
orbits
loads of asteroids out
is
there,
to
then yeah,
use-
it's like inevitable that these things would happen.
But there
Use
are two
gravitational
planets
equation.
colliding within our solar system. So how is it coming into our solar system and bypassing every other planet?
Because so if we went to another solar system and there was a collision in that solar system,
They got to be rocks because they can't be two gases, right?
yeah, sure. So two
So if
rocky
we could show you
things
evidence of an
collided.
asteroid colliding with a
If the
different
asteroid if the asteroid made there, or let's just
Wait,
say made,
Wait, stop there.
escaped
Stop there.
there.
Wait, stop there. Stop there. Stop
Yeah,
there.
sure.
What did you just say, my guy? Not you, the other guy that just butted in. What did you just say?
Parcel? I'm Parcel. I said if we could show you evidence of an asteroid hitting another planet, would that
Go
would
for
that
it, man.
would that
I
remove
love-
the
We'd-
assumption on your part that Earth is somehow
Go
the
for it.
only
get
planet
one.
that gets hit
You
with
wanna watch?
asteroids?
Yeah, we're trying. Someone
Tony.
showed us one of the moon the other day, and I asked him, "How did you get a combustion and how did you get an illumination of all that?" And he's like, "It was dust." He said the dust.
Show me-
was- yeah.
Show me
So
an
I'm-
asteroid. Show me an asteroid hitting another planet. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Never.
You want to like a photograph of a crater?
On Netflix, bro.
No.
Oh, come
I
on.
want to
Photograph
see.
of a crater is
I want to
not
see an asteroid. You said if we show you an asteroid hitting a planet, will you believe
Well, the
it?
reason I
Yeah,
asked you,
Jamie, pull up YouTube.
We're still going to
the
question.
reason
You
I
still
asked you is
got to
I'm trying to
question it.
understand your
No,
understanding of
you
like
just
asteroids.
said if I show you an asteroid hitting a planet, will you believe it?
But, like,
Go
have you
ahead.
ever tried Googling it, right?
We got to see
Like,
it first.
You
Are you
flat earthers
serious,
come
bro?
with these assumptions, right? That
Yeah,
you
Jamie
Crit
did
the other
it.
day.
Come on, dog.
Crit just assumed that it's impossible to shoot a shell 28,000 kilometers, right? Like he just assumed that. He like never even
Don't
bothered
change
to
the
Google
subject,
it. Right?
man. Don't change the subject. We're all waiting for it.
Yeah,
I'll
did
get
you
back
have one
to
in
you.
mind though? Did you have one in mind? Because it sounds like you got a good one ready for us.
No, I don't. I'm just curious if you guys think that asteroids only hit Earth, right? But that's
So why
No
did
asteroid.
so why did you interrupt the guy who we were talking to say if we show you an asteroid hitting another planet, will you believe it? And then you don't have that, and now you're wanting to talk about
I
something
explained
else.
to you. I was querying you guys so that way you could elaborate more on your worldview.
In the middle of someone talking.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Do you think it's odd there's not more photographs or video of other planets getting hit? Like there should. I
I'm
mean, 60
wondering-
years in space. 60 years in
I'm
space.
wondering how much
How
time
many
have
do you
spent
think?
Googling this?
How many
I
think
know
do you
of two.
exist with
I
60
know of
years in
two.
space?
I know
I
of
don't
two.
find it that
It's just like yesterday when you guys literally never Googled the range of artillery shells before.
Yeah, no one's ever
And you were like
Googled anything,
surprised.
bro. Yeah, facts. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Just if you find one though, please show us because out of 60 years in space, I don't think there's any of footage. Two in 60 years. That's a very low number.
Yeah, one is a moon impact caught from the surface of the Earth. Something hit the moon.
Well, that's
and the other
why I
one
asked.
goes-
So
yeah, and the
are you
other
saying that
one.
there's
Sorry, I
been
haven't
two
finished.
already?
You can
Like-
clearly see that I haven't finished because I said there is two and I've only mentioned one. So maybe I should finish by saying the second one, and then you can waffle on all you want, but don't fucking interrupt me again, dude. Seriously,
I think
it's
you guys
become
are
frustrating.
waffling.
I'm trying to give you the two impacts. I'm literally a flat earther telling you that there have been two impacts, and I'm addressing the flat earthers. Interesting, right? Maybe you should shut up and let me help you. So the other impact was the impact of Jupiter by the Hale-Bopp comet. I don't know if that might have been about 10 years ago, but apparently that was videoed by NASA and the scars of Jupiter with all of that stuff on it. So
I do
there's
remember that.
two, yeah. So there's two impacts that I'm aware of. One's the moon and one's Jupiter.
And the one they showed us yesterday, but man, you got to watch this. I hope some questions arise when you watch the one hit the moon. So if you know, for us, we get questions that come up that say, okay, what about this? What about this? And you kind of apply what you've learned from the models to then say, okay, could this actually be an authentic video based off what we're seeing? But it feels like you are just in the acceptance mode where you don't go further. You don't take the next layer of questioning the authenticity of the video. Is that true, or are you actually questioning the videos you see?
What video are we talking about? Why?
Well,
would
I'm
I
just saying,
not
if you see a video
check
from
its
space,
authenticity?
if you see a video from space, do you automatically go to this is an accurate representation of reality, or is there any part of you that goes, man, how did they get this footage? Who's filming it? You know, where's the camera? What type of medium are they in? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you guys get confused when you see a picture of Buzz Aldrin walking down the ladder. Right?
No, it's not a
Like,
confusion. It has nothing to do with just because you
No?
question doesn't mean it's not like, oh, I'm maybe it's a confusion in a way. Yes, if you question, you're just kind of trying to understand. But don't confuse confusion with a lack of intellect.
I didn't say anything about a lack of intellect.
All right, I'm just putting words in your mouth. Sorry.
Questioning is not confusion. There's two different things.
Yeah.
I think questioning is how you resolve confusion. I think.
Sure. So when you see
it can be, or it can just be right. So for example, if someone's just being skeptic on a topic, they're going to ask a bunch of questions. It doesn't mean they're necessarily confused about the topic.
Yeah.
They just affected like you could have a view on something yet still keep asking questions because you want to understand someone else's view. For example, you don't have to be confused or even.
Yeah, when you see Buzz Aldrin walking down the ladder, does any questions come to your mind of who's filming him or how they filmed him or how they got the camera out there?
I think Neil Armstrong is the one holding the camera is a perfectly plausible explanation.
So he was the first person on the moon then?
Yeah.
Yes, Neil Armstrong was the first person.
Recording himself walking down the steps.
Yeah. So
no,
put yourself.
Neil Armstrong is recording Buzz Aldrin walking down the ladder.
No, we got footage of Neil going down the ladder. He's the first one. So someone had to put a camera out there. How do you think they did that?
Okay, so that's not Neil Armstrong. That's Buzz Aldrin.
How did Buzz get out first if Neil was the first one on the moon? So how did he get the camera out there?
He literally says the quote, "This is one giant leap for a man, but one." That as he's walking down the ladder. He's being.
Yeah.
Was that not Neil Armstrong? Was that Buzz Aldrin now? Liars, dude.
You see, if Buzz is filming, then he'd be the
Y'all
first
will
one. on
just
the moon.
say literally anything.
You
I
get
got
what you're
one
saying?
photograph of a man walking down a ladder. And
Okay,
you say,
who did
how is that possible? As if it was a photo of 3 people walking down the ladder when they told you it was only one person that went on the mission, right? What is the contradiction?
I well, I need to take a breath.
Wow.
So if you're the first person to do something, if you're coming out of a capsule, right, and no one else is outside of your capsule, how are they going to take a picture of you?
Right, that would be impossible, right?
So how'd they get the picture?
So maybe the picture that you see is actually a picture taken by the
No,
first
maybe.
person of the second person.
Oh, you're saying the person coming down the ladder isn't actually Neil.
Yes.
Wow.
So they lied about who got on the moon.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
He's
Why would they
walking
lie?
down-
Maybe there's no
That's
lie.
like-
Maybe you're just confused. Maybe
They
you're
have
just
no reason to lie about
out
that.
and saying that, oh,
I dig
like,
it.
where is the source that says that this person is that the person in this photograph is specifically this person? Right?
I dig
Neil
it.
Armstrong walking down the ladder, and just as he's about to jump off the ladder, he says the famous quote, "Whilst he's being videoed." Now, is this not Neil Armstrong who said the famous quote, "The first man to touch foot on the moon"? Was this what's going on with you? Are you just fucking lying or pulling shit out your ass, Sunshine?
By the way, NASA's
Are you guys pulling
NASA's
shit out of your ass?
explanation
Like,
is
what-
that they
what's
just
this
mounted a
video?
camera.
What's this
By the
photograph
way,
are we
just
talking?
fucking address something, you slimy little shit.
Yeah. You
You're
know they
just
played.
lying.
Yeah. You know they played golf on the moon too, right? You've
No,
seen that.
What
that didn't happen either.
Lying.
what part of the video do you feel is impossible? You know, besides all of it, right?
I mean, getting there.
So this is the simple question. Why is there already a camera placed on the moon to watch Neil Armstrong jump off the ladder and say the famous quote? How did that happen?
Yeah, put it through your mind.
That's not what happened. You guys are just
So
schizoing
there
out.
wasn't a camera observing Neil Armstrong as he said the famous quote just as he got off the last run of the ladder and put his foot on the moon. That wasn't something that we all saw.
Actually, you know what? I want to take it
Fucking
back.
liar. Yeah, you better.
Because I'm getting this from like a video from Simon Dan, right?
You're
So-
a fucking idiot, mate.
So I have a question for you.
I thought they just claimed that they had like an external camera on the lander itself.
He knows it.
Parsifal, is this your
Yeah, why
first?
can't you just do that?
The camera on the side must have flown off before the landing, got there and got itself all set up and ready for
Can
him
you
to come down
drive-
the ladder.
You
Awesome.
drive somewhere and then like stick out a camera on a stick and then like film yourself.
You're fucking
with a selfie
retarded.
stick.
Stop making up
Good,
shit.
right?
Stop making up
Yeah.
shit.
But this is the type of mentality it takes to believe in this model. Is what you're doing.
Parsifal.
You're kind of doing what.
No, you guys are imagining these impossible scenarios without giving me any evidence that this is exactly what's happening, right? Like
Parsifal, do you not realize that gentlemen giving you the ability to critically think? They're helping you through this, man. You've just blindly accepted what you've been told.
you want me to blindly accept what you guys are telling me now.
No, we're deliberating with you.
Yeah, we're just asking you to asking you to ask about it.
I know
Like,
it's
go
scary, but you like focus and actually ask the question. Try to verify what you've been
I'm
told.
following your guys' logic.
There's
Like,
no
you're
dose of
making a claim. Sorry, it's like you're making a claim about something that you've never actually seen. We're talking
No,
about Neil Armstrong.
there is a
Yes.
photograph
We're talking about
specifically.
Neil Armstrong. Shut up. We're talking about Neil Armstrong putting his foot on the moon, making the famous quote about one giant leap for a man and one giant leap for mankind and all of that jazz, whilst he's being recorded. Are you making a claim about something that you've never even actually seen, or do
So
you
are
want
you
me to
making the claim that
I
that is
fucking
going on
think I'm
simultaneously?
fine.
Because my
gonna
question
try
for
and-
you is, at
I've
what point
seen
in
it.
the video do you see his lips moving?
Oh, okay. So this is dubbed now.
We're with you too. It seems like a production. It seems like they're overdubbing and all that, especially when they're bouncing and all their voices are perfectly matched, like they're sitting still. We get it. I mean, I think you're with us on that. It looks like, how do you really know? Their mouths aren't moving. I mean, we don't even know if that's Neil. It could be a completely stuntman in that suit. So you're on the right track.
Or he records his speech first, and then he goes and does it.
Oh, maybe that's what they did. They record it in a booth and then goes and do it, and then they just
No, he does it on the comms. Like he lands and you're like, okay, we did it, right? Like, oh
But
shit.
do you see
and
the?
he makes a speech.
Do you
and
see
then
how
just goes
that's
outside and comes down.
disingenuous?
Or maybe not, because like he has a mic in his suit too, right?
I think that would be disingenuous and misleading and deceptive.
Why would
I think you guys are making the assumption of a specific chronology of events that
Okay. Well, then I
that
would
is
say that
convenient for you.
I would
to
say that
say
you are
this
assuming.
doesn't add up.
I would say that you're assuming that we are assuming. So let's verify.
I think you should watch the.
Even now, I can't nail you down on a specific claim.
Watch it. I've already posted
Of what
the video.
what exactly is the contradiction? right?
Yeah,
You guys said that
they didn't go
that
to
there
the
was
moon.
like a probe that landed before, or
No, we're asking
Kinda-
you. We were just asking you what you think the story and the timeline is of how the moon landing went when they got off. Who took the camera? Like, we're just trying to get you to picture it and put yourself in that situation. That's all.
I did. I suggested to you the selfie stick when you get out of your car. It would.
But
not
you're
be the
suggesting things that aren't that these are sophistry type of things. Like, it's not real.
So-
all of us are picking up on it. Like, it's
These
nothing.
aren't even what like NASA claims.
Yeah, like this is low tier kind of stuff. If you're
Like,
trying
so-
to be contrarian or
clip-
something.
The
Let me
clip
offer.
that I assume is in contention is the first like black and white image where he comes down the steps and says the quote, right?
At the moment, yeah, we're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I don't know why I don't know why Parsifal's talking about maybe they went out first. If you're gonna go with what you think like the official story is, NASA claim that on the external of the lander itself there was a camera. That's what they claim, and then they say this one is taken from that camera, which is why it's black and white, and then the colored pictures are taken by like I think handheld actual cameras.
You
That's
get it.
what
Don't believe anything.
Okay,
You
so
get it.
let's point something out.
It was funny, but come on, we get it.
There's no camera in the external of the lander.
Parcel. Do you see where
Yeah,
you
that's
are
what they claim.
reaching for your own beliefs to protect your belief? You're making shit up in order to protect this paradigm that you have, without even running a process of verification.
And what you're making up,
You guys are
NASA has
telling me
already.
that something is impossible.
Yeah,
I am
NASA
speculating on.
NASA's
on ways
NASA's already
that would
made up
not be
funnier
wrong.
stuff than him.
Do you find value in fact checking NASA at all?
Yeah, you'd laugh just as much as you're laughing at yourself.
If you have a contradiction, tell me what it is. What fact check are you talking about? That you
All right, well, first is the claim that they're in the environment that is claimed to exist up there.
The contradiction's easy. It's
We-
like
we just pointed one out too.
George
fake,
Carlin.
therefore the moon
George
landing
Carlin
is fake,
nailed it.
Therefore the photographs are fake. Well,
Look,
no, I'm sorry, guys. I don't
George
find that
Carlin called it
compelling.
ironic. The moon mission was the most ironic moment of all of human history.
God, I love George Carlin. It's fantastic.
I think that this would be a great moment to point out to Parsival that no man builds a house before he counts the cost first. So what I would do if I were you, I would consider what it would mean if this belief of yours that we went to the moon is fake, what that could mean for you, the implications of that being so, and then account for that, and then verify the claim. Seems right now you don't really care to verify what you've been told.
The weird thing is, I don't
Yeah,
even
so-
think it's a costly view to
I
give
feel
up,
that-
right? Like
that-
it,
that's
it,
contradicted
in and of
itself, though.
itself, like wouldn't even be so surprising. If you like you knew NASA had faked it, it wouldn't even be very surprising because the US was in a space war. They wanted to effectively win favor on the world stage, right? So this being something that's faked would not be. shattering for anyone, or at least it shouldn't be.
Well,
You don't think so? Have you seen NASA fans lately?
Well, no, I said shouldn't be.
Okay, yeah. So, what do you think
Even
about
if
NASA
you think the rest of what they do is legit?
Well, but here's the
during the Obama years, when they were developing what has become Artemis, they were saying that we have to figure out the challenges of the Van Allen radiation belts before we can leave low Earth orbit and pass humans safely into the further reaches of space. They said this during the Obama administration without really recalling what happened with Apollo. What do you think of that? That's a huge contradiction.
What is the contradiction?
NASA said they have to figure out the challenge of how to put a human safely through the radiation belts around Earth before they can get to the moon. That was during the Obama administration.
What mission was this for? Could you get like
This
the
is
quote?
for what
maybe?
became the Artemis mission planning. And so at the time, I think they had something called the Orion capsule that they were playing around with. And they thought, well, maybe we need either to shield it with water, because water provides really good EM shielding. And they thought, nah, that's going to be too heavy. So they're coming up with all these different shielding options to make sure that the astronauts would be safe from all that radiation that would surely kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what protected the Apollo moon astronauts? Nothing.
Well, you know what they claim?
Fucking
Luck.
zippers on their crotches.
Yeah,
What
luck
they claim-
protected them. It was just luck. Everybody got lucky on that
Fucking
job.
damn luck. You know, all 7 times or whatever, they went to the moon.
Everybody got lucky. I mean, the seamstresses got lucky. The people who put the zippers in, the people who put the valves in, everybody got lucky.
Orbital
Not to mention
transfer
the-
maneuvers.
The technology was destroyed, and we can never recreate it again. We don't
Yeah,
have.
that's
They
the
don't
best
have the
part.
fun.
That's a fucking icing on the cake right there, is they lose all the data that would verify they actually went. And everybody's fine with that. And people believe them and then accuse us of being conspiracy theorists for pointing it out.
And that's how we
Judy.
verify claims the data.
And I can't stand the budget issues. It's like, well, quit going to other planets, quit going to Mars, and just focus on the moon. Just allocate your money better. Well, if it's
Yeah,
financial,
one thing at a time.
yeah, exactly. Just do the moon.
I want to
The moon's not that interesting, dude.
Well, then why are they
That's the
doing
only-
9 Artemis missions?
Not
what?
interesting.
The plan is to get water from the moon
Jordan!
to
But we don't have enough
fuel
water
rockets
here.
to Mars.
I want to readdress what that guy said about like how it wouldn't really matter if NASA faked the moon mission, there isn't any real implications. I think that's ignorant. I think that's ignoring there actually is implications. We now have to verify everything that's been told by them
Yeah.
because they are proven to be deceitful and they have lied. That's the data.
It would be the collapse of the government itself, U.S. government. And it would take down the credibility of
not that
anybody else who was in on it with the
That's
U.S.
curious. Like,
Come on, guys.
So,
we
like,
all know
so-
the collapse of the
Canadians-
United States government
so
is gonna happen
so
because
I
of
agree.
trans
I agree, right?
ideology.
That I agree that this would like hit their credibility. However, what I mean is, if someone believed literally everything NASA said, and then you showed them like definitively the moon landing was fake. Of all the things to be fake, the thing that would hit their credibility the least, in my view, is the moon landing, because you can point to very obvious political pressures to actually fake this.
Yeah,
The
so they
very
faked
obvious political pressures being
Yeah, you
arms
can.
races with Russia, being a
Exactly.
massive
Straight up
space
on the
race with
American
Russia,
public in the
being
world?
huge political pressure from the West for the US to get this over the line before the
Okay,
East does.
With that
This is like
same,
Exactly.
really
And that's a very
easy
good
to
excuse.
just
Bro.
rationalize.
with that same train of thought,
Okay, argument from incredulity. Cool.
It's
Well, I
not
mean,
an
that
argument
would
for
be-
incredulity. I'm just saying this is one
It's
of the
not.
least. It would be one of the least devastating things to be shown to be false from NASA
Okay, but
for
you sound
anyone
like
that's a fan of
Connor.
NASA because
Yeah.
of the political impetus behind it.
Yeah, I'm sure the whole
Exactly.
world
There
would
would
just
still
be
be
like,
some
yeah, America, you're
implications.
forgiven for that. You lied about the space program. It's all cool.
I didn't
Yeah,
say
Space
there'd be no
program,
impact.
man.
I just said it would be the
You really
least
think-
impactful.
Touch the moon.
You really
Oh,
think
man.
desert-dwelling Muslims are gonna give a shit that the moon landing was fake?
I don't think most
Like they
people.
hate us
Someone
'cause
said
we're
the
infidels,
government's
right?
gonna
Like,
shut down. Like, bro, people do not care that much. Trust me.
Well, if the moon landings were fake, all the pictures were faked. So they
No,
fake
how does that
everything
work?
because they didn't
No,
need.
why? That's consumption.
Big Blue Marble is fake.
People to ever actually see the Earth as
Yeah,
a
the big
ball
marble would
went
be.
to the fucking moon. And if they didn't
Yeah.
go to the fucking moon, you don't actually have a picture of the Earth as a ball. You only
Yeah.
have 3% of the surface in a fucking camera. That's what you
Yeah.
have.
That means
You
they
don't have
fabricated the Big Blue Marble. Which what else are they fabricating then?
Your whole
the
understanding of reality fabricated, spoon-fed to you. You have no idea
Yeah.
what reality consists of.
And wait till you
do.
find out that they fabricated NASA and shit to test out nuclear weapons.
Space-time fabricated. You know, space-time fabrication. They do it to everything.
Do you guys even believe nuclear weapons exist, or
The footage. Some of that footage is pretty suspicious. You gotta
a
admit.
lot of the footage and the
Oh,
claims
God.
might be
Wait,
fake, but
come
maybe the
on.
technology is real. I don't
And
know.
this is
It could
another thing
be
they
real.
do. They don't believe nukes exist. Come on,
No,
guys.
I think the technology could be real. I told you right here and now.
Yeah.
You
Do you
literally
think,
just
like,
Okay, but
did
why does it hurt
this
you? Why does something like a nuclear weapon hurt your claims? Why do you have to deny it?
Okay,
Go stand
let's
underneath
not
a really
get
big
off
rock.
that.
Tell me how
Hey,
that
look,
goes.
some of us think they exist, okay?
They
Right.
use it for power. They do it all the time. They threaten us with nukes all the time. Every country. Oh, they're going to nuke you. Be careful. We have nukes. Oh, we need to put more money into the dome. They got nukes. We got to make our own dome. Everything's about power. and control.
ICBMs are fake.
Let's not forget.
That's the
You
Space
point.
come,
bases
That's
are
the
real.
point.
That's
That's the
what the
point
flat
of
Earth is
peaceful
fake.
deterrence.
let's
That's
not
literally
forget.
what
You
peaceful
come
deterrence
from
is.
primordial soup, and the meaning of your life is fucking meaningless, and it's just a big fucking happenstance that you exist, and you come from fucking monkey.
Why do you think North Korea threatens us with nuclear weapons?
Because it's a threat. It's all a bluff. They're not going to shoot anything
Yeah, but
off.
why do you think
That's
they
not
do
a
it?
reason. That's not a reason.
It's just a deterrence, though. It's just a deterrence. It's just don't fuck with us. It's just
Hey,
keep
listen,
my
don't
state
be
without
the
being
flat
invaded.
earther that thinks they launch nukes at the firmament and then deny nukes exist.
Launch nukes at the firmament. This is another thing with you guys, though. You know how
Please
like
don't be
you
that
talk
flat
about
earther, because I'm a
Operation.
flat earther too, and I don't want to be with a guy like that.
Yeah. So you know how you talk about Operation Fishbowl. You believe that there's a container keeping us all here. So why would they launch nukes at the container and basically kill everybody?
That's not what happened.
You see how your point literally makes no
I
sense.
don't think it's the nukes like
You just
you're
made
referring
that
to,
up. What are you
Hiroshima
talking
nukes.
about?
That's what you
Kill
think
everyone.
Operation, right?
No, I don't think a lot of people
What do
believe
you
that.
fucking sound stupid? No one
Isn't that
cares.
what
That's not
Operation
their
Fishbowl
goal.
is about?
The goal wasn't trying to kill everyone. What are you talking
All right,
about?
what was
You
it
just
then?
made
Well,
that
that's
up.
basically what it is. If you
No,
break a
it's not.
container that's keeping
Dude,
everyone breathing,
this man speaks like he knows.
You
do
sound
you not
stupid
believe that
right
the Earth is contained anymore?
No, but what you said is extra and not what anyone did.
No, but it follows though. There's a container
No,
apparently
it
in
doesn't.
your world. If they're
You're like,
launching nukes
well,
and
their
they
goal was
break
to
the
kill
barrier,
everyone.
we all
No,
die.
listen, it sounds stupid.
It's not necessarily.
Your world
It's not
view is stupid,
necessarily
that's why it's
contained from a vacuum.
Well, it might
It's just
explain why
contained.
countries haven't nuked each other as much as you might
Well,
expect.
they wouldn't know
right?
that, right? Because they didn't escape the little container, so they wouldn't know what's
No,
out
no,
there.
they
So
do
it'd
know
be
that,
dumb to
right? Because
fucking
all
try to
the
nuke it and
governments in the
break the
world are
barrier.
in on the
That's what you said
conspiracy
specifically.
of hiding the
Goals
flat
are
Earth.
Okay, what's going on right now is just it's speculation
Literally makes
what the firmament is, and
This
this
guy's
plane of
crazy.
existence is that we live on. We're not claiming that we know what we live on. It's flat, and that's what we can observe.
Yeah. Guys, also it has to be contained.
Speaking
in
of
your
flat,
worldview,
like, what do
right?
you guys mean by that? Because I got into it
You
with
mean
Heretic, and I said
horizontally?
to him
They
that
just mean it's
They
horizontal.
mean it's a
so-
perfect two-inch plane.
You don't
There's
need
no.
You don't even know.
parallel to the surface.
Yeah.
No, hang on. Perpendicular to the surface of the Earth is in the same direction for everybody, right?
No.
Yeah, mean sea level doesn't curve.
Can I get a yes or no to my question, please?
I just said yes.
Yeah, but no is the actual answer.
Okay.
Wait, who said that? Why are we listening to these randos chime in?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Well,
Who is that?
perhaps we had pity and wanted to give them the
randos?
ability to critically think
Who the
about what
fuck is
they've
that
been
guy?
spoon-fed.
Who are you?
Well,
I don't know
let
you.
them have their
I'm
rant
not.
because
What are you
obviously
talking
they have
about?
no counter argument against one
Congratulations.
being a stationary topographical
Hey,
plane.
people know who I am. So who are you? The fuck?
People
Hey,
in
so,
your
hey,
community that you've been in for
hey,
years
hey.
know who you are. Congratulations, sir.
Yeah,
Hey,
so some rando speaking for our community. We don't need to listen to you.
It's well, I'm in the VC. I don't have to be in the community. Be in the
Hey,
VC.
man,
Okay,
Nuclear,
well
do you
then
have
don't
any
speak for
proof?
us, dummy.
Hey, man,
I'm
Nuclear,
not
do you have
speaking for
any
you. I'm
proof?
speaking for myself.
No,
So
you're
why, I'm not even talking to you.
please
Whoever
on
chimed
us,
in
dude.
said yes.
Dude,
Yeah, I'm able to
hold
chime
on.
in.
This guy, Matt.
No, you're not.
Jack
Well, I
just
hope you've learned
released-
from this to not associate flat earthers with, oh, they don't believe nukes. They believe Operation
Right.
Fishbowl is a giant firmament
Which is exactly
exploding
what's happening.
experiment.
This
Which
is
is what you
literally
do.
what you guys all say, though.
No, it's
No, we
it's,
don't. We're
it's a
not
hasty
even all doing that right
generalization.
now, dummy.
That's a
I have
frivolous
heard you guys
understanding.
talk about the firmament before, guys. Come on.
Yeah, that's the
Stop
implication.
bullshitting.
You guys always
Right,
talk
but-
about the
Nah,
firmament.
That's
But
your
it's a weak
implication.
association.
You're adding on to us. Relax.
Yeah, use
Okay,
intellect.
what am I
That's
adding on that's false? Go ahead.
I mean,
What
look,
you
it could
just
be
said,
galactic.
because
It
it's
could
not
be
implied.
galactic pizza. It doesn't have to be the firmament.
Hey,
Go
can
ahead
the
and tell me what
Globers
I'm saying
bring
that is
forth
false.
some evidence that the Earth is not what it represents itself to be, instead of using all this nonsense that we don't need to talk about? Yeah, that's what I
The United
thought.
States
Why-
and the Soviet Union colluded to hide the truth from everybody. That's what they did. That's logical. As enemies,
It's not even hidden. How? It's not even hidden.
Yeah.
Yo,
And the
Seal, do you
production-
see any curvature, by the way, in your little video
course
game that you're playing on the live?
Of course not.
See any curvature?
Wait, I am curious though. Like, why do you think that the Soviet Union would collude
Okay.
to hide that the moon landing was fake?
Okay.
Because you have geopolitics all not figured out. You think America and Russia were enemies during the Cold War? That's funny.
Why wouldn't they
That's
go
right.
along with it?
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, so they were
They
best
were
friends.
allies during the Cold War.
Yeah, they were allies.
They did all manage to sign the Antarctic Treaty. America, Russia, and a few other nations. They've kept this pact up until today. Why do you
Yeah,
think
but why
anything?
wouldn't they sign the Antarctic Treaty? What's so special about it?
Why are they so chill for Antarctica but nothing else? What is Antarctica
Well, the
holding
Cuban
everybody
Missile
in?
Crisis.
Ideological
What about the Cuban
difference
Missile
in
Crisis?
opinion on
Best friends are trying to
communism?
kill each other.
Antarctica's a great
Think of
question.
Yeah. Antarctica is the only thing that's holding peace together for every country. That should be a big question for you.
I mean, it's not that important to fight over.
If it's not that,
Dude,
what do you mean it's not that important?
that's-
Then why do all these countries sign it? Why is there even a treaty?
Dude, that's been his answer for every.
It's for the
question.
penguins,
It doesn't
bro.
matter.
You gotta save the environment, bro.
If they save the environment, then
bro.
why did they shoot up all those nuclear tests if they care about the environment?
Well, we gotta expand humanity.
Where do they do the nuclear tests, dude?
For science.
Near Hawaii, but still, if they care about the environment, doesn't that affect? I thought one thing
Sir,
affects
you're
all.
thinking
of
too
it.
deep. You sound like a
don't
flat earther. You're
necessarily-
thinking too conspiratorial.
They don't necessarily have to care about the environment in every single place.
Well, the penguins on one instance
Just
are very
Antarctica.
important.
Just
Just Antarctica is very important.
That's
When
the
it
most
comes
important
to
thing.
shooting-
Antarctica to study the
when
penguins.
it comes to
or-
shooting rockets at the sky, that's fine.
So
Fine.
so the reason that the Antarctica would require an international treaty is because it's not technically actually
The
owned by any
penguins.
sovereign country. The treaty also allows them to set up bases for scientific research.
Of
So
course.
the argument would be that, like, look, if they cared about a specific environment in their country, then they would just protect it unilaterally. But at the point at which no one actually owns a space, then there needs to be international agreement to not.
Well, yeah, they need help. They can't protect it by themselves, so they need help. They all unite together to
You just
protect
being
it.
that
They don't-
ignorant.
they
Like,
literally
why are
don't
you being so
own it.
ignorant, dude?
That's the way it goes.
Who's ignorant?
The ignorance
That's-
is crazy.
Ownership
What
is
do you
all
mean?
but a name
I believe in the
ownership.
globe. What do you mean?
Antarctica
I'm a
divided
globe
up.
believer. What do you mean I'm ignorant?
Are you gonna have a whole war over Antarctica now? Is that what you want?
war? What do you
That'd be
mean?
pretty based, to be fair.
There's a treaty. There's a
That
treaty.
could, that
There's
could
not
make
war.
a pretty interesting
Exactly.
film.
There is an Antarctic treaty.
Yes, the
sure.
treaty
Yeah,
is to
there's no
prevent the
war gonna happen, bro. It's a treaty.
Guys, why do you
Oh,
actually
Lord.
why do you actually bite on the bait of these Globers that just come in here to not talk about the topic at hand? Why do you guys like?
Oh, I think it's fascinating to
Topics
watch them
usually pretty boring.
defend
They like
themselves.
talking about Antarctica.
I love
they
watching
like
them
to hide behind the fact that they have nothing to say. That's why they're doing this nonsensical.
Are you the
that's why
one
it's
flat earth that
fascinating.
isn't totally schizo? Is that what you're trying to say here?
It's
No,
it's
I'm
fascinating
just trying
watch
to
them-
point out that you guys have nothing to say. That's why you're trying to have a conversation about literally nothing. So
Wait, hang on. It wasn't it a flat earther that brought up
I love the
Antarctica?
flat earther that thinks he's like a cut above the rest of the flat earthers, right? It's so funny.
no, I'm not at all, not at all. But I
will
want to
debate
see
you guys,
I want to
right.
see you guys being challenged. I don't want to
Yes,
hear
Frank.
this
It's
babbling.
literally a flat earther that brought up
Unfortunately, you're not a
Antarctica.
moderator, so let the moderators handle it.
What's this point? A flat earther
we
brought
will.
up Antarctica and asked for like, why would people agree to
Yeah,
defend
golly.
this?
Anyways, have
Exactly.
fun.
Do you ask questions? We're talking about the topics. I mean,
Yeah,
we're all talking about the topic at hand, basically.
and the reason, if you want, like, the only reason people could give is the official reason that they claimed to sign it, which would be for scientific value, because it's a pristine environment. And seeing as none
Right.
of them own it, it requires international agreement. But if you don't take that as like a good
That's how it
reason,
works.
then
That's how it works. So when we explore the world and we find a piece of land that nobody's ever got to before, it's literally ours when we stick a fucking flag in it. Have you not heard of the British Empire or any empire that's come across a bit of land?
yeah, I'm aware that
Fuck,
we've done imperialism.
we did that with fucking America. We landed there and there were all the people fucking, and we
Yeah,
killed
but
them.
what happened?
So you left out a huge key detail of war there, buddy.
There's also
Yeah.
there's also a huge
does
obvious
Antarctica-
issue with Antarctica is that it's almost entirely inhospitable. There's a reason we've only set up very small research
Exactly,
centers
like-
there because it's
Yeah,
very
you seem like you've been there.
Throw that out the window.
Also, the British
Antarctica
Empire
is
is
just like New York, right?
fucking dunzo.
Surrounded by fucking people who just excuses now. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Wait, you
these
think
guys
maybe
are only
think about it for a
America wants to
They don't
colonize
have
Antarctica?
anything except for what they heard on TV, and that's all they're going to talk about.
That's why there's like
It's
barely
on
anyone in
TV.
Antarctica.
What they heard on
Because, yeah.
TV is the only thing
There's
that they think is
resources.
true.
Why are
there's
you talking
resources
like
there.
you've been there?
Okay, fine.
What-
It's reported
what
to be
resources are
deeply
there?
inhospitable.
Maybe it has nothing to do with being hospitable, but maybe there's resources. Maybe there's more.
Well, I mean, if
take
Denmark
Australia
had been there, maybe there's no
Wait,
such
there
thing
are.
of Australia, Antarctica, right? I mean, maybe it doesn't exist at all. Maybe the whole concept was just made up, right? I mean, if none of
Maybe,
us,
Okay, bro, we don't blame
maybe
you.
penguins
Yeah,
just
he's
taste
not.
good.
I don't know who this flat earther wannabe
He's
is,
not with
but he
us.
doesn't belong in here
Yeah.
representing any of us.
He's not with us.
what?
They had to clarify. He's not with us, man.
Yeah, it's weirdo.
Also, to
How
whoever
exactly can you tell the?
If you haven't
the-
personally
the
been to
direct
Antarctica,
tourist?
you can't prove that it's
The real
cold
guy.
or that it
Fuck,
exists.
nobody's brought up. Ain't nobody been there.
I've not been to Australia either, so I guess I can't say it's
Yeah,
cool.
that's correct, right? You don't know that Australia exists. True.
Okay.
Wait,
Wait, where do you live? Because I don't even know if that exists either.
Not Australia. What? The
Now I'm
fuck?
thinking about it. I don't know if you exist.
That's
This is a
also
problem.
true. That's a
Oh,
good
okay,
point.
bro.
That's a
Flat,
good
flat
point.
earthers don't believe in Australia.
Also, to
Not
whoever
really.
said,
That's so 2015, you idiot.
to whoever asked about like whether or not
Gonna get some control in this room, guys. You
Thank
seem to go
you.
to the front for the next 5 minutes, but everyone's talking through each other. So I'll unmute people that need to be unmuted, and if you're a fake flat earther, I'll just ban you. Sorry about that.
no, it's fine. I was just gonna say, whoever was asking about whether or not there's like resources in Antarctica, according to the people that signed the treaties, there's actually quite a lot of resources there. It's got
Yeah.
massive oil reserves allegedly.
How would they know since you said it's you can't do anything there? How would they know?
You can
Guessing? They guess?
No. So the treaty doesn't ban all scientific research on Antarctica. It
No,
puts
we don't
provisions on
care.
things like you're not allowed cruises or you're not allowed massive ships and things like that.
But when for example, sorry, Dad. When, for example, we're being held ransom by people like Iran and these countries that produce 25% of the oil in the world, and obviously we understand what happened with Russia recently, you would have thought that, well, we can all go to Antarctica, extract those minerals from there, and then there wouldn't be being held hostage, right?
Yes, you could at the risk of international warfare.
There you go. So you'd be risking international warfare. Okay, so it's interesting that all of these countries, America, Russia, China, and so on, Great Britain, Australia, have all signed this treaty where if we could use those natural resources, then the price of fuel would go down and wouldn't be held hostage by some of these countries that want to hold us hostage because of fuel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree on that. But I don't think that any of these parties think that they're going to, if they renegotiate this to like now go and extract all the oil, are going to get a good deal out of it.
No, of course, because we've got the treaty, which begs the question why the treaty was signed in the first place.
I'm not sure whether or not they knew about these resources when that was actually signed. To be fair,
Yeah,
I'd
that's
have to
also a thing. Sure.
I imagine not, given that there wasn't much research happening before it. But
Why is it the United States and Russia decided to dig as far as they could after the Antarctic Treaty? Why didn't they try that before? Why did they have to race about it?
Dig as far as they could.
Have you
I
got
don't know, more
citations for that?
technology
What
at
do
the
you
time?
mean?
What do you mean? To tunnel to Antarctica?
No, what technology do you get out of digging a really big fucking hole?
What technology?
Yeah,
I didn't say you get technology. I said they probably had more
what technology do you discover from digging a hole?
Yeah,
You need the
I didn't
technology.
say you discovered any technology. I said the reason why they probably did it later was because they were more able to. Simple as that.
Exactly.
If you're talking about like the deep ice boring that Russia did in places like this, it's because according to them you can take like ages and check on the status of Earth at different times.
Yeah, I
based
mean,
on, like, gas
boreholes are usually to find water or oil.
There's
Yeah,
also
so-
a logical answer. There's also a logical answer for technology. Ancient technology you find by digging, generally speaking.
Yeah, you but I doubt they're doing that in Antarctica, to be fair.
Up until recent,
Have you not seen that
up until,
Stargate episode?
you don't really have the means to get a big ass research group and sustain it out in deep end. Sure, you had expeditions, which were dangerous, but up until the last few decades, like late or like 70s, 80s, where you start getting these new technologies that are being born, that you can now actually get these expeditions with sustainment, have them be relatively safe, have them be out there for a while, and have them actually get the job done. It's not like they never ever thought about trying to get out there and see what's going on. It's just
don't you wish they would treat Antarctica like they treat exploring Mars, like sending probes, sending infinite amount of rovers and all anything you can, but just treat it like it's a planet. But it just seems like all we know is penguins, ice cores, and seals. And it's like, do you know more about Mars than Antarctica? You know what I mean? I feel like, they just treat it with such reverence. Antarctica, it's like
that equipment wouldn't run in Antarctica, so there you go.
It's I think the original argument effectively was because
Nothing?
it was at that time one of the only actually pristine places on Earth that wasn't
I just told you
owned by
why.
a nation state, right?
it's one of the most sacred places on Earth. It seems like.
Well, I can give you an answer, brother. The
Yeah, we
answer
don't want to
is-
disrupt the penguins.
The answer is that
Yeah.
Devon Island is
It's the
more
new
accessible.
Eden.
That's why.
What'd you say?
Devon Island is more accessible than Antarctica. That's why we haven't been to.
Oh yeah, you're right, Devin.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I get you. It's easier to film there. Yeah,
we would send probes
Exactly.
there, but we just don't want to disrupt the population of penguins.
The mating.
They would be disrupted by the amount of probes. And
Yeah, we don't want
drones
them
up there.
flying. We don't want them to continue flying, and then over a genetic generation mutation, they start flying. Trying
Yeah.
to reach these probes. Yeah.
Starting to get goofy again.
Basically. So that's
I'm
why
just
we
not
don't
proud.
go to Antarctica. Like, you're not even allowed to take a shit in Antarctica,
Oh my god.
So
There is some weird stuff in it, like the really though the amount of protection and just the diversion of Antarctica is pretty interesting. It makes me want to look into it more.
Go to Yellowstone and try to take a fucking shit on the road, bro. See what happens to you. It's really not that weird. Or go anywhere and try to take a
Man, you'll probably sit on a geyser and try to do it.
a geyser. You said a geyser.
Yep.
the ultimate bidet.
That's the ultimate
A
bidet.
bidet.
Oh my god.
My god.
Earth bidet.
Oh my.
Yeah, no
Guys, the
geyser.
Earth is so much not a globe, dude. Like,
dude,
come on,
Yeah,
guys.
Observably from every elevation, definitely not.
It doesn't look like a globe. It doesn't move.
Doesn't measure like one.
Bro, all y'all been in a building. Not one
You
of
know
these
what's-
buildings have gone anywhere. They don't move.
You know what's funny is everybody. I remember 5-6 years ago, people saying, "Why don't you get on a private spaceship and go see the curve of Earth? Get on a space." And now they're doing it, and they're still not seeing it.
Who's they? Wait. Who did that and didn't see the
Well,
camera?
supposedly that 89-year-old woman that went with William Shatner, and
What's
they
her
went on
name?
they went on Jeffrey Bezos' rockets, and they said, "Oh, we wanted to see that, but we didn't get to see the Earth how we thought we would, and it was just." It wasn't. We didn't get to see any curve. And then one woman said she saw a curve. So they're contradicting each other. It's so strange.
I no offense, but I don't believe it. That doesn't sound right.
I don't believe it. No way.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe you.
Oh no, they did say that. Yeah,
Okay, you have a source?
Just like Felix Baumgartner, right? This is even weirder. When Felix Baumgartner did his Red Bull jump, he said he clearly saw the curve of Earth, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson said he didn't. And so you're like, well, who do you believe? The guy that supposedly went up there, or Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's never been up there? So there was a weird contradiction of like a dichotomy. Like, who do I believe? Felix Baumgartner, Neil deGrasse.
deGrasse Tyson.
You got to believe Neil over the Red Bull jumper. He's smarter.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was an interesting, because like, what do you believe? Because there's no way Felix could have seen the curve even from that altitude. So was he lying when he came back down, or was it a distortion of his visor or something?
Or you saying the words "no way" is just not credible.
Well, I'm leaning towards Neil deGrasse. He's got the eyebrows and he laughs at his own jokes.
Right.
Yeah. Neil, he's probably one of the most intelligent people on the internet. I mean, if you ever want to know about anything, just listen to Neil for like a good hour.
Oh, please don't take that advice. Oh, please don't.
Listen to him, then Brian Cox together
Brian
back
Cox
to back.
is far more interesting than Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson is terrible.
You're a racist.
Yeah. Richard Dawkins, you dumbasses.
That's what you take from that.
No, go listen to Stephen Hawking talk. He's the best.
They gave those guys a microphone to teach people that it's a globe. It's so funny that people are so quick to throw them under the bus.
I don't like Neil deGrasse
fuck those
Tyson.
guys.
He's
Well, see, look,
arrogant.
you're proving my point. You proved my point.
Come on, though.
They ain't gave you the microphone, man. They gave him the microphone.
Personality-wise, that dude is insufferable. I'm sorry.
But he's the smartest, big brain.
He's humble.
No, he's
said
not.
that's wrong, though?
He's smart.
For you to throw him under the bus, what's he said that's wrong?
Yeah, what is he
I'm
saying that's wrong?
not necessarily saying anything. He said it's like.
Did you hear Neil?
The way he does things is terrible.
Remember when
So
Neil
doesn't-
deGrasse Tyson? Remember when he said that footballs were affected? He said a football that was kicked at a football.
Yeah,
game
that's in
was
Cincinnati.
affected.
Yeah, my hometown. Yep.
That was the best thing.
Doesn't it speak
There was someone
volumes
posted in the
if
chat,
doesn't it
is it-
speak volumes if the person that is representing your paradigm and is being channeled on all the mainstream media that is available for your paradigm is the very person you think of being very unpleasant and very unsuitable for that job? Why is it then in the first place that he has been chosen to be such a popular guy?
No, I think this is.
contributing?
Wait, hang on. I think this is true of most opinions in the United States. Have you seen who's currently leading the left and the right in the United States, for example? Come on, they're both.
He doesn't lead the right. The right can't stand him. What do you mean? You're talking politically?
Yeah,
also,
yeah.
do you really
The
drop
right-
your beliefs just because someone you don't like shares them?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
exactly.
Like, what the hell?
The right does
not agree with
pointing
the
out
left.
that a current famous person that holds a view that you have is insufferable doesn't do anything to me, because currently it looks like a lot of the famous people that are figureheads for most views are all insufferable. Like I saw,
Why are these people being promoted? Why aren't you on TV?
Because he doesn't start drama.
I'm a private citizen. Like how?
But
how would
but
I
Neil
get
feels
it?
more like a plant.
A lot of people don't. It's just
Yeah.
how life is. A lot of people
Neil's
like Donald
quite like
Trump. A lot
Marmite,
of
to
people
be fair.
don't.
Yeah.
So,
Neil
but
is
how
quite-
did he? But how did he get to TV? I mean, he has some.
Donald Trump got
some
popular because
science
he was
background,
dramatic.
right?
Donald Trump
Yeah.
got popular because he was dramatic on television. He was known for being mean to people like Gordon Ramsay. So to insinuate anything else is ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
A little more than that.
Yeah.
And he's
Neil
also the
deGrasse
best.
Tyson is so
Yeah, also he
relevant
did like
and
Mexicans,
so popular.
which he
because
So
he
as
excites
far
people.
that's
as
not
far as I can read here, it says that Mr. deGrasse Tyson is an has written many books, first of all, and also has a lot of degrees. Which is, he is a major in physics at Harvard and earned a master's degree in astronomy from the University of Texas at Austin. I mean, this guy is like the par excellence prestige golden cup of your paradigm.
Well, the
And you just
reason-
throw him out of
None
the
of
window.
none
What
of those
about
things
it?
are correlated with not being an asshole. Like
Or
these
being
are two
wrong.
completely unrelated
Exactly,
things.
like, what-
Okay,
Yeah,
and
none-
so how is he an a-hole? I've never seen anything that indicates that he is an a-hole.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah,
usually
like one.
because the way in which he usually talks is often condescending to the person he's talking to, and he also has tendencies of doing things on Twitter like, well, one, being condescending to people, and two, taking any event that people take joy in and just having to make some sort of scientific point out of it even at the cost of people's enjoyment in things, which I just think is an asshole thing to do.
Interesting.
Yeah,
But so it's just your view on it, right?
Well,
You
my
know,
view
a
of
lot
whether
of
or not
people
someone
feel
is
that
an
way.
asshole is my view. Yeah, sure.
I mean, I agree with them. A lot of people feel that way.
It doesn't change anything.
Another part of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Another part of Neil deGrasse Tyson being popular is he's known for being able to explain physics in layman's terms to like a lesser IQ crowd. That's just his niche. So they put him on TV and YouTube because everyone can understand what he's saying. That doesn't mean he's right. That doesn't mean he's an expert. He is. He does have a PhD.
So
but-
he is wrong many times. So he's wrong
an
many
expert
times.
because of his education.
Everyone's wrong, including experts. Everyone's wrong,
Okay,
guys.
so
That's why they call
I'm
it
gonna-
practicing medicine,
gonna
right?
ask-
No one gets it
I'm
right.
going to ask the question again. What's he said that's wrong?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know in this case specifically what they're referencing, but that guy was asking more specifically what he's known for. So that's what we were discussing.
Now, you
Yeah,
said
there's a
you said
client
he's
communicator.
good at explaining things to laymen. It doesn't necessarily mean he's right. So for you to make
Right.
that conclusion, what's he said that's wrong?
Well, I would say that about anybody, including experts. Anybody makes mistakes. No one gets it right 100% of the time. That's just a fact. You don't. I
What's
don't.
he
No
said
one does.
That's wrong. Then what's he said that's wrong?
I'm sure I could find some things very easily. I know in the
Go for
past.
it.
I know in the
We'll-
past.
We'll wait here.
Anything
Well,
he
I
said
don't
was
really
really
care
bad.
to is the problem. You're attacking the conversation and being divisive when we were having a mutual discussion
Oh,
about
Dude, he
popular
just asked
characters.
you to give an example. That's
When
not
you said
attacking,
Neil
man.
deGrasse Tyson's probably
Yeah,
wrong,
anything
he
he
just
said
means
that
in a
makes me
general
feel
sense
bad.
everyone is wrong.
Anything he said that
Everyone is
makes me
wrong.
feel bad is wrong, and I'm entitled to believe that because everybody is less than 100% perfect.
Because you're
Well, was he wrong? Was he wrong when it came to
You
Felix?
said earlier you were going to ban the fake flat earther, but this guy keeps saying ridiculous shit like that, and y'all aren't doing anything about it. Crypto accelerationist is clearly a fake flat earther, man. It's not attractive to the channel. I think it's disgusting. You're allowing it to happen.
I'm sorry, did I claim to be a flat earther?
No, you're clearly here just to start shit, man. It's boring. It's not intellectual. It's a total waste. You guys earlier, Clay Underseal talked about people staying to the topic. I mean, this guy's ridiculous. He's completely out there.
Yeah, but
Are
you
you saying that I did
obfuscating.
not
One second, but
characterize
you're trying to obfuscate with that tactic from the point that someone asked you, giving one example towards Neil deGrasse Tyson contributing to false information. So how about you bring that forward? Because I really want to know when was he saying something wrong, and
Well, according
especially
to
if
Felix-
he's an a-hole, he
I
must
think
have
we
been
were
saying
talking about
things
him
wrong
being
all the time.
condescending to people. I don't think we were really discussing him lying. So I think y'all are totally just obfuscating, to use your language, the entire conversation.
What?
I don't
know
think
one
you have to say
example where
something
he was wrong.
factually incorrect to be an asshole, right?
Yeah, of course.
I don't think that's the standard.
Yeah.
So he's never
someone
wrong.
Someone could say something entirely
No
like
one's saying he's
true
never
to
wrong,
you,
but
but
why are
be
you
an
guys
asshole
just
when
trying
they
to
do it.
confuse
To throw
yourselves
him,
here?
sorry, to throw him under the
Everyone
bus.
can
You're
be wrong.
conflating,
Neil
like-
deGrasse Tyson. If Neil deGrasse Tyson's an
If
asshole,
you guys going to
it
keep
does
on
not
talking
make
over the top
him
of me, I'll
wrong.
mute every single one of you. All right?
Excuse me.
He was
There you go,
implying.
Timbo. You're doing it again. You're just being divisive on purpose.
Okay. Are you going to let me talk, or do you want to leave the room?
Oh, you stopped. Hush off, man. I waited 4 or 5 seconds there.
4 or 5 seconds. I don't think your satellite's working, buddy. For you to throw him under the bus, there must be a reason for you to say that he's incorrect or could be incorrect. Otherwise,
Everyone in
there's no reason-
every human.
Can I finish?
every human.
Can I
Sure,
finish?
go for it, bro.
So there must be a reason for you to say that he could be incorrect. So
Can
what
you
is that
present?
reason?
Can you present any human that's never ever incorrect? Because I'll wait.
For you to make a
Neil deGrasse
decision,
Tyson.
for you to make a decision that he could be incorrect, you would have to show something, wouldn't you?
No.
No, I would have to believe that he's a human like the rest of us,
But you
Timbo.
just say-
You're just being a dickhead, dude. No one's perfect.
I could
No,
show
that's
something.
it, bro.
No, I have an example of a perfect person.
Everyone has a fucking list just waiting on him memorized every time Neil deGrasse has been wrong about some dumb shit he said. Just Google it. Fuck. There's stuff
Well, the point was
I could
though
show
is he,
something. I could
the
show
point
something
was
if
is he
you
was
want it.
contradicting Felix, saying he saw the curve. So Felix was empirical. He's actually up there, and Neil's saying no. So it's like, who do you actually believe? And if Felix didn't see it, then what happened? Was he lying to
The
prove to?
motherfucker was in the base.
Or he wasn't there. But if he wasn't in space, then he's lying. And so why would he lie? Why would they get him to lie about going up there, seeing the curve, and to promote the curve?
Yeah, he could be mistaken, as you said. It could be like a fisheye situation or something. I don't
Yeah,
know
I mean,
who's
that's
correct on that.
I don't know. It was just an odd thing because he was so sure.
But yeah, like when I think, like when you say he could be wrong, he's not making a statement he has been wrong. He's just making the statement that at some point Neil deGrasse Tyson must have said something incorrect, because at some point we've all said something incorrect.
Yeah. When it came to Felix, though, he was right. You can't see the curve of Earth.
What did you say about Felix?
I don't know the math.
Well, he's got to be right, because Felix. There's no way Felix saw the curve of Earth from that altitude.
Oh, okay.
Felix
right.
was.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, there's no way he saw it anyway.
Felix had to have been distorted or lying.
Mm-hmm.
Either one. He's either misrepresented an illusion or he's a liar.
The man was about to jump out of a pod from space like a helldiver, bro. He probably just fucking
nuts,
freaked out. Wasn't thinking shit. Yeah,
I don't know. It was pretty obvious to him that he saw the big, beautiful blue planet down below.
Damn.
It's like, But funny, there's people saying that's impossible.
It probably took him like fucking 30 minutes to write up a little statement about how fucking great his accomplishment was. It's dumb.
You know how long he had to ascend to see the beautiful curve of Earth that he said he saw? So you're saying that was all an illusion from the launch to where he let off? All that was, he could understand his helmet curved the horizon in front of it. Like, I just don't understand it. You're a professional diver and you don't get how optics work in front of you, and you're in this pod for how many hours and you think that's all real? I don't know.
It's because there's a fourth dimension, man. So it's all, and like reality is relative. So depends on where he was on the line and through what dimension he was traveling.
Yeah. Well, it did work because when they used a GoPro, I think millions of people actually thought that was the curve of Earth. So it's accidental propaganda, whatever you want to call it. It really programmed people into thinking Earth curves that dramatically at that height.
Bro, the real lie is that Earth is actually half the circumference.
Yeah.
What?
Yes. The Earth is not 25,000 miles across. It's about 13. You guys haven't heard this?
Just from you.
Well, you heard it here first then.
Well, one day we'll see it. One day they'll go up high enough to actually see it all. An amateur will orbit one day.
There's a dude out here in the Mountain West who's actually, I think he might be dead. He was trying to build a rocket.
Oh no, he died.
Trying to curve the flat Earth.
He wasn't trying to orbit it.
Yeah,
he was just trying to
shoot himself up. Yeah.
Because that's the thing you don't see. Amateurs never will orbit the Earth. I mean, you can shoot a rocket up as high as you want, but it's coming down. You're never going to orbit it.
Do not make an amateur rocket and sit yourself in it, please.
I think it's
not a good idea.
It's only in the hands of government that knows how to do it. I bet an amateur couldn't even do it.
Or private enterprises with a heck of a lot of money.
What private enterprise is doing it without the help of NASA?
No, you're right. To be fair, so SpaceX is funded by NASA.
SpaceX isn't orbiting anything either. They haven't orbited, right?
They are. They made some. So Starlink uses SpaceX.
Starlink, yeah, but not a rocket, right?
Did rocket technology actually advance? Hey, did rocket technology advance? Do we get faster somewhere now in space?
What, do we get there faster? I don't know about faster.
Yeah, like, do we get faster to the moon, for example? Did rocket technology advance since the 70s?
I don't know on that matter.
Yeah, I don't.
The obvious big change.
Well, I can
was being
tell you.
able to land rockets. That was the big thing SpaceX went for.
I can tell you, 3 days.
With rocket fuel, you get to the moon by slick cutting off.
Apollo took 3 days, 3 hours, 43 minutes with a manned crew. Apollo 11, sorry. And Artemis, for example, took 5 days. And what was the other thing that has failed recently? Which, like the last moon private mission with the flat Earth table in the control room, the thing that failed, that took almost 7 days. So we are very much advancing. It's amazing. Like I can't wait another 10 years for nothing.
I mean,
you're thinking it in the sense of like they have bigger rockets that propel you faster to the moon, like it's Star Wars or some shit. That's not what happened.
I think in the sense that this is all a scam. That's the sense I'm thinking, and I have very good senses for being scammed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems like they just advanced to the ISS. That's like their new moon landing, and they do that so flawlessly. You'd think that private citizens could do it all the time. That it's weird where they do progress and where they don't progress.
How would a private citizen have access to that without the same resources that a Jeff Bezos has?
What do you mean, Jeff Bezos? Well, Jeff Bezos isn't taking anyone to space, really. Like people think that, but he's not going to space. He doesn't orbit. He goes up and then down.
Yeah, sure.
He doesn't actually go around the whole Earth. Jeff Bezos will never go around the Earth and come back. Like they just go up and come down. Well, people are misconstruing what space is, and they think they're going to space. They think they're orbit. It's like you're just going up and down.
I thought
I mean, technically,
correct me on if I'm wrong, but I thought the point of Bezos's initiative is effectively to send the equivalent of a plane high up to decrease travel times effectively between airports. I thought that was effectively the point.
It's just tourism. That shit doesn't work. Yeah, that shit doesn't work. It's not efficient. They thought about doing that with like rockets and having like you would build like a fucking rocket landing pad in fucking New York, and you would take a rocket from fucking Miami and do like a ballistic travel to fucking New York, but it just doesn't make sense like in actual like fiscally, logistically, it's just worthless.
I'm just surprised none of these like X Gamesers or anyone that's like high adrenaline junkie, Red Bull jumpers could do what the astronauts do. Because some of the cast members that they're choosing to go to the ISS, it ranges from 60-year-old women to 23-year-old girls. And it's like, how are you guys able to do all the physical feats where who cares? Shaun White doesn't need to know all the math that you know to go up and endure the physicality of it. Why can't any of these X-Bowl red jumper freaks do this? They do it so easy. How do you send a 65-year-old woman to space, but you can't? Peggy Whitson. She can go no problem, but no Red Bull.
They want to send scientists to space, not X Games people.
Yeah, why do you think you can be able to?
Well, if they want to pay for it and want to do it, what's like? Do you think they could be able to? Like Lance Bass tried; he was the closest, and I thought Lance Bass could really get up there to one of the best celebrities. But Lance couldn't pass all the tests. So I'm wondering, how could Lance Bass become an astronaut? But none of these X Game junkers want to do it.
Aren't like the half? I'm not going to say half, but aren't like a significant proportion of the tests things like engineering proficiency or like
Lance Bass, the member of the NSYNC crew?
You said he failed the tests.
Well, he got so close. I wonder what he failed that he couldn't get through because was it physicality? I mean, do you need to know all this?
The original deal to air the documentary about Bass fell through in mid-2002. Bass's Cantor and MTV, who sponsored, agreed to sponsor the trip, but then backed out over payment, insurance, and indemnification issues shortly after all of Bass's other sponsorships fell through, including the one sponsor who pulled out because they worried about their brand being tarnished if Bass were to die on the mission.
So it's just payment and branding. So most of these guys are adrenaline junkies. If it's that safe, we see it. It's been happening for 30 years. You'd think one of these guys would say, hey, let me go on board. I'll pay for it.
When did Bass do it? Or try to
Lance Bass wasn't going to pay for it. He was going to have... these other
well, he's not Justin. He hasn't got Justin money.
Justin money.
He hasn't got that Timberlake money.
Sure. Does Justin Timberlake want to go to space?
No, because he probably knows it's ridiculous.
Oh, my God.
But none of the X Game guys, none of the Red Bull people want to do it either. And some of them have a lot of money.
I don't know if they have going to space money. I don't know if they have taking a seat away from a real scientist money, right? Like,
I mean, I'm not sure what that scientist is really doing. we don't really know. Like,
There's a bunch of stuff that they can do in space.
Well, I guess.
I don't know. There's enough room because they've put 12 people up there at once. So I think they can manage to maybe put.
There's enough room.
There's 12. They've had 12 astronauts at once on the ISS.
Right, but
I'm sure they can fit an X gamer up there if they send 6. Do you really need 12 to do all that science? Because you've done it with 3 people and you've done it with 12. So how much science is there really to do?
Yeah, you probably. I mean, the more people, the more actual scientists, like presidents, is probably the better.
Yeah, it's better to have 12 people on a machine rather than
having a remote pair of hands that you have to communicate with on the ground, right?
Right, you'd probably want 12 more than 3 most of the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, except there's cost to it, right? You have to get people up and down, and also you can't live in space forever. Like we didn't evolve to live in space.
I mean,
Well, I find that fast. Oh, go ahead.
you could live on the ISS forever.
Well, you'd get muscle dystrophy. You'd get a lot of.
Yeah, no, but that's only really an issue if you want to return.
Well,
if you're actually going to live there forever and die there, it's not an issue.
There's other problems, like your eyesight starts to go bad because like there's fluid build up in your eyeballs and stuff. Like there's a bunch of other problems.
What's fascinating too is all the G-force training they go through before going up into space, but then they're in space for 6 months and they lose all that training. So your body's no longer adjusted to G-force training, and then you have to go experience more G's on the way down. So, like, are you sure you want to do that? I mean, you haven't done G-force training in 6-7 months, and when you go up there, you got to do that continuously before. You can't just not do G-force training where you know what I mean? So you're in a microgravity not doing that training, and you're going to go re-entry?
What G-force do they have on re-entry? I'm actually curious.
Anything from 3 to 5 is going to mess you up pretty bad. And poor Peggy Whitson. Poor Don Pettit coming down.
No, but it doesn't, 3 to 5 doesn't make sense because it's a braking procedure, right? It would be less than 1.
No, they experience way more than 1 G.
Why?
Down.
Why would they experience way more than 1?
I remember this.
Really accelerating toward the Earth.
I don't think the G-force works.
It doesn't. That doesn't make sense, man.
Hold on, I remember this.
It's got to be less than 1.
No, it's not less than 1.
They're descending. Okay, they're under gravity descending, but they want to come down slower than gravity would pull them down, right? So gravity would pull you at 1 G.
Yeah, like
it can't.
Of course.
No, it's the deceleration for the friction. You're going through friction.
You're going through friction.
Yes,
that doesn't make sense. Not you. The astronauts inside the shuttle aren't going through friction.
Yeah, and I mean, even still, like it's like a problem if you're in control of a plane and like you black out or red out.
No, trust me. There's no G-force problems coming down. That's just
there is G-force problems coming down. No, yes, there are. As the friction increases, the deceleration force.
If the rocket is accelerating upward at 1 G, while gravity's pulling you down at 1 G, you stay still, right?
G-force doesn't have anything to do with friction.
Oh my god. There's no friction experienced by the people inside of only the shuttle.
Is there a velocity? Is there a velocity going down? Is there a velocity?
Hey guys, time out real fast. What happens if I fire an AK-47 into a pool of water? Does the bullet slow down?
Yes.
What happens when you fire a rocket from a near perfect vacuum into an atmosphere? Does the rocket slow down?
Of course.
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
It would actually depend on how quick you're going and whether gravity would accelerate you more than the atmosphere would decelerate you.
Oh, big brain.
So it depends. If you're entering very quickly, the atmospheric shock would probably exert quite a high force.
Yeah, which is probably pretty well determined in their calculations when they're trying to decide how to go about doing that shit.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so frictional force will be proportional to the. I don't know the proportionality factor. I should caveat, but it's proportional to the speed at which you're going anyway. So
up to a limit. Up to a limit. There's
of
other,
course.
There's a term.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. True, but to a degree, it'll be proportional to velocity. If you're going incredibly quick, I think you can disturb the air to such a degree that it affects it.
There's some weird shockwave, yeah. But anyway, no. There's not going to be high G forces on a descent.
Yeah.
That's not what this says. So
I'm looking it up. Apparently, like a typical person can take about 5, and NASA aims to be between 3 and 5. Now, after like Apollo, but so really, the G-force is probably not the the G-force would be much higher if things went wrong.
No, well, taking off, there's going to be.
You should be in.
Because you have to fight against gravity, right? So you have to have. I mean, just one G's worth of thrust only keeps you on the pad, right? And then you have to add more than that to.
How honest question? How is gravity like theorized in a flat Earth theory?
I've heard buoyancy.
Hold on. Specific gravity. You can look it up. When it comes down to why do things rise and fall, there's a lot of different reasons why things rise and fall, right? Scientifically, you can demonstrate that you put a hot air balloon in the sky, right? It's buoyant, right? But you decrease the heat and it goes down, right? So it has to do with buoyancy and density, like the gentleman was saying. He was correct. It does not have to do with the bending and warping of space-time, because that's never really been proven, because I can manipulate the medium and make an object rise or fall. So the reason your cell phone sinks when you drop it is because it's made out of technology rocks, and there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up.
The problem with that is that doesn't explain why why down is the direction, right? Like,
yeah, that's another question altogether. We can get to that in a minute, right? And people say stuff like, "Why don't things fall sideways?" Well, you didn't spin it, right? If you put it in a centrifuge, then it'll fall sideways, right? So, why do things fall down? That's the next question. And there's an electrostatic model of gravity. I can post it for you if you're interested in checking it out. But I doubt many of you will actually take a look at it, because
electrostatic.
I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused how buoyancy works without gravity.
Yeah.
Okay, so just because you mathematically describe something and slap gravity over it, like Khufu did the Great Pyramid in Giza, that doesn't mean that he necessarily built it just because there's some Khufu graffiti.
So the
right?
normal conception the normal conception of buoyancy is that things which are more dense.
Hold on, relax, bro. So just because you could, bro, relax. It'll be okay. I'll let you talk when I'm done.
Well, I was trying to respond to the other guy. Now.
Okay, I'm sure he wasn't asking you. I'm sure were you asking a flat earther, sir?
I was asking you.
Okay, correct. So I'll unmute him since he can't govern himself. Hopefully he will, now that he realizes that he wasn't being spoke to. Okay, so just because you describe something mathematically, right, as buoyancy and density and the force of gravity, doesn't mean that everything that they say about bending and warping of space-time is automatically true. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would agree. I would say that the
why on earth are you talking?
Analysis is the best way to describe the phenomena. There's not, I mean,
what just happened?
There's not really another tangible way to do so.
Yes, there are other ways that you can describe things. It'll be okay, bro. Hold on for a minute. We'll let you go next. What were you saying, British guy?
The next question about gravity. I thought you were talking back to me.
No, he was answering when I how does so.
Go ahead, Dredd.
What I mean to ask is that the normal conception of buoyancy is that denser things will sink, and the reason that they will sink is because of gravitational force. If you're making the claim that the description of gravity that you use in your flat Earth model is based on buoyancy, I need a deeper explanation of what you mean by buoyancy, because in general parlance, buoyancy requires the gravitational force to already exist. So I don't really know what you mean if you talk about buoyancy.
I didn't realize you were a fundamentalist and you rejected Einstein. You're talking about gravity as a force. So I guess you'll have to be updated with the new programming with Einstein. Go ahead and do a little research on Einstein and how gravity is not a force, and then get back with me. Go ahead, Passio, or whatever your name is.
That's a really great response. Awesome.
That's not a good answer because the general theory of relativity collapses at small gravitational strengths to the same equations as Newton,
Yeah,
which
even
are
Einstein
the
himself.
underpinning of buoyancy. So I still need you to give me an explanation of how buoyancy exists without gravity.
Okay, I can demonstrate specific gravity. Can you please demonstrate your mass attracting mass gravity? What I mean
What
by
do you mean when you
demonstrate?
say specific?
Yeah, I can tell you. Okay, so if the apple fell in a pail of water, it would float. If I shoot the pail, the water drains out. I've manipulated the independent variable, which is the cause, which is the density relationship, the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, and it will cause it to sink. Now I could patch that hole and pour water back in it and cause it to rise. What can you manipulate in gravity without manipulating buoyancy and density to cause the apple to rise and fall?
The amount of mass.
Okay, give me an experiment that I can do with a pail of water or whatever, something simple like that.
Yeah, you can't do it with that. You can take a pendulum close to a particularly massful mountain, and you'll find that it tends towards the mountain.
No, the Schehelion experiment. Come on, why wouldn't the Earth be pulling it from it being able to be attracted to the mountain?
So I don't know if you made a full sentence there. I didn't understand what you said.
The Schehelion. How do you say it? The Schehelion?
I don't know
You're talking about
it. I don't know the
that
name
is that's it. I know you're talking about. And wasn't Archimedes' principle discovered before gravity? So they understood how objects displace, right? They understood that force of an object's force displaces the medium.
So hang on. Yeah, so the Archimedes principle merely makes a claim about the amount of water displaced is equal to the volume of the thing displacing it, which is kind of a trivial statement. To us, at least, it seems intuitive. It's not really making a claim of why things are buoyant at all. The Archimedes principle.
They're buoyed up by a force equal to the weight of the fluid displaced. It's buoyed up.
That's the reasoning we give now, but I don't think Archimedes actually knew. So Archimedes made a claim about volumes. I don't think he made a claim about why these
I think he
things
understood.
sink.
I think he understood things push up other objects.
Yeah, he didn't understand why, but that's an issue for the globe. The globe has to shoehorn the G into the mathematical statement, right? Whereas we don't need that because Archimedes had already discovered that before supposed gravity.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hang on. No, but I'm asking for like the flat Earth explanation for it. So
we see it push upward.
So hang on. In the globe model, the explanation would be, as you say, gravity pushes down on these things, and the degree to which things are buoyant is dependent upon their density because of gravity. That's what the explanation is.
What do you think Archimedes' explanation was for?
He didn't have an explanation for why these things do that.
He knew things were pushed up.
So you don't need gravity, then, do you?
So no, but need is a weird.
Explain why you do, unless you have another method.
Okay. The story, there's an apocryphal story of the apple falling, right?
No, we're not. That's not even relevant.
Hold on. So
that's not even relevant. Imagine that's 1666. We're talking about 350 BC, bro.
Story. It's not even a real story. I'm just giving you an example. Okay. So imagine if someone said, "Well, before we had a notion of gravity, we saw the apple fall. Then and because we were able to make that observation without an idea of gravity, then therefore gravity isn't necessary to explain it, right?" It's backwards. You're starting with an observation and then going, well, there wasn't already a theory in place to explain that observation. Then, therefore, no theory is necessary to explain why that happened.
Yeah, it's effectively you're giving me an observation. You're saying, well, we can see that this happens, and I'm saying, okay, how do you describe the mechanism behind that? So you can say buoyancy. But the conventional description of buoyancy and the explanation of how buoyancy is a thing is entirely based upon gravity. The actual mechanism that we say causes buoyancy to actually do things is gravity. So if in flat Earth you say, I don't have gravity, then if you want to make any explanational claim about buoyancy, you now need to put another mechanism in that hole. Unless you want to just say buoyancy is a brute fact, and I don't want to explain its mechanism.
We don't have to explain your
specific gravity.
So the Glober view of buoyancy is that in space, right, not subject to gravity, you could have a more dense object inside of a tank of less dense fluid, and it wouldn't move anywhere. Right? It would just float in the middle. And they've shown this with stuff, but I don't want to pretend to, appeal to like video or whatever, because I know that's off limits. But like the general model is that buoyancy only becomes a thing under the conditions of gravity, right? Otherwise you can easily have
just a baseless
more dense objects inside of a less dense fluid. And
listen, it's a baseless assertion. I'll tell you why. You guys claim that gravity is what holds down the oceans, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can demonstrate that it's not gravity, right? You're claiming it has to be gravity, okay? What happens if you take ocean water out of the ocean and you put it in a vacuum that's really strong and you leave it on for 48, 72 hours?
In a vacuum?
Yeah.
On Earth? Like under the conditions
vacuum
of gravity?
pump, a vacuum container.
Oh, I don't know.
The water boils at low temperature,
Yeah,
right?
it would boil because it's
Right. So what happens if you put it in a tea kettle?
The
water boils. Okay, so I just showed through scientific demonstration. Hold on, bro, relax. I just showed that you can scientifically demonstrate that the two known causes that hold down the ocean is high pressure and low temperature.
Well, no, you haven't. Low
Because
pressure.
the
Yes, I have.
Because the oceans are boiling. I don't understand.
Right, and it would cause the water to leave the surface. You guys said it was gravity. Can you show me an experiment where you can make gravity water fuck off by manipulating gravity?
You don't have a big enough mass to do that.
That sounds like an excuse to me.
I don't have the technology to directly affect gravity.
That sounds like another excuse. I can demonstrate my claim.
We don't have the science fiction technology to.
Right,
to
exactly.
I'm sorry.
Respectfully, I don't think you have demonstrated it. You'd pointed out that at particularly low pressures, water boils, and at particularly high temperatures, water boils. But the Earth is a relatively low pressure system, so I don't understand
The rain
the point.
cycle still happens, doesn't it?
Yes, but the water's not like boiling.
Well, because the sun eats the water up.
Well, it's phase changing, right? So
No, it's not.
that's what
No,
it means
it's
to go from
absolutely.
water
I'm
to-
sorry. It's absolutely, definitely not. So at the point of boiling, what happens is the water's temperature actually doesn't change, and all of the excess energy goes simply to a phase change. Water isn't just like the whole of water is not just phase changing right now. Small parts of water have temperature which is sufficient to phase change. So individual particles of water, I should say molecules of water, have enough energy. They are actually above 100 degrees temperature, or the energy equivalent, because that's an average, such that they can spontaneously become gaseous. But then the water itself as a collective is not undergoing a phase change. It's in equilibrium.
Yeah, there are molecules.
Okay, so can you guys demonstrate gravity causing the water to not stick to the
Causing the water to not
No, because
stick
it would
to
do
the
the exact opposite of that, because it's a necessarily
So it's another
attractive
baseless
phenomenon.
assertion. You're saying that it's gravity, but you can't scientifically demonstrate that it's gravity.
You've just asked for me to get you an example of gravity being repellent, which is not something gravity does, as far as we were aware. Right? You recognize you just asked me to provide you a mass that repels mass, which is not how gravity works in any
that's
sense.
not what I asked you. I
Yes,
asked
you did.
to back up your claim because you said that water on the oceans is held down by Earth's gravity. Can you demonstrate that with any sort of scientific experiment, or are you just going to have like a baseless assertion that it's gravity?
Well, so the evidence for gravity, right, wouldn't just be the oceans, right? Because there's a description of how masses are attracted to one another.
It is the claim on the table, though, so that's what he's asking for. If you make a claim, you demonstrate evidence for the claim, or you don't.
Demonstrate evidence for the claim.
So we
I
can-
mean,
so
the
we can-
evidence
we
for
can-
gravity is not. But I don't think that scientists are looking at the ocean specifically when they are out to, establish. the
Yeah,
reality.
I don't think people think of water sticking to a rock and they don't think of gravity. There's so many other explanations why water would stick to a rock.
In the case of a rock, it's more likely to just be friction and surface tension.
Yeah, because if you said, oh, if you stick water next to a rock and they're not touching, eventually, like there's an attraction there. I think people think that's fictitious or it's imagination. It's hard for people to realize, no, mass attracts mass. That rock is actually pulling that water towards it.
Yes.
And it could stick to it if it was big enough. That it seems so counterintuitive when you have a container of water. Like that makes way more a spread out container of water.
That's because we're on a thing that's very big and we're right next to it.
I mean,
it's like ants. It's like ants trying to explain the geometry of the building.
talking about intuition. I don't see the point. So saying this is unintuitive. I mean, I guess my fundamental question always when anyone talks about unintuitiveness is why would anyone expect a natural phenomena to be intuitive in the first
because
place?
we have so many explanations on why water does stick to a rock, like an actual mineral rock with water.
No, I mean, to be fair, what intuitive means is the things that you would sort of naturally expect, right? Like, but
yeah.
No, it doesn't. It means the things that you would expect, right, without having undergone already an evidentiary discovery base.
Yeah.
So it's effectively the things that I expect to be the case, based on just like my whims. I don't care about intuitiveness.
Incorrect. You're just going to build up something that's wrong that I would like to challenge. Please don't do that. So, intuitiveness is surely something to do with empiricism, seeing as they're both based on your experience, right?
No, that's not true.
Why not? Why not?
Because your senses can be sort of easily tricked, right? The empiricism is more significantly more than just what it seems intuitively true based on your.
That's a nice little diversion from what I said. But what is empiricism? Tell me what empiricism is.
Okay, well that's a big topic.
Empiricism is specifically in this case measuring the natural world that you experience and making judgments based off of it.
Yeah.
Sensory experiences.
Through what medium?
Through what medium?
In modern times, usually instrumentation.
No, experience. It's experience, right? So you experience something, you might measure it through instrumentation, but it's fundamentally based on experience, right?
Of course.
But in one case,
wait. Oh my God! Why are you so eager to leap in?
Because you were equating the senses experiencing the output of.
I haven't finished talking. Okay. You can wait. Okay, dude. Because the reason I got loud very quickly is because you've done this a few times already to other people. Just wait. So you've got this idea that intuition doesn't matter, but actually empiricism is fundamental to science, and intuition is linked to that. Because you would intuitively think that certain things would have cause-effect relationships, which is the basis of the scientific method. So to just discount intuition as some like stupid idea because it doesn't go with your globe model, that's kind of glib.
Okay, so hang on. So let me be very clear on this, right? Intuition can sometimes put you on a path that's correct. Sure. The problem I have with intuition is it is in no way reliant. It's in no way always going to put you on that path, or even necessarily the majority of the times put you on that path. Yeah. So my problem with intuition is that it's not in and of itself like sufficient to make statements. So you can have an intuition, for example. I think that I don't know. Well, let's make up some weird thing. So for example, gravity would have been effectively an intuition at the point at which it was a hypothesis. It would have been, well, I kind of just think it's this way, which was the statement of Newton, and then he went away and did some maths and found that it seemed to agree with what was observed, right? But you would have been entirely out of bounds to say that Newton's version of gravity is correct before we had done any experimentation to show it actually makes predictions. That would be completely out of bounds. Even if it was intuitive to you, it should be true.
The history of science is hold on. The history of science is filled with examples of things which were initially considered unintuitive, right? But were then later through instrumentation shown to be true. Equating your sense observations made without any instrumentation or under any sort of mathematical rigor to what happens under,
at all. Okay, so we've got this idea that intuition and empiricism are linked, right? Okay, nobody said that intuition should be the basis for science. Nobody said that. You both spent a long time pretending like someone said that. Nobody said that, right? However, you did also make the statement that why would you expect any of these phenomena to be intuitive? Well, you wouldn't expect them not to be either. And it's also not the method by which you would establish them as being true. So I don't know why this is even coming up. It's like you've used this intuition argument to beat up a straw man of flat Earth. And then when someone said, well, actually, sometimes it should be intuitive, now you're flip-flopping onto the other side.
Okay,
Just drop.
No, the response. Hang on.
No, let him finish.
How are you not finished?
Well, I didn't talk as long as you two did.
Okay, listen.
You should probably talk less at length when you do. So anyway, the point I'm getting to is, are we going to talk about the scientific method and empiricism, which actually matters, and stop talking about intuition, which doesn't matter?
Okay, sure. So to clarify, the reason I mentioned intuition was because Brubber brought up how people find things to be either intuitive or not, and he used this to sort of negate, or seemingly, he might not have intended to, negate some scientific statements. I was simply saying, look, I don't think that whether something's intuitive is actually very important when we're getting to the end point of the scientific process. I don't think that matters.
I was using it based off the collection of what we do know about water and rock sticking to each other. I was using the collection of all that, thinking, okay, why would I take all of that and just disregard it, disregard containment, adhesion, cohesion, and then go to mass attracts mass, and that's the only explanation.
Can I just say one sentence?
You wouldn't go with the only.
Can I say one sentence? Okay. If it is the case, right, that intuition is not the way that you would go about establishing the truth of those claims, then it is also not true that intuition is related to empiricism.
No, that's false. Those two statements are complete non sequiturs to each other. And I don't know what
this whole conversation
absolutely
like a non-sequitur. You guys gonna get to the topic or whatever?
It's complete non sequitur. And regardless,
you don't get to start from the naked assertion that intuition is related to empiricism, and then go, well, but also we don't use it to prove anything. If we don't use it to prove anything, no, it's not. No, it isn't. Wrong.
Crypto, calm yourself. You're already spiraling.
Well, I'm not allowed to speak while listening to this guy fucking ramble.
No. You just wait for a response. What's wrong with you? You can't make a statement I've already then tried to respond to. You then put more information on the statement, and everything you said was wrong.
I have to disagree with that one.
Everything you said was wrong. So there's a non sequitur there, right? But also, you can disagree if you like, but you can do it once I finish talking. So you've said that there are two things that are linked, and if they're linked, therefore they must have the same application. Well, tires and cars are linked, but I don't know how you're going to drive anywhere without the car and with only the tire. So I think you've got a fundamental misunderstanding about how logic works. We can move on from that. It's fine.
Mennonite, can I just clarify one thing? Because it seems like you said that intuition is linked to empiricism based on the fact that they're both based in your experience, right?
Sure.
Isn't that everything though? Any claim I make is just based on my experience.
No, because intuition would be implying that you think something's going to work out in a certain way. There's a certain appeal to the future in intuition, whereas empiricism is entirely based in the present. But they are obviously linked. To say that they're not linked is just denying obvious reality. But that doesn't mean that you would use intuition scientifically. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand.
So I guess I just don't. I just think I see the link as relatively weak because I agree with you. Specifically in the scientific method, intuition is used, but it's used generally in like the hypothesis generating phase. So to generate a hypothesis, you need some sort of view on what could be doing something, which if you don't currently know what it is going to have some intuitive like. Well, I think it could be this way. I've come across this maths. Maybe it's this, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So I agree it's used here. I just don't think there's much of a strong link. And the only thing I'm saying is like when we're getting to the end product or like stating how things actually are, the intuitive weighting to me is kind of like void at that point because there should be like an evidentiary basis now.
You've just said everything I said, but you're pretending like you're challenging what I said, but you're repeating what I
think
said.
we're talking past each other. No, I agree. I think we're talking past each other.
Right. But I think the other guy is.
Back to the Earth,
I think the other guy is determined to pin on me the straw man that I'm saying intuition and empiricism are the same. When I never said that, and I've actually clarified it twice. Right. So I'm glad we can move past that now.
Let's get some cowbell.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it, bro.
No, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
I was just going to refocus it and say let's center this back on the Earth. Then is this guy arguing for the globe? I presume.
We're talking about gravity and how you can't, scientifically demonstrate things going up or down by manipulating space-time. And they wanted to not talk about space-time. We got a bunch of fundamentalists here. They believe in the 4 fundamental forces, one of those being gravity. So they're rejecting Einstein, and they're going with the old mass attracting mass from 1666. That's what they've been invoking this whole time.
Can I just mention quickly that the other guy, isn't it funny that he couldn't get away with straw manning me, so he left in a half? Like, what are these people here for?
You
could tell when he was talking, he was pressed. Like, I don't know. And anyway, I mean, if you want, you can speculate on why things rise or fall all day. It's non sequitur. It doesn't tell you that the Earth's a spinning ball.
True.
So, what does tell you that the Earth's a spinning ball?
Yeah, I wasn't making the claim it did. I was just actually
that's why
legitimately
I'm
like, what do you use as an explanation?
Back on. That's what I'm saying. Let's focus this conversation on something that you think does tell us that the Earth is a spinning ball, rather than speaking for hours about something that doesn't.
I think the spinning ball idea, when we talk about ideas like gravity or like other things, the thing that does tell us it's a spinning ball is that there is a model that explains how everything almost.
No, we're talking about reality, though, not a model.
Well, I mean, I don't.
We actually had a Glover test yesterday.
What?
Model.
Would you mind if I finish, since I haven't been allowed to talk? I didn't get to finish what I was
saying. I thought you'd finished. Sorry. Carry on.
What does tell us that it is a globe is that we have a model that describes how things occur. Whether this model is correct or not is not what I'm trying to talk about right now, but the model describes how things occur, and we can pick many, many different observations that we can observe, and we can go, all right, what is the explanation given in the globe model? Apply it to our observation, and for many, many cases, certainly that I have looked at, it gives a reasonable explanation, and the converse is it is not a globe, and then when you look for an explanation, there is no consistent explanation that can be applied across multiple observations of a similar nature, which then goes well. Sorry?
I don't really well, I mean, again, you're talking about a model.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, well, you can say a model, you can say an explanation, it doesn't really matter what you call the word. But a good example.
Yeah, but it does impact the fact that a model is not reality. That's the problem.
Well, an idea, a concept. I mean, I'm not stuck on the
concept.
Model word.
We're talking about the physical reality, the nature of the surface that we live on.
We'll call it a physical reality. Sure. Okay. I mean,
the globe is not physical reality though, because the physical reality would then be a curved surface, which we don't have.
I'm not sure quite how that relates to what I'm saying.
Because if you think you live on a globe, then you think you live on a curved surface.
in reality, right?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that relates to what I'm saying about the observations being true across and the explanations being true across multiple observations.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. What you're talking about doesn't have to do with reality because you're talking about a model. We are talking about the physical surface that we live on, right? And your model would assume that that physical surface is curved, but that's not what it is in reality, which is why there's no curvature observed or measured.
What I'm saying is that if you have an explanation that is true across multiple observations of a similar nature, that explanation holds more weight than an explanation that doesn't hold true.
No, but if your explanation assumes something, such as the surface is curved and the surface is not curved, then your explanation is incorrect, right? You need the surface to be curved for your explanations to be true. Yeah, you understand?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that there's quite as close a link there as what you're suggesting.
Well, no, it's a physical absolute necessity of your explanation that the surface is curved.
Well,
it's not just a link, it's a requirement.
I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that. I mean, the concept of gravity is essentially that.
No, I'm not talking about gravity. I'm talking about curvature of the surface. You're saying you don't think a globe has curvature of a surface?
That's not what I said.
Can we maybe give an example then? Because I'm not sure.
Sure. I'll give a great example. Air pressure is an awesome
example. It's my example, isn't it? If I'm going to give you an example,
oh, sure. Yeah, I thought you were asking for one. Apologies. There you go. Sorry.
So, and I'll back off in a sec, Cyclone, so you can take over. But if we were trying to find out what animal something was, right? And you said, well, it must be an elephant because, you know, it makes a certain noise that's consistent with an elephant. I can explain this with an elephant. I explain that with an elephant. And then we actually look at the animal and it's very small and very furry and it has paws. Would you then say, well, oh, but the explanation still fits, so it must be an elephant? Or would you be thinking, oh, it might actually be a cat?
If the explanation doesn't, if you make an observation and the explanation isn't consistent, I wouldn't assume the explanation is correct.
But that's what you're doing. And what he's essentially saying, we've taken an observation and we're observing it not to be curved, so the explanations come second to that. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
No, that's exactly right. That's what I asked you. I said, well, if your explanation assumes the curve, like it assumed the elephant, and you look at it and there isn't a curve, it's not an elephant, then your explanation of the elephant wouldn't be correct.
I think
that's the point.
There's a bit of an oversimplification for a number of reasons. Hang on 1 second, sorry.
I mean, I don't know, Cyclone, is it an oversimplification to say I think that I live in a ball, but it's not like a ball? Right?
It's a fundamental truism.
Ask the tradesman if flat is level.
Too late, he's already gone.
Did he go?
He said he had a tradesman in his house and he had to go and deal with him.
Right.
So I was trying to catch him before he left with saying, ask the tradesman if flat level.
He said he'll be right back. I'm sure you can ask him again in a minute.
I will do when he comes back.
Yeah, if level means curved, then ask him if he lays concrete, is it curved? Because if those words are synonymous, like these anti-flat earthers like to say, then he's going to know exactly what you're talking about. But if that's just some bullshit doublespeak that you just made up, he's not going to know what the fuck you're talking about.
I think this is what gets them, right? He's saying it's an oversimplification. They're like when they hear the argument stated that simply, so it's almost like it catches them out, and they're like, it can't be that simple. That must be an oversimplification, even though it's obviously true that if you're living on a ball, the surface must be curved.
Yeah, it must be ball shaped, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fundamental, but they're like, that must be too simple. Like, no, that's what it is.
Well, it's the complexity bias I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you were here or not, but they have a complexity bias. They would more readily believe complex ideas over simple ideas, whether they're true or not.
Yeah.
So who's pro flat Earth?
I'm pro truth. I don't give a shit if it's flat.
Almost everyone in this channel is flat Earth, I think.
Oh,
no, but
lovely.
He asked if we were pro flat Earth. I don't give a shit about. I'm not pro.
Yes, but you understood what he meant, and you're simply being pedantic.
No,
I am a professional. I'm a
no.
professional flat earther.
Because
Yeah.
if
Sorry,
I will. No, hold on. If I'm to quote unquote understand what he meant by that, then I would have to also accept the implication that I have some sort of cognitive bias towards flat Earth, which isn't the case.
Maybe it's not that deep, bro, and he's just trying to figure out who's a flat earther in the channel.
Yeah, that was it. I could reframe the question. Who believes that the Earth is flat? There we go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's.
I observed that it is. Does that count?
But also to say like, oh, it's not that deep, bro. When you've been in these chats for a while, you understand that all of these statements you make always get used against you. So I'm not going to be falling for that. Just so you know.
Yeah, and also when a new person or someone says, "Hey, are you a flat earther?" You have to get into like, well, what do you think flat Earth is? Because I don't think the Earth is a disc in space. If that's what you think, a flat Earth is.
Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to chime in. I truly think the universe, or it's a square, because every side is a flat surface. Then
someone mute this guy.
Amazing. What contribution?
Serious conversation, come on, dude.
Oh, I said one joke. Be quiet.
Well, if you're going to say a joke, it has to be funny.
Yeah, we do have a minimum comedy rating here.
I thought it was funny. I just didn't laugh.
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious.
I've heard it about 15,000 times.
Yeah, when you hear like, oh, the Earth is a donut, dinosaur, square, Pokemon for the 5 millionth time, I don't know, man, it loses its edge.
Yeah, you guys.
I mean, I think yours is the globe, and I'm still yawning at that. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
You guys get trolled a lot in here, don't you?
Yeah,
well, they try. They really just troll themselves. But yeah,
I didn't even come in here to troll. I was here to observe. But if there's no anti-flat earthers, then I guess there's. Oh, I just wanted to see the discussion.
Well, you know, these guys are coming to troll. You know that meme where it's like, hey, I'm pretending to be retarded. Look at me, I'm retarded. That meme. That's kind of how it feels. It's like they come in to troll us, but we don't really give a shit.
That's not unique to flat Earth trolls. That's just trolls in general.
Right. So yeah, I mean, you're right actually with that. But regardless, that is how they come in, they troll, we don't give a shit, then they leave. It's like.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. So boring, you know. Some guy's like, oh, it's like, okay, man, hilarious. Move on.
Yeah, exactly. So,
well, this is like the development of the discussion, right? Because at the very beginning, obviously, it is like 90-odd% shit posting and just losing their mind at the very concept. But now, because more people are actually listening to the discussion, hearing the points being made, people are realizing, oh wait, this is actually a valid discussion with valid points to consider. So we should treat this with some intellectual honesty. But there's still a few newcomers and retards in the party, you know. So, but overall, I'd say that's getting better.
I guess I don't know. I'll get it started with the one you probably heard a lot. Why the big conspiracy? Then
why would they lie?
Yeah,
why would people lie to me? Please.
Can I just do my usual stock response and see what he says, and then I promise I'll back off at some point. But I'm actually quite.
No. I want you to keep going. Keep going.
Cool. Well, yeah. If it's too much, I'll shut up. Who is it that we're talking to, by the way? What's El Globio's name?
Ken. I'm Ken.
Ken?
Your classic all-American Ken.
All right, like the Street Fighter character. Okay. Yeah, Ken. So, I mean, I want to ask you the inverse question to give you an idea of how I think about this. Right? If the majority of people just believe the government or the institutions or whoever it is without question, as they do, then why would they need to tell you the truth?
I guess that's a good point, but it's also like, I don't know. There's lies that you tell for like I don't know. You lied, say, I have a girlfriend.
$70 million
so
a day.
You get cool. I don't know if it's like, I guess. I don't. Yeah, if we already believe everything, you're right. They can tell us anything they want, but
there you go.
I feel like most lies, at least that my government tells me, they usually have an ulterior motive. Usually it's profit motivated, possibly, foreign policy stuff.
Well, do you know how much money
I guess a good example would be.
Yeah, what would be the reason they're lying? Like, why? Because I'm not a flat earther. I'm new to all of this. What would be the reason?
Yeah, I mean, I can speculate, but obviously, I mean, think about it logically. You only know why a liar lies if you were the liar, right? And you know why you lied, right? So I can't tell you why person A, B, or C lied. I can possibly figure it out if I've got all of the clues, right? Whatever. But you also have to ask who's lying, because there's a multitude of people. Why would NASA lie? Well, NASA gets $70.
So, for example,
well, let me give you. I'm giving you an example.
Let him finish.
All right. NASA is a good example, right? Why would they lie? Well, they get $70 million a day, and if they're just providing you with a few videos that are easy to generate via AI or CGI or a number of other things, if that's actually all they're doing, then most of that is just free money, and there's the obvious profit motive, right? So I don't know, but that's there's an example.
Okay. So for example, at the risk of starting another big controversial fight, the vaccines. Now the main reason. Here we go. No, we're doing it.
Hold on a minute.
We started it.
It actually can't. It's a service violation.
No. But that's an example of like, if we're putting like tracker chips into us and all that. That's like, okay, they lied.
Dude, it's not my choice to not talk about it. The server has asked us not to talk about it. So can you just pick another one?
Okay, I'll pick another. Fine. Okay, but I guess like, where does the profit? Where does the profit come from getting everyone to believe the Earth is round?
Bro, it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, we're talking about power and control, right? If you get to create someone's worldview physically and beyond what you can physically experience, that's a great amount of control.
But why can't you control me and say I'm flat? Like, why does it have to be a circle? What control purpose does that give them?
Who said it was a circle?
Well,
globe, a square, a triangle, whatever.
Not to mention, we have a lot of turmoil in the world at this moment, and and every single government agreed to like keep this lie going for forever.
We can get into the speculation about why the government has lied about this. I can give you my take on it. Not every government has claimed to be going into space. Right, a very small handful actually have claimed to go into space, and only one or two, maybe more, 4 or 5, can claim to have gone a distance sufficient, according to the globe model, to be able to have seen this ball beyond low Earth orbit.
Hold on, I don't know the answer to that question of how many countries have been to space. Let me.
Well, it depends how you're defining space, and whether they say they've gone manned or unmanned, but whatever. It's not every single country, far from it. But either way.
So the other countries that haven't been to space are taking the word of the countries that say they have. Is what you're saying?
If you want to look at it that way, yeah, you can. I mean, only one claims to have gone to the moon.
So they're not a part. They're not a part of the conspiracy. They were fooled by the more powerful superpowers that at least had the financial ability to either go to space or lie about going to space.
Well, right. I think Crypto wanted to jump in.
Oh, give me 1 second, please.
Well, I want to suggest something
please.
I want to suggest something.
3 seconds. Just 3 seconds.
47 countries.
Let Crypto speak first, and then you can go. Jesus Christ.
It was just a comment that they'd already made that I don't want it to go so far into the memory hole that we all forget about it. Right? They were saying about there's conflict in the world. There's conflict, and why would all these countries work together for space? Well, we have an example of this, which is the ISS. Okay, we are told that there's all this conflict between America, Russia, China, and all these other countries, right? But they all seem to find the budget to send astronauts to the ISS. So if you think it's so unrealistic that they would have tensions in quote unquote real world and then work together for space, why are they doing it on the ISS? Why is that narrative being kept together by all these governments? You know
because
the answer.
It's easier to fool a man than to convince a man that he is being fooled.
Right. So anyway, I just wanted to address that before it went too long. Sorry, carry on.
Okay.
Thank you, and that led into exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
It's like Czechoslovakia, Poland, East Germany, Vietnam. That's one where I'm okay. Why? Vietnam's not really or shit. Afghanistan, Syria. Yeah, those are okay. That's like. I don't think. Wait, have they gone to the ISS? I would be surprised if they have.
That's all right. You explore this in your own time. We'll
I'm just doing some Wikipedia. Hey, no, I mean, I never said but yeah,
it's fine. I'm in the middle of kind of explaining to you. You guys are asking the question,
giant
why would they lie?
But
no,
yeah,
so you don't understand necessarily the nuance of this, because we're not necessarily saying that everyone is lying or that everyone who works at NASA is lying, etc. We're not saying that, right? All this stuff is compartmentalized. It's part of the military, so they do anyway. So the people who are working on the ground building parts, they don't actually know where these things are going. The people watching the screens of the simulations and the whatever artist renderings of it, they don't necessarily know, right? They probably are in good faith thinking they're doing what they're told they're doing. So we're not saying everyone's lying. We're not saying everyone's lying. The teachers aren't lying. They're just telling people what they were taught and their parents were taught, blah, blah, blah. So we're not necessarily saying it's this.
We've been beefing with Iran for a minute, and according to this, they went into space around 2006. It was it was a female astronaut, international. Okay, wait, self-funded woman to fly to the international. Okay, so she did go to the ISS.
Well,
all right. Hey, no, yeah, real time.
Right?
No, you got me there. No, that is okay. Iran, she did go to the ISS, so she could be a part of the.
This is the point, right? You've just read something, a claim on the internet, and you've already absorbed that as a truth. Have you noticed that? You've just read this.
I mean, it's just.
Afghanistan
I mean, it's
sent
Wikipedia.
And you said, well, look,
this is evidence for you guys, right? This is evidence for you.
No. All this is evidence of your lack of critical thinking, I'm afraid. Because you're just reading these claims online. You'd never heard of them before. It took you to read one sentence without any further investigation to immediately say, oh, well, they've done this thing. That's
Wikipedia,
the problem.
yeah.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is exactly what we're trying to talk and teach against. You don't just read something on Wikipedia and say, well, then that must be true. You need to think deeper than this.
It's a very long article to have fake. What? Okay, what are your sources? Wait. What are sources that you use to come to your conclusions? Then
we're talking about verifiability. Do you know what verifiability is?
Verifiability, your ability to verify something.
Yeah.
Validate it.
You know what that is? Right. So can you do that with any of these stories that you're reading about?
Without going to Iran myself and I guess waterboarding a couple motherfuckers, no.
Well, even then, you would only be getting the word of people that you're waterboarding, but fair enough. You're getting the idea. No, you cannot validate it or verify it. So I would say, no, I would not just accept that story. I can't verify it, so why would I accept it?
Oh, it's a very long... It goes into her whole life.
Doesn't matter. If they wrote 10,000 words about it, does that mean you think you verified it? If you read 10,000 words about it?
I just...
Yeah, dude, have you ever...
Again, it's no. I mean, well, you haven't... The whole of why they are lying yet. No.
Yeah, because you sidebarred off into the side.
Sorry.
I get... Because there's a lot of... I mean, there's a lot of things in life that we, allow for, like if you drive, unless you built your own car,
No, that's not the
you
same
trusted
thing.
an institution to like make sure your car did all that stuff, right?
Not the same. Obviously not the same, because you get in the car and you drive it. Now you have
Yeah, I can
empirical
hear you, Hank.
evidence, right? But regardless, your idea that there's a long article and therefore it's to be believed, this is part of what I was talking about earlier with the complexity bias. You just think that because there's a long article that you should believe everything in the article. That's completely ridiculous.
Can we?
That,
all right,
dude, let me finish. You know that's silly as well. So I don't know why you're making the argument.
I'm just like, okay, so my argument is probably not that it's so long that it's a lot to continue a conspiracy that I don't see anyone profiting from in any way, shape, or form, along with the fact that all of these countries who have had many beefs in the past, like here, I need to read Vietnam. Let's see what Pham Tuan did. Sorry, I'm reading what I
Yeah, respectfully,
I
bro,
want
you've
to
not
know.
done the research on any of this. So,
well, what's your
You could
research
read about it
method?
and then come talk about
well, we've been looking into all this for years, literally years.
And what's your method? What do you use? Peer-reviewed articles? Are there independent articles that you read? Have you personally gone to these countries and?
Predominantly, we wouldn't take any of the space stories as evidence because you can't verify any of them. They're just hearsay stories, no matter how fancifully dressed up they are. No, what we would talk about is empirical evidence, verifiable evidence, observable evidence, measurable, repeatable, testable in reality.
Such
right?
as?
Long distance observations.
Such as?
Well, such as long distance observations, for starters. Right?
So
Testing
mountains
your
are
line
big?
of sight across the surface.
Sorry, why can't you
What?
verify
like
these things?
the camera thing. I guess
Like
like so
testing your
you've
line
done
of
your
sight
own
across the surface.
wait. You've done your own private experiments.
Well,
Is
they
that
wouldn't
what you're
call
saying?
them. They're not scientific experiments. They're observations, long distance observations. Yeah, that's what we do. So you understand, if you're on a ball, there's a certain distance that you can see due to the curvature of the surface. Yeah.
So you're saying that eventually there'd be a curve?
Yes.
If we're on a ball?
Yeah.
I feel like if the ball is big enough, you could continue going for miles and miles without ever seeing a curvature because your eye can only see so far.
So do you think it would be worth knowing how far that distance is according to the model?
I have another. Okay, this is just
no. Follow where this is.
an
Follow where
experiment.
I'm
Okay,
going.
like an experiment that you could possibly
Answer my
do.
question. Answer my question.
What was your question again?
You said, well, if it's so big, it wouldn't be possible to do. I said, okay, so it would be worthwhile finding out what those numbers are, how far they say you should be able to see, right?
I'm sure that's something you could also Google. If you don't trust it, but yeah.
No, it's not about trusting it. It's about being able to test it.
Can average human see? Oh.
So, like, the size of the ball they tell you is the amount of curvature that they say exists. That would be what you would have to understand and then be able to test it in reality. Right?
3 miles. Okay, at least according to Healthline. No, again, I have no way to verify this, but they say at least 3 miles away. That's how far the average human can see.
Yeah, so they're saying that for a 6-foot observer standing on the beach, your horizon, the bit where the Earth's supposed to be curving away, should be 3 miles away from you, yeah, on average.
No, because 3 miles. Wait. So every time you look 3 miles away, you should eventually see a curve or a slope going down. That's also could be the result of like mountainous ranges, different elevations in places.
Right, but
I guess if you go on a completely flat land,
you could see 3 miles. That's what you just
and also,
said.
is there an edge? Can you fall off the Earth?
Dude, I know you want to deviate into everything else. Follow this one through to conclusion first. So you said 3 miles, right? Let's figure this out. You go into Google and you type in Earth curve calculator or distance to horizon calculator. Can you do that?
Distant. Okay, we're trusting Google now. Distance to horizon calculator.
Right. And then just click. There'll probably be a bunch that come up. Just pick one of them, and then you can put in 6 foot. Let's say the average height. Someone who's standing at the beach. How far away does it say the horizon should be?
3 miles.
There you go. Right. So it's saying if you're standing at the beach and you're looking out to the horizon, that horizon should be about 3 miles away, and that's where it's curving down in a way that you can no longer see beyond the curve. Yeah.
Wait. This is a rough guide to determine the distance of a horizon based on the observations.
What if I told you it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon?
Hold on. He's working his way through it. Do you understand that?
Right.
Standing at the beach, 6 foot, 3 mile horizon. Yeah. That's the curve of the ball. So you understand that, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So if you went down to the beach and you were standing there and you're, let's just say, 6 foot tall, and you were watching a ship and you could see it go, let's say, 10 miles and it hadn't gone below a horizon, what would that make you think?
That there's still it would make me think that we're just in a really big ball, man. Like I wouldn't suddenly think that, because he didn't start going down. Not to mention, wait, on the sea?
Yeah. So
The
it says
sea
that your
is a
horizon should be
boat.
at 3 miles, but we're seeing a
There-
boat at 10 miles and it hasn't gone below a horizon. So I'm asking, why would that be? If it's supposed to curve at 3 miles, why is it not curving even at 10?
I'm imagining has something to do with the sea being a very level thing, because the
Right.
sea is like, you're floating on a ship with buoyancy. You're not at any point going down a slope, right?
Right. So the sea is level and it's not curving down at 3 miles.
No, because it's the sea. Your buoyancy, you're just floating.
So then
Yeah,
that
there's no.
calculator, that calculator that you just looked at, that's wrong, right?
Buy yourself a 100-meter
Right.
water level.
No.
Hold on.
That. I mean, no.
Calculator. No, but it said you would see the boat going down at 3 miles, but you're seeing it at 10.
And there's still like okay, so the sea, when the earth, like, how like you go into a beach, right? And for a while the sand is like there and it goes deeper and deeper until you go down. Like that's a like physical horizon, right?
What?
Like, I think that it's probably a matter of the sea, but if you do the same experiment with a car, you wouldn't be able to see it past 3 miles, though.
Yeah, but the sea is supposed to be curving down in a way at 3 miles. But you don't believe that.
I mean, also we're operating on I haven't seen a boat ever.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ken, but could I just make a quick suggestion here, Ken? Maybe if you just hung out here and listened for a bit, that might be better. Because a lot of the questions you're asking come up a lot. People may discuss them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he can do that.
And I think at some point you might think about the things you've been talking about and say, maybe not quite qualified to, engage in the debate with this just yet. You have a lot of questions. You don't have any sort of claims or anything.
I wasn't even debating. I'm just trying to understand.
Not debating. We're just discussing. So that's fine. You're cool. Don't worry about it.
I'm not heated. I'm just trying to understand.
No. You're totally chill. We're just talking about this horizon that on the calculator it told you was 3 miles.
Who's qualified to talk about the place they live on?
Yeah, all of us.
No,
Sorry,
the
but
government.
I must be lagging. Please continue.
Oh, you're all right. So I'm just trying to get you to really understand what we're talking about here. You've just looked it up on the calculator. It said at 3 miles, that's where your horizon should be. But I'm talking about, and I was going to say, if you want to see examples of this, we can send you the link to our server where we have channels dedicated to exactly this kind of thing. You were seeing a boat not going down at 3 miles, going out beyond 10 miles, and still not going over a horizon, even further. So there's a mismatch.
Okay, that could be a matter of the sea, but that happens every time with a car, right?
No, because according to the calculator, the car should be disappearing on a surface at 3 miles if you're 6 foot above the surface. That's what the calculator is saying.
Does it? Like, because if you have like a
No,
video
this is what
or
I'm
something
saying.
like,
This is what I'm saying. No, in the videos, when you go out and test this, in reality, that's not what happens. I mean, it can do on occasion, but it can also be way beyond that. Meaning it's a matter of our perspective view, like the optical limit of how far we can see, not a matter of a physical curve of the surface causing this obstruction or this horizon line, right? So there's a mismatch between what the calculators are saying and what reality is saying. And we are going with reality.
Take your
That's
pills,
what this whole thing is about.
Schizo. Take your pills. Take your pills. Flat Earth is
Were you
real.
spazzing out?
Flat Earth is real. I saw a documentary about it. It's called The Earth
Oh,
is
you're
Flat.
spazzing out. Oh, this is high level Globy.
I also saw the Family Guy clip about it.
Hey, high level
wait, let me
Globy.
just pull it
High
up.
level Globy. Could you tell me
even
what
the
the
Globers
thing
mind no. Hey, I'm learning here. Stop trolling.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
stop trolling. I'm
He
teaching you.
has to troll.
Anyways, so in the Family Guy clip, Peter Griffin made fun of flat earthers.
No one
So that
cares.
means that
Even
you're
other Globers
probably a liar and a
Dude,
cheat.
Even other Globers think you're cringe, dude. Just go
That's
away.
true. That's true. But I'm not a Glober. I'm a flat. Wait,
not
Glober?
No, you're an upset Globy.
Cringe.
We'll just mute him because see, this is what happens
You're
when
just
the
cringe,
upset
my
Globies,
guy.
when the upset Globies hear a person like you who's actually having a discussion with us and hearing the arguments, they get upset and they have to kind of jump in with nonsense to distract the conversation. So just ignore him.
Yeah,
He's
I
upset.
made this statement a long time ago. I always say that every time we're getting somewhere with somebody who's opposite from us, or at least thinks opposite from us, somebody comes in to disrupt. It's always the case, all the time, every time. I don't know why that is. But some people say that it's just coincidence. I don't think so. I think it's intentional. They're listening and they come in and put their foot in. Anyway.
So you're suggesting there's a psyop in this Discord server to continue the
No.
We're just upset
We got like
Globies.
fanboys of the lore of the Earth being a globe, like the ones who really identify with the Earth and space and all that stuff. They come in here upset in their feelings and they want to interrupt conversations. So back to Cyclone.
I just want to make sure that you understand what we're talking about with
I guess
the
I would
calculator.
also need to, because we're talking about like verify and validity. I guess I'd also need to do this experiment myself.
Yes, exactly. And this is exactly what we tell people. You should don't just accept what we're telling you. Go out and test this yourself. And now that you know where the calculators are, you can go and test it. You know, just pick a location, a lake or a body of water, a coastline. And
like I
you know,
said,
you can get your
I'm
observer
sorry.
height. You can test the model over the distance, see what the obstruction is supposed to be, and then compare that to how far you actually can see. And what you'll find is you can see much further than the globe model claims. And this is a physical proof that the Earth is not curving at the rate that matches the globe model.
All right.
You can jump
would
in.
also, I guess, ask about. So yeah, I understand that. Yeah, and I'd have to do the experiment myself. I'll go back to the question I asked earlier. If it is indeed, is there a method to fall off it? Is it continuously going? Is it
Bro, I've never seen a place that I could fall off the Earth. No.
By yourself, a 100-meter water level.
Dude, is this really what you were trying to jump in with?
You don't understand the significance then.
Go on. Enlighten.
What's your significance? Go ahead and tell us, Rob.
What is the purpose of a water level?
No, you tell us what your point is.
It was a rhetorical. I'm sorry.
Rob,
all right.
Tell us your talking point, please.
I was trying.
Just tell us your
I
talking
was trying to, and you just jumped on me.
All right, go on, Rob.
100-meter water level will prove to you that water creates a horizontal plane.
Okay. Yeah. Fine.
That is what I was suggesting might. That's what I was suggesting might have happened with the boat experiment, because like they're in the ocean, like the physical Earth that is like attached with
but that's
the ground, the
problem.
sand, all that does go down. It continues going down.
No, but the water is level. Water is level.
No, bro,
he said you couldn't create a word.
You don't have understanding, dude. You can't have a horizontal plane that's also not horizontal, i.e. curving. So, like, you can't have both. And the other problem you have, of course, is that we're told that the Earth is covered 70% with water. So even if that was, say, a horizontal plane, but the Earth's still a globe, well, where does the curvature come in? Where is that curvature then? Because if 2/3 of the surface, more than 2/3, is horizontal water, then it can't be a globe.
Yeah, you can't have a 70% level ball.
Okay.
Water changes everything.
Actually, all right.
Right. So when people are like, okay, but what about these pictures from space? We're like, well, they obviously can't be real because then the water would be curved, and it's not. So this really takes it down from the very foundational point, and all the other arguments that the globe side would make, the satellites, the gravity, all assumes the curve that is not there.
Oh, and I guess the big one for me is not even the how, because all this I'd have to do again. All this I'd have to invest time in and do on my own, and if I'm being honest, I'm probably not going to do that. I don't care. Even if the Earth is flat,
the truth,
and it's a big conspiracy, it probably doesn't affect me to them.
It's where you live, so yes, it does affect you, and yes, like any version of truth or anything about truth that you want to know, it requires your effort.
I mean, okay, it's one of those things. I don't know. This is why, and I think I'm good at having conversations with people I disagree with. Like, it's kind of in the, like, I don't know, in a video game, it's like there's that section of the game where it's like, okay, we're just going to put a forest here and we're going to put an invisible wall. Like, you can't really touch that. Like, politics and all that shit. Like, you can only, you can vote. You can do what you can.
Well, this is the thing that separates this topic from these other ones that you might be thinking about. Because you're not just in here arguing with us. If you do this, and I advise you to, if you do go down to the beach and you perform an observation like we're talking about, you're not going to be arguing with us. You're going to be arguing with the physical Earth. And at that point, that's probably considered a psychosis. So it's not us you're arguing with. We're just talking about the Earth.
Yeah, the interesting thing about what Cyclone is telling you right now is that if you value truth, right? If truth is something important in your life or not, if you're basically just saying, yeah, it doesn't really matter about truth, I don't care, then that also puts an emphasis on what you think about life in reality itself. So we're kind of, it's a glimpse
thing,
into,
and
like,
my first question, and it's the biggest one that I have trouble with, is the why. Is the why, like, dude? All 47 countries that have claimed to be in space and have had multiple conflicts with one another. How has it never leaked? How's there never been a?
Yeah. So listen to this, right? If you're concerned with the motive before you investigate whether or not the evidence is true, what's going to happen is you're going to have like this skepticism that's not backed up by an understanding of like what you've already experienced. So if you experience the Earth not being a globe, right? If you go out and do what Cyclone is telling you, what you're going to do is you're going to add that as the fuel for your skepticism. So you're not just going to be out here saying, well, why would they lie, on the basis of why would they lie? Because now you would have an answer to the question why they would, because it's not a globe. Instead of saying, I think the motive is important, I need to investigate the motive only, then that skepticism is not going to lead you to the path of knowledge. It's going to lead you to the path of more questions. Because you would say, okay, you guys say that they're doing it for money, let's say. Political reasons, money. You
I don't
get what
want
I'm
to lie
saying?
and say I'm totally going to do this. Like I'm probably going to go back into my little globus bubble. But
Nah, but
I think that
the thing that'll happen is, hold on. The thing is though with that is you're not going to be able to forget these conversations. And every time you go to the beach and you start looking out, you're going to be thinking about these conversations. You're going to be looking at the horizon and thinking, is that 3 miles
maybe
away?
one day.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe one day. I'm just like at this point.
Check this out. Yeah, I was just gonna say, check this out. Our point here for you showing up and talking to us is not that we're gonna say like, dude, go. You need to go out and do this. Listen. We're gonna give you the information. If the rest of your life you never look back and say I looked into it, that's up to you. It's not. We're not gonna be like really sad because you didn't do it. It's the only thing you got to remember is that you were challenged. You were challenged today about it, so you can. I mean, you can do it if you want. But you have to.
Yeah.
And
You
also,
can stay
I think.
So I was just going to cap that by saying I know you haven't really looked into this, so you're not making the separation yet. But when you go and do these observations, and you've got the why question. I mean, you don't need to know necessarily why if you know it did occur. I'm not saying it's not understandable. You want to know why, but if you have the evidence, that's a separate thing. It would be like if your friend came to you and said, "Hey, your girlfriend's cheating on you. Look, here's the evidence. Got it on video." And then you're like, "Okay, but why would she cheat on me? I'm not going to accept it until I know why." It's like, well, who cares at that point? I mean, you do, but we don't need to know why to know whether or not it's happened.
The Earth being flat for whatever motive they are is it's more okay. It's like one of those things of like, yeah, that's pretty bad if there's a giant conspiracy about it. But again, and it's the reason why the why is important to me is because it is also a big part of this. The flat Earth belief is that there is. I mean, well, you said that. Yeah, it's not everyone lying. It's not. There are probably people, but yeah, that's 47
I guess
countries that have all.
To answer your question, I just want to answer your question. You said, where are the whistleblowers? Where are the people saying, "Hey, Earth is not a globe"? Well, you're in a VC full of them, and also there's millions of people out there that think like we do.
I agree, but I meant like the government.
Everybody's trying to whistleblow, like as you so call it, not listening to the whistleblower. You're basically wanting somebody from CNN or a high-profile, prolific person come out and say, "Yeah, guys, we found out with studies that the Earth is not a globe." And then for you, it's gonna be, well, there's a whistleblower right there. But we're doing it now, and you're not listening. Is what I'm saying.
I'm listening, and I also, I've said it before. The curvature of the water hitting a horizontal line that could be an explanation for it, right? That water has buoyancy, and therefore it keeps something on a line, and unless you are going, and if you go in if you go down in a submarine, you will see that it keeps going down the ocean, and then when you get to the
underneath the ocean is the abyssal plains, right? You can look these up. These are hundreds of miles, thousands of miles of plain, flat, abyssal plains. Right. So no, the water is not curved, and yes, it absolutely is a problem, and there is no explanation for it on a ball of a radius 3959 miles. That's the whole point.
Okay.
But this is what I was going to say as well. When you're talking about like whistleblowers, there's no whistleblowers. You need to catch yourself when you're thinking like that, and remind yourself you've not researched this. There are people who have spoken out in the past from NASA to say things like, "This isn't happening."
Someone who is it's kind of like that one guy who was like working for NASA for years who said, "Yes, there are aliens." Like that's a thing that. Well, he didn't have any proof or anything, but it's more that's more sketchy when, and no offense, you guys are just you are a group of people who have done the experiments, your observational experiments. But again, that's not a.
The point is, don't.
You have about as much
yourself Don't convince yourself of an argument like there's no whistleblowers when you've not even really researched the topic, and your ignorance of something isn't evidence that it doesn't exist. Yeah.
Unknown unknowns, but yeah, there's still there's still the fact that, like, as recently as 2024, right, according to the Wikipedia article that I cannot verify, Turkey and Belarus, Pakistan, several Middle East. Oh god.
Yeah. So a bunch of people are telling stories. We know.
Yeah, that's like several countries that.
Yeah, but if their stories were
don't
true,
really
then the boats would all be going down at 3 miles, and they're not. So their story can't be true, right? Because we see the effect.
Yeah, who could be qualified? Who could be qualified to be a whistleblower in your perspective? Who would you say would be a whistleblower?
Probably, like, when I say because the whistleblower, like, even that doesn't that come from the what was it, what was that, like, it was like a book about, like, how bad the meat packing industry was in, like, the 1940s or something, because he was a guy who, like, he did investigative journalism by going into the place, and that's what the term whistleblower came from, him going in, like, becoming an official in the place, taking pictures of the conditions, taking pictures of rats shitting on meat that Americans were supposed to eat.
So you
and
need
that's
the
where
government
the term
to tell you
comes
that the
from.
government. So you need someone in the government to tell you that the government's lying. Is that right?
I need someone to either infiltrate the government like that guy did, get an actual, maybe go up super really duper duper high. I mean, you will. I doubt that anyone in this room will ever get the ability to. Hold on, I'm not. I doubt that anyone in this room will ever get the ability to actually have the ability to go up in space and see and look down from it. Look down from the heavens and see whether or not it is, and verify it ourselves. But
the beauty of it. We don't need to do that.
hypothetically, if, like, someone who for their whole life, maybe they were, like, I don't know, they were raised by flat earthers from, like, their birth, and they were, I don't know, it was like the Departed, they were raised from birth to infiltrate the government and to keep tabs on that. That's something I would feel very that's something I'd be like.
Think logically. You don't need to infiltrate the government.
But just a bunch of guys who have...
Wait. You do not need to infiltrate the government to go down to the beach with a pair of binoculars and test their story.
You guys are a bunch... you guys are, like, the same have done the same experiment, which, again, could possibly...
Yeah, that would mean that their story is untrue.
Be explained by the buoyancy and the curvature of the Earth that does occur when you go deep into the water. Like, if
there is no curvature.
blew up, if we got rid of all the oceans, it would go down, right?
No.
You have a lot of energy, but, like, I don't think it's misplaced right now. Your energy is misplaced. You don't have the correct information to substantiate anything you've just said. So right now, Cyclone is trying to reason with you, and you're being unreasonable at the moment, because anything you've just said currently, you haven't backed up by saying, I've did this, I've saw that what you said is not true, therefore I'm going to refute what you're saying. You're not doing that. You're basically saying, well, it could be, maybe, possibly. That's a possibility that you're wrong, but you haven't done it to actually verify what he's saying.
I think I've been very respectful in this conversation. I haven't called anyone names, but I haven't, but I, with respect, a bunch of people saying, yes, we all did the same experiment, and we all agree that yes, it did it. It's not as much evidence as someone who, like, can do the shit and actually take a picture from. That's that's my suggestion. Send someone, do the planet. Send someone in.
You're discrediting. You're being. Listen. You're being. And I stand by what I said. You're being unreasonable because you're discrediting anybody in this call right now because you think they're just a bunch of Discord people that are not qualified to do anything. Not even a laser test.
I didn't say qualified. I said, a bunch. Like, there's. It can happen a lot.
The problem is you're not understanding what we spoke about.
You're unreasonable right now, and I stand by what I'm saying.
I disagree.
You didn't understand what we're
yeah,
saying, though.
yeah.
Listen,
Okay.
the problem
I
is,
think
can you hear me? Mic check. Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. No,
So you haven't understood what we spoke about when it came to the curvature, because you're acting like he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Gone, dude. He's gone.
All right. Well, either way, he was trying to say that we could have a boat out at 10 miles when the horizon's supposed to be at 3 because of buoyancy, and it actually curves underneath. So he's talking like
he was saying
the
water's
ball
flat,
is curving,
the earth
but the
underneath
water
it's curved.
Yeah.
He's an
So he
idiot,
was not understanding the physical necessity of that 3 mile horizon at all. Which is what I was going to explain to him.
He understood the examples that you gave, but he.
Yeah, what's so exhausting about guys like him is like he'll throw out 10 or 15 of these completely weird scattergun red herring topics, won't go through to the conclusion of any of them, and then when you feel like you're getting something, he just leaves. It's like, oh, okay. What's the point of any of that?
I don't think he's doing it in bad faith, and he's just completely unqualified to talk about it. He should come in and listen, hang out.
But
right.
what kind of like logic is it that you think, okay, the Earth is curving, right? But water is flat, so it's the Earth underneath the water that's curving, but the water on top is flat. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, that was.
Well, the problem that we have is because of the heavy cognitive dissonance that someone has thinking that their Earth is a globe. It's the case that they're being unreasonable with what's being asked of them, because simply if somebody said, well, I'd like to prove you wrong, what do you have to offer that I could see, to test, to experiment, or whatever they like to use, what words they like to use, right? Once you hand it to them, you're like, okay, let me check this out, I'll come back to you. And if it doesn't check out, and if I do all the things that you told me to do and I don't see that it's right, I will tell you. But then in the conversation, they feel like they have the answers already prior to doing anything. And they start to become unreasonable. You cannot reason with somebody who's unreasonable. So you're speaking to the guy, and it's just glancing off of him. Nothing of the information you said is being retained, because in his mind, he's already labeled you as a Discord internet person. You're not qualified to tell him to do any tests. You can't talk to him about miles and circumference and any of that, because you are just someone who doesn't know anything. And I'd rather hear from an expert than you. That's just the way he's unreasonable.
The way he was searching for words sometimes.
Let me just quickly, because I'm going to jump off in a minute. Regardless of how that ended, right? The fact that we went through at least the principles of the Black Swan, the geometric horizon. He knows where the calculators are. He's probably never looked into the fact that 3 miles is the distance they're saying the horizon should be. So if I can get that conversation with someone, regardless of how it ends, if they've got that problem in their head, they're never going to go to the beach and look at the horizon without thinking about that. So that's a seed, I would say, regardless of where he goes with it. We'll see.
Yeah,
Can I say something about psychology now? He went out, and for sure he is angry or something. But now he have a point. Now I will look into that more and find out more and more and more, or I will look the stuff what is against the flat earth. That is 2 positions now. He will now look into that, what flat earthers saying, what is the argument, blah, 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 or he will look into that, what is against the flat earth.
I mean, we could pretty much see him struggling, finding words, and basically prohibiting himself by labeling us, and that's why he said later on, I was pretty respectful and blah blah blah, because he was exactly at the stage where he couldn't actually follow the conversation anymore and let his emotions speak, but he held himself back.
Yeah, towards the end, you have to allow their mask to slide. Like, there has to be some kind of a moment, like as much as we like to have the soft kids glove when we talk with these people, there's going to be the moment of truth where they're going to be faced with the option to either what do they agree that they're going to consider, right? For consideration. and at some point he wasn't willing to consider anymore. He's like, I'm basically in his mind he was done, so he needed a way out. And he started to, when someone starts to say, well, I've been pretty reasonable in this conversation, guys. I don't know why we need to turn it into like now we have to talk about the truth and we have to make me answer questions. Like that's why we doing that. Like, so he wanted to stay at a realm where everything's at arm's length from like him having to do anything or be held accountable for it. And it's really psychological when you listen to somebody, having a conversation like the one he did. So, and you have to get him to like, okay, so what are you saying? That we are not able to talk, because he started to say, well, whistleblowers would be the way that I would go about it. It's like, well, what is a whistleblower to you? And of course, he made a statement like somebody inside of the corporation or the agency, working inside, blowing a whistle and saying, these guys are frauds.
Yeah, basically the same way the information came back to him. He only trusts those sources.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, and you actually mentioned it to him as well, which I was really happy about. He's basically trying to... So the information control matrix that's already telling him all of the falsehoods, he wants that information from them, which is so ridiculous. It's so illogical. Their job is to not tell you this stuff.
Hey, Meteorite Man.
Yeah, I agree with
time,
that.
I'd like to go back to our previous conversation that I had to run off from. If you're interested still.
Yeah, what was it about?
What?
I was speaking with Meteorite Man earlier. We were talking about observations and the various different models.
You said Meteorite Man or Mennonite Man? That's Mennonite Man, right?
Mennonite. I'm not paying a huge amount of attention to the names. I apologize.
You're good.
You're fine, Rick. Yeah, go ahead.
You asked a question about, and I'm paraphrasing, correct me if it's wrong, saying that you'd observed two animals, one being an elephant, the other being small and furry and whatever.
No.
Would you assume it's an elephant? Is that
not two animals, one animal? So you have an animal, and I'm being told a bunch of explanations about how it's an elephant. But when I observe the animal, it's small, furry, and has paws. I would be more logical to say I think it's a cat, regardless of the explanations about how it's an elephant.
Yeah, no, that's completely reasonable. I think that's slightly different to what I was saying, where you've got two observations. You make one observation. The explanation is in a globe model, and then another alternative explanation is in a flat Earth model or a flat Earth reality. Right. If you then make another observation, and in this case I'm using air pressure as an example, the explanation that I've been given for air pressure is mostly to do with cycling and cycles occurring to the ground. However, when you make an observation at a higher altitude, say on the Great Plains of America, which are very high altitude, we observe lower air pressure, despite there still being the same cycles, the same ground, the same everything, which then means you've got two explanations for two observations. One is consistent across observations and the other is not. And that's what I say.
I don't understand why that would be anti-flat Earth, though.
Well, because if your explanation for air pressure is the cycling of gases, those same cycles are occurring on the Great Plains that are occurring at sea level. There's no change there. But the observation of what is occurring in terms of air pressure at altitude is different. So the explanation that you're given doesn't provide, it is not consistent across observations, whereas the explanation that the globe Earth provides is consistent across observations.
Yeah, I don't know that that's relevant to this, because the flat Earth argument is generally that gases are produced at ground level. But I mean, I don't think anyone pretends that
if gases are produced at ground level, then the gas pressure would be the same at ground level. not at sea level.
Right. But I hadn't finished. Like, I don't think anyone's making the argument that this is somehow localized. It's surely more of a general thing, because you're talking about a gas pressure gradient, which everyone agrees on, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone does agree with the gas pressure gradient. I think the difference is the explanation for it. And the explanation for a gas pressure gradient in the globe is replicatable and applicable to multiple observations, whereas the various explanations that I've received from flat Earth proponents has not been consistent across multiple observations.
I don't think you've explained how. I'm a little bit confused, if I'm honest.
Well, I mean, okay, if we go with gas being created at ground level, if you have Santa Barbara, California, whatever, anywhere, you pick a place, the gas being produced at ground level, the air pressure at those low altitudes on the coastline, if you then go up to the Great Plains, you have the same ground, the same gas is being produced, but lower air pressure. That's an inconsistency in the explanation for how there is higher air pressure at low altitudes.
But why would that be model dependent?
Because if you follow that through in the globe model, the explanation is, of course, that it is the weight of the air above the current air, and at higher altitudes you have less weight of air above you.
That explanation isn't consistent, though, because in reality, you can only have gas pressure with a container, which the globe doesn't have.
But that doesn't matter.
I mean,
like, dude,
I think the argument of gas. Sorry.
But what you're saying isn't model dependent. I don't understand why you think it is. Like, everyone agrees. Like, if you've got the explanation that it's the weight of gravity and therefore the weight of air which is affected by gravity versus the equilibration of pressure mediation, which is the same, has the same effect. Why would that be modeled specific? You've got the same observation, the same effect.
But the observation is the same, is that air pressure decreases with altitude. That doesn't change.
Yeah.
It's the explanation. The explanation given doesn't apply to multiple observations.
I don't know why you think this is. Like, why do you think it's model specific? I'm not getting an answer.
If the explanation from the flat Earth proponents is that it's because of gas being produced at ground level, that creates two problems. Well, what is the explanation? I mean, maybe we start with that, because I've received lots of explanations and many of them have been wrong.
Well, no, okay.
A more polite way of putting it.
I mean, okay, so you can just assert that, I guess. We've got a gas pressure gradient that everyone agrees on. The globe, generally, people who go for the globe, they'll say it's gravity and that air has weight, right?
Air does have weight.
That's the assertion, right? But then
that's a fact.
That's the assertion, and then we've got the other side.
It's a demonstrable, provable fact.
I mean, if you're going to just talk over me, then just fuck off. Politely. So we've got this one assertion. On the other side, we've got the idea that pressure is mediating and that you've got different gases with different densities and they're sorting themselves out, right? So either of those work on either model.
Sorry?
You're not explaining why it's model dependent.
If the explanation is that air has weight, that explanation explains why the air pressure at the coast is typically higher than the air pressure on the Great Plains. And we can observe that, we can measure it with altitude. That explanation is consistent. If the explanation is that it is because of gas being produced at the surface, or it is because gas being circulated at the surface, that is not consistent.
You're not listening. You're not. What did I actually? What was?
You said, why is it model dependent? And
I gave a dichotomy. What was the dichotomy I gave you?
I don't recall what the dichotomy you gave me.
Because you weren't listening. Why do you think I'm getting frustrated?
Okay, please explain what you mean, because I don't understand the question clearly.
Does anyone else want to talk to him? I'm done talking to him. Waste of time.
Yeah, I can try. I've I haven't been fully following the conversation, so forgive me if you have to repeat yourself.
What I'm saying is, there's two things. Firstly, and I'm going to circle back to this. The assertion that air has weight is something that we can actually measure, and I've done it myself. If anybody else has measured it, I'd be happy to speak with them about it. If no one else has measured it, I don't see much point about talking about it. Has anyone else measured whether air has weight or not?
How did you go about doing this?
Filled up a scuba tank. I weighed it beforehand, weighed it afterwards. It's very simple.
Yeah, so it was denser afterwards, right?
No.
What did it have in before you added the extra?
It had air, and I put more air in, and it weighed more. It means air has weight.
Well, because it's denser.
It's just irrelevant. If air doesn't have weight, you could put an infinite amount in there, and it wouldn't change the amount of weight.
But if it's changed the density relationship with the medium, then of course it would change how much you weighed on the scale.
No, it wouldn't. That's a lot of words to say that air
Yes,
has
it would.
weight.
I know you're just saying nah a bunch.
If
but
air is weightless and you have 10 times weightless, it is still weightless.
It's about the density relationship with the medium, my guy.
That's not an explanation.
Yes, it is. It's actually a more scientific explanation than yours.
But you've never even done it.
You can test this scientifically. You can test density with mediums.
So you're saying that the denser an object is, the more weight it has, regardless of its volume.
Nigger.
Thank you for your waste of time.
Yeah, Globers do that a lot. Really weird how Globers come in here and just violate terms of service. Back to the dense.
Triggered.
Yeah, Larry, do you want to carry us on, mate? I'm going to go on mute for 5.
Yeah,
I love it when the Globers get triggered.
I mean, I don't have.
They show their true colors.
I don't have a real interest in discussing that air has weight because I've just demonstrated putting more of something into a tank means that it weighs more, which means that the item in question has weight.
Okay, so it weighs more, right? Okay, but
yeah,
why do things weigh more?
Just Larry, quick before I do go. He seems to think that he has sole ownership of observations and effects, and that isn't true, and that's why this is frustrating.
Has anybody else weighed air? Open to the whole room. Anybody?
Well, I mean,
like
helium? A propane tank after it's been full and it weighed more, yeah.
Great. So you've weighed air.
Propane's got weight
or
too.
You've weighed propane. Propane's got weight too. Great. I mean, I don't know why this is not a controversial discussion. I mean, I don't know
that's
why
not
we're
what
talking about it.
he's not disagreeing with you about the weight.
He did.
Right?
Well, I mean, as soon as you brought it up, he said that's the claim. But
he's disagreeing why it weighs more. So why does it weigh more, right? How much does
more of it.
fully inflated beach ball weigh at the bottom of the ocean?
I mean, I couldn't even guess.
It doesn't weigh anything, right? Because of buoyancy. But if you fill that beach ball up with gold, then you can get a weight, right?
Sure.
So how much does a propane tank weigh at the bottom of the ocean with nothing in it but air?
I don't know. I've never weighed a propane tank at the bottom of the ocean.
It won't go all the way to the bottom of the ocean, right? But if you fill it up with gold, you can, right?
If I fill a scuba tank with air, it will go all the way to the bottom of the ocean given enough time. It falls.
Right.
It does sink.
Right. But if you got a really big tank and it's full of air, it won't go to the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, you can make a tank that's buoyant. That's not in contention.
Right, like a submarine. Right. So why does the tank weigh more? Is it because you put something in it?
Yeah, that has weight.
Right. So what if you put helium in it?
Put enough helium in it, it'll also have weight, and it will go to the bottom of the ocean.
No, I don't think it would.
I mean, this is about. Well, if you put enough helium in it, and the helium was compressed, it would be no different to air. It's just that helium weighs less than air, so you need to put more helium in.
That's a hypothetical claim. I need you to demonstrate it.
Well, I can demonstrate it with air. I'm not going to go and buy helium to demonstrate it, but gas is gas.
Don't make the claim unless you can demonstrate it. Don't do hypotheticals.
Old man here made the claim that air doesn't have weight, and I have made the claim that air does have weight, and I can demonstrate it with my scuba tank.
Weight doesn't exist, by the way.
He's trying to point out to you that it's
It's the medium. It's medium relationship. Yeah, medium dependent. Yeah.
I mean, saying things like medium dependent, I understand that that may mean something to people who've had that explained from at length, but to someone who isn't part of a discussion on medium dependency, that doesn't really mean a lot and doesn't provide any real explanation for why a scuba tank weighs more when it has more air in it, unless air has weight.
Air and water. What's the difference between air and water? Medium?
Lots of differences. But we're talking about the same medium, which is air. I'm not putting water into my scuba tanks. Otherwise, I have a lot of trouble breathing. Putting air in.
Change the density of the air.
But if air doesn't have a weight,
tank.
If air doesn't have a weight, then no amount of adding more air will increase its weight. That makes absolutely no sense.
Does air have hydrogen molecules in it?
Some.
What's hydrogen made out of?
That is a completely irrelevant discussion.
Is there moisture in that air?
The air in my scuba tanks? Very little.
Yeah.
Almost none.
Okay, when you add more air.
The extra air that is added to a scuba tank and the weight that is accounted for is not accounted for by moisture. Otherwise, my scuba tanks would rust very quickly. And I'm not sure if you've ever seen what happens to a scuba tank that rusts, but it is not good for anybody in the close
Dude,
proximity.
why are you diverting to the scuba tank and rust and stuff? Stay on topic.
That is on topic.
Is it? We're going to talk about rust now?
I mean, if you want to, but
you brought
the question that was no, I didn't bring up moisture. Timbo brought
You brought up rust. We're not talking about rust right now. We're talking about density, buoyancy, weight, gravity. You don't have an exclusive downward vector for all matter. So let's just knock this off.
If the assertion is that air has no weight, two amounts of the same air in a smaller location will not have any weight.
Weight doesn't exist. How much does air weigh in the ocean?
Wait, what is... Okay. My scuba... I don't even want to discuss this. Honestly, the guy who brought this
Are we
up was
talking
just
about
like...
scuba tanks or are we talking about air? Because if you're going to talk about scuba tanks where you're going to validate, of course, for us that gas pressure requires a container, then by all means do so. You're making our point for us. Okay. But of course, at the bottom of the ocean, oxygen or air is released from the ocean floor and it goes up. So there's not an exclusive downward vector for all matter. In the same way that you're not going to, have an anvil sink to the bottom of a mercury vat. So you don't have an exclusive downward vector. Weight is all relative. These are simply known facts.
Look, the guy who made this assertion at the beginning has like smoke bombed and left, so I don't see much point in even discussing it. Unless you guys really want to.
No, obviously you don't know that weight is completely relative. So I'm just going ahead and cleaning that up for you a little bit.
We weren't discussing the philosophical arguments of weight. The claim was made that air has no weight, and I have weighed.
It doesn't have weight in water, does it?
That's not the assertion.
What was the assertion again?
I said air has weight, and he claimed that was
incorrect.
In
certain circumstances, it does, and in other circumstances, it has none. Okay. So that's not an exclusive.
Can you go live and weigh air for all of us? Because I would love to see that.
I absolutely will not dox myself for all of you.
So you cannot weigh air for us? Like you can't show us you
as I
weigh...
said, I absolutely will not dox myself. I can.
You don't have to dox. Nobody's asking you to dox yourself. We're just asking you to demonstrate you weighing air. Because you have a special claim. Right now you have a special claim. You specially claim that you can weigh air. Please show. That's it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not an enemy.
More than happy to. I'm not going to be going live and doing it. I'm more than happy to. Would you be satisfied with a scuba tank full and a scuba tank empty? Because I can do that very easily.
Oh my God, dude. That's not weighing air.
How is that not weighing air?
What the? You're a scuba tank empty and a scuba tank full. That's not weighing air. That's not weighing air. What are you talking about?
If I put 1,000 liters of air into a scuba tank, I can weigh how much that 1,000 liters of air weighs. How is that not weighing air?
You're
Is it
not
going to weigh the
weighing
same
the
amount
air.
at the bottom of
You're
the ocean
weighing
as
the
it would
tank
in the environment?
because you're
Bro,
weighing the tank. You're weighing the tank, and then you're weighing the tank again. You're not weighing air.
The tank. So your suggestion is the tank has changed weight?
That's what you're weighing. No, it's not what I'm suggesting. That's what you're weighing. You're weighing the
There's
tank.
air in the tank.
Hypothetically, if he takes air out of the tank, weighs it, and then he puts air back into the tank, and it's a different weight, it's heavier than it was before, what happened?
There's a phase change.
No, there's not.
Would
You've got
the
no evidence
same
to back
thing
that up.
apply to like a balloon?
No,
What the same apply to a balloon?
it wouldn't
Can
apply
we
to a balloon.
can
The
we
reason is
can
because
we
the amount of
can we agree to disagree and move on then? Because we're going to talk
No.
about weighing air for like 2 hours.
I don't want to talk about it. Old mate brought it up.
What's your actual? That's no okay. Well, what point were you getting to when you came in? Because I'd prefer to talk about that.
And we can go back. Yeah, I would as well because this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
What I was saying is that and someone asked me, and what I said was the globe model explains. You can make multiple observations and then look to the globe model for an explanation, and the explanation is consistent across observations. The alternative flat Earth observations, you make the same two different observations, and then you look at the explanation provided, and the explanation provided is not consistent.
But
Could you stop? Right? Because I have an observation.
Are explanations demonstrations?
Explanations demonstrate. Well, I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry. I mean, no.
Well,
that's why they've got.
What about a demonstration of what you're claiming, though?
I don't know if you'd accept this, but there's some like experiments on YouTube done with balloons about this very subject. I don't know if you'd take that as evidence, but
who are you talking to? You're talking to the.
No, I guess the people.
There's no experiments. There's no experiments on YouTube with balloons. I'm sorry.
I'm
There
looking at
are
it right now.
no experiments on YouTube with balloons.
The observation that I was.
What's the hypothesis?
Air has weight.
We're not doing this again. We got off of this.
Didn't we move
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, we have. The observation I've made is air pressure. Air pressure at sea level is is higher than air pressure on the Great Plains. However, there is still cycling of gas on the Great Plains. The argument of it's close to ground level is it's still close to ground level on the Great Plains. It's, all the gas is produced at the ground on the Great Plains just as it is at sea level. However, the air pressure is lower. So the explanations given don't match the observation that is made. And that's my point. Is that
pressure gradient?
Yeah, there's the observation of the pressure gradient.
Due to altitude.
Isn't explained by the flat Earth, but it is explained in the globe model, which is the weight of it.
So how do you turn this into a demonstration of you proving that it is due to gravity?
That's the question, and the question isn't about turning it into a proof of gravity. The question is about which explanation.
Well, explanations don't count. In this case, I can have an explanation explaining anything and just saying this is my explanation, and then you have to test it. Yeah.
Well, you can test the idea of air pressure gradients, which has been
in
done.
a container. No, only test air pressure gradients in a container, though.
Well, the idea of the container, I think, is we talk about a container, but I don't think anyone ever claims specifically what the container is made out of, do they?
It doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a demonstration of a gas pressure gradient, and the only way to do that is in a container.
Well, I mean,
you can use a barometer and just go up a really tall building. You know that.
Yeah, but then you're you're using the claim. You're using the claim to prove what you
take a barometer and climb up a mountain. Try that.
You're invoking a container when you take a barometer. When you use a barometer, you're invoking.
You're using the claim to prove the claim.
No, what I think the
Because
difference
the claim
is
no, hang on one sec. The claim is that the Earth is an open system. Yeah? No one's disagreeing that there is a gas pressure gradient. Yeah? So that asshole that just jumped in, no one is denying a gas pressure gradient. Now you're saying climb a mountain and the gas
Not
pressure will
now.
change.
It's
No
not now.
shit,
Well, it's not
Sherlock.
convenient.
All right? No shit.
Yeah, that makes no
What-
sense.
what I
Cannot
think
use the claim of climbing a mountain to prove the point that gravity is causing gas pressure.
what it's not that's not the. I think what's the misunderstanding here is that the claim isn't that gas pressure gradient is a proof for gravity. I've never made that claim.
Okay, what's
What
the
I've said
claim?
is that, and when I say gravity, I mean I'm not trying to prove gravity by measuring a gas pressure gradient. What I'm saying is that I make an observation that is the existence of a gas pressure gradient, which, like you said, we all agree on. It's not a debate. And I then say, why does this occur? If I ask a globist,
Okay, and
they
then you
will
have an
say-
explanation, and then you need a demonstration.
Well, they would say a globist, sorry, would say it's because of the weight of air. If you go higher, there is less weight of air above you, so you will experience lower pressure. I can then get in the lift at my building, go up to level 36, check it, and go, there is less pressure above me. Their explanation, there is less air above me, there is less weight. Their explanation has stood true. But if I do the same experiment and I go to the ground level of my workplace, and then I check the air pressure where there's no gas being produced in the lobby, there's no photosynthesis happening in the lobby, none of that happens. I then go up to the top and I go, well, the explanation that gas is being produced at the bottom, or that that it's because of gas cycling at the bottom, or it's because of rain or evaporation, none of those stand true because none of those are observed in the lobby of my building. Yet the observation of a gas pressure gradient is still there, which means I go, well, how can it possibly be because of these other explanations when they haven't been true across two observations? And unless someone can give me a compelling reason
all
why,
it's proving is a gas pressure gradient.
but I'm proving, but I'm asking why.
Yeah.
And if the
No one's
answer
arguing
is,
with that.
and if the answer is we just don't know, that's fine. I mean, I'm not expecting everybody to have the answer for every question. I mean, I love discussing things where we don't know the answer. It's really interesting, but it's hard to be, when people ask me, which I've been asked several times, why I believe the globe model. It's because pretty much every question I've ever come up with has a reasonable explanation that stands true across multiple observations.
What's the explanation for that?
Can I ask you something about that gas pressure gradient?
Yeah, go for it.
Is it static or dynamic?
The gas pressure gradient?
Yeah.
It's
What do you mean? Like, is it static?
It's very dependent on the temperature.
Well, it's interesting
very
actually. The gas pressure, the gas pressure gradient is actually almost entirely independent of temperature.
Okay. Does it depend of any acceleration of anything?
Oh, that's moisture, actually. Yeah.
Sorry, does the gas pressure gradient depend on acceleration?
Yeah. For example, if I go to the mountain, there will be less pressure. Is that correct?
In most instances, yes.
Okay. And now I'm on the Earth, on the mountain, in the heliocentric model. And I have gas pressure gradient, but in heliocentric model, my Earth is rotating axial rotation 1,000 miles per hour, or maybe 600, and I'm going left or right, how do you want to choose, the orbital rotation of 66,000 miles per hour. That means that gradient, what is dynamic, it must be more dynamic to follow the orbital rotation of the Earth, or what is going on. Or if it's static, I can understand the gas pressure gradient is static in some container. That has sense for me. But I cannot understand gas pressure gradient in some moving open system. That I cannot understand.
That's okay. That's okay. Look, I think
because there is no up, because that up, it's in 1 hour, it's 66,000 miles in the space.
I'm not.
because Earth is moving through the space, through that vacuum. It's not static in the vacuum. That means that gradient following 66,000 of speed. Is that correct?
So even though I'm not actually a flat earther, this one actually gets me. Is gravity must be a lot heavier than we actually like perceive it as, because of all the inertia that's pulling us off.
Hey man, I think those guys were
The
talking.
Earth spinning around, so gravity must be really fucking strong to keep us on the Earth rather than going flying off.
Actually, gravity is very weak, even under the fundamentalist worldview, where gravity is a force. It's very weak. But please continue the conversation.
I agree. I got a bit sidetracked there. I think the question you're asking, and I'm not 100% sure I've got this right, so correct me if I'm wrong, is does the gas pressure gradient rely on our direction and velocity through space? And the answer is no, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I used to think that the centrifugal force would just blow away our atmosphere, so it essentially must be,
Yeah, I think
rumor has it that someone proved that gas pressure at sea level was 14 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, I mean, you can go do that. It's a very similar experiment you can actually do yourself. It's really cool, actually. What you do is you get
It's not an
mercury.
experiment, it's just a measurement.
I didn't say that was an experiment. I said there is a very cool experiment you can do yourself.
Yeah.
I was about to explain it. If you'd like me to. If you're not interested, I'm happy not to. I find it interesting.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You can get mercury and fill a tube with it, and then put that tube inside a cup or something similar. You know how you tip a cup upside down in the bathtub. Same principle. You tip it upside down, and then you open the tube, or the base of the tube is open to the air essentially, and the weight of the air pushing down on the mercury. And the weight of the mercury being pulled down by gravity creates a vacuum, and you can actually measure, and that's how they measure pressure is in millimeters of mercury. It was one of the original ways they measured it, and it's very cool because you can see, a tube that was once full of mercury has now got a partial, not 100% vacuum obviously, but close to it, vacuum at the top, and then you can use that as a measurement of air pressure. It's very cool. We did it at school in science class. It was a lot of fun. Highly recommend it for anyone who hasn't ever done it before. And you can measure it in millimeters of mercury, and then you can obviously equate millimeters of mercury to pounds if you want.
Just going back to my centrifugal force analogy, have you ever stood on the edge of a roundabout? How much force it takes to hold on? Just imagine you scale that up to the size of the Earth. That's immense force. Immense force.
This is a really interesting thing, right? Because when you think about it, right, it's one of those things where centrifugal force is a real thing, but they call it a fictitious force or a pseudo force for some reason. But it's measurable, right? Any child on a roundabout or merry-go-round can say for certain that it's real. But they call gravity a pseudo force because it's not a real force according to Einstein and the current thing. But when we talk about the Earth spinning, these people like to say that when we say it's 1,038 miles an hour, they say, no, that's one rotation per day. So, no, it's not 1,038 miles an hour, according to the Globers. But when you actually, when you actually look it up,
changes depending on your position on the globe.
Can I just finish, bro? You'll be okay. So, when you actually look it up, it is 1,038 miles an hour. And when they say no, it's actually one rotation per day, they're double speaking. Anybody who's read 1984 knows what double speaking is. Now, why would they need to do that? Why would they need to diminish the axial rotation, which is one of the three fundamental claims?
Well, the axial rotation is not.
It was like that example that someone used, Larry, that a clock spins twice as fast as the Earth because it makes 2 rotations a day.
Yeah, they're trying to diminish it, right? Why are they trying to diminish their own claim?
Trivialize it.
Yeah,
Larry, I think the difference is if you measure the rate of spin in kilometers per hour in the globe model, that would depend on your position on the Earth, because the closer to the point you are, if you're, for example, on the axis, you would have no.
Yeah, no shit, man.
Volume. I mean, well, that's why they don't call it. That's why I measured in kilometers.
At the equator. That's why I said at the equator.
I didn't hear you say at the equator. Apologies.
Yeah, at the equator, you're spinning at 1,038 miles an hour. So
I think there was something else that I would love to chat about, because the gas pressure things seems to be over. which was, and I've talked about it in text a little bit, but the position or the observed position of Polaris, I haven't really been able to get a good explanation for that, and I would love it if someone had one.
What do you mean a good explanation for the position of it?
Hold on. I'm at the gas pump right now at the gas station. I'm going to ask this guy to give you an explanation. Hold on 1 second.
Is there anywhere on the globe that it's not spinning?
Sorry.
Well, that's true. Actually, the North Pole, they must experience very little centrifugal force. So why don't they experience more gravity? And why do people on the equator not experience less gravity? Because
they say that you can measure 0.02% of an ounce, a difference. So it's negligible.
Yeah,
Unless you're dealing in gold.
It doesn't seem like it should be negligible when you look at centrifugal forces, how they work. It should not be negligible.
If you bang it into a centrifugal force calculator, it doesn't come back with particularly high numbers. I had the same thought.
I mean, you stand in the middle of a roundabout versus the edge, and it doesn't seem right that you've got some calculator.
Well, you can do the math. You're welcome to do the math. It's 0.5%, I think, or something like that. I mean, you can say that seems weird, but the math is there for you to do.
It's not even 0.5%. It's really low. 0.02%.
I'm convincing myself to being a flat earther right now, but it just doesn't add up to me.
Well, like
do
the math. Ted just said, you can do the math on it.
The surface being flat.
I'm telling you, I watched The Departed.
No, he's talking about centrifugal force and why we don't experience more centrifugal force from the spin of the Earth if it's a globe.
Well, I think he said that. I think he said that he's this close to being a flat earther, but it doesn't make sense.
No, what he was saying that
maybe let him say it.
Only one sentence. Don't speak about surface because that's boring, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to our northern friend who was talking about the centrifugal force. One thing you'll notice about the globe claim is that often what they'll do is they'll say, "Oh, thing X is true, and here's why we don't have evidence for it." Now they won't word it like that, but you'll hear these arguments all the time. You'll hear it about centrifugal force. You'll hear it about gravity. You'll hear it about the movement of the Earth, both in terms of the orbit and the rotation around. Not the rotation, the orbit. Yes, and the rotation on its axis. You'll hear all of these arguments. They'll always say, "Oh, thing X is true, but we can't really show you, but because it would be negligible." You hear the word negligible all the time when you talk about the globe.
And have you ever been on the centrifuge machines on the fairground?
Yes, very powerful.
Called the gravitron or something like that.
Whatever it's called.
I could stand up in those when I was a teenager. I'll be standing up on the wall.
Yeah.
Did you ever see flat surface in your life? Did you ever see flat surface in your life?
You're standing on it in your house.
No, man. Okay, but did you see anything? Some big flat surface in your life? Some lake, some land, something. Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm standing on a deck right now.
Cool. I see it also. Strange thing on the sphere.
I went to the Rock and Roll Museum for a spring break one year in Ohio next to the lake, and it was frozen over, and it was like the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. And my dad pointed out Detroit to me. I think it was Detroit. So I think that's like a 100-mile observation. Now, I don't know if that was actually Detroit, because this is a memory from when I was 14. But if it was Detroit, holy shit.
Okay, that was enough about surface. Let's go back to something much interesting.
I would love
have been interested for some time now in what Rick brought up, which is how the various positions of Polaris are reconciled.
Yeah, that's more interesting.
Oh, just an update. The guy at the gas pump. The guy at the gas pump says gas has
I don't really give a shit about what the guy at the gas pump said.
He said the gas has weight. He just can't prove it, but it's a fact anyway.
Aren't you talking about the wrong gas anyway? Because you Americans call gas petrol, don't you?
Well, there's a lot of double speak. You gotta wade your own way through the double speak.
So that's liquid. correct?
Yeah, you gotta wade. You gotta wade your own way through the doublespeak. There's a lot
I
of
was
doublespeak.
making a
But
The phase
he said
changes
that
we're
there's.
talking about anyway. Liquid
He said
versus
gas
gas.
has weight, but
Same
he can't
thing.
prove it. But yeah,
Just
Liquid,
different phase.
gas. Did you just say liquid and gas are the same thing?
Yeah, they're
he
in a
said
different phase. You can literally prove that by boiling a kettle.
Timbo,
Wait.
Timbo, listen.
So
Gas,
they're not the
Timbo,
same
listen.
thing.
Very,
You turn the
very
liquid
simple.
into a gas. Yeah.
Timbo,
Yeah.
very,
Go ahead.
Do
very
you think that
simple.
solids? Do you
Welcome
think
to phase changes.
that solids and liquids are the same?
They can be,
Oh my
depending on the
God.
temperature. Depending on the
Yeah.
temperature and the pressure. Depending on the temperature
yeah.
and pressure, those are the two key fundamental things that make something liquid, solid, or gas.
Yeah, no one asked
Oh
that.
my god.
We didn't
Come
ask
on,
if you
you
could
guys
turn
aren't
a
that
liquid.
retarded, are you?
We didn't
Come on.
ask if you could turn a liquid into a solid. We asked if a liquid and a
Oh,
solid
he said
were
the
the same
word.
thing.
Holy shit. Black Elon Musk looks exactly like my dad.
Stop
Oh, I look at
obfuscating. Let him
Black
finish.
Elon must
Let
look
him finish.
exactly
Hey,
like
can
Wesley
everyone
Snipes.
shut the fuck up?
Shut up.
Wesley Snipes. No, I'm Wesley Snipes.
Ranger, stop, dude. You're being dumb.
About me.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Right, I'll start over. Okay, so I'm gonna start a new conversation. So I worked. Oh, Crypto, go ahead. Sorry.
Can't hear this other
I
person.
think I'm roboting. I
You are.
apologize.
Sorry, it was
You are
dumb anyway.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start a new conversation. So,
I asked,
Jimbo.
oh wait, he's back.
yeah, go on.
Larry, just
No, you
fucking
go ahead, bro. I didn't matter anything.
take the reins, Larry.
What
Would it
about
be possible to talk
Polaris?
about
What about that?
Polaris? I've been asking about that
Okay,
for a while
what
now.
do you guys want to ask us about Polaris?
Larry,
It's-
are you flat earther?
Yes, bro.
It's the
Listen carefully. It's simple. The gas has weight. Okay.
Yes.
Earth is spherical. Okay.
Yeah,
No.
man, that's you outsmarted.
Man, it's easy. Gas has weight. Now, Earth is spherical. Why you don't understand, man?
Should we just close the chat room now, or?
Yeah, man, close it down. Shut it
He's
down.
being funny because
That's pretty much it, I guess.
gas has atomic weight. Okay, so whatever
very-
gas it is, it's from the periodic table. It has an atomic weight, right? But let's just talk about Polaris for a minute because they think they got a gotcha on Polaris. So what do you guys want to talk about Polaris?
So the observation of Polaris, and I'm not allowed to post images in the chat yet, which is a thing, but if you observe
Polaris?
the angle of altitude of the angle of observation from positions
Angle.
on the Earth to Polaris,
Angle.
the angles of observation don't
What
have a common point of intersection. And as you move south towards the zero line,
Angles.
the Polaris reaches the horizon, being zero angle.
Hold on, Rick.
And
Rick, 1 second. Rick, 1 second. Guys, please don't interrupt Rick. Just let him finish what he's gonna say. I know you're anxious to say something in between his words. Can you please let him? Because we can't. The rest of the people can't hear what he's saying. Let him make his argument, and then we can refute it if we want. Relax. Go ahead, Rick.
Cheers, mate. And yeah, so as you move south, the angles to Polaris change, which is expected on any model. But the on a flat surface, the angles should have a common point of intersection. However, when you make those observations of Polaris, the angles don't have a common point of intersection. And I haven't been able to reconcile that with the observations being made from a flat surface.
What do you mean by common point of intersection?
Well, I mean, if you say look at any point that you've got, any object, if you look at that object and then walk or move away from that object, you can redo a point of intersection. And you could do this with string, or you could do it with lasers, you could do it with whatever. And on a flat surface, all of those lines that you've drawn, either with string or lasers or whatever, would all intersect at the same point. And that point would be the point where Polaris, in fact, is in reality. However, when you do that observation with Polaris, it doesn't have a point of intersection. I mean, I saw this has been posted loads of times in the text chat.
Are you saying that if you move away from something on a flat surface, that it's going to stay in the same position on the sky?
No, it should stay in the same position relative to its height, though. So there's like a trigonometric.
You don't have a height. to it, though.
No, that you don't. But you should have if it's in a fixed position. You should have
questions. Just question. If it's
So
true,
the thing that he postulated as being true, like so a treetop. I'm pointing at a treetop, and I walk towards it, and I walk away from it. You're saying I should be pointing? I should never change where I'm pointing?
Well, if I
no,
just
you should change
could I jump in?
You can just post a picture. If you can post a picture, this would really help. It's
I
really
can
hard to
explain it. So if I'm looking at an apple on a tree, right? There's an apple hanging down from a tree. Maybe I'm right below the apple, and I can't really judge how high this apple is. I don't know how far up the tree it is. I can see the apple. I'm like, I don't know, 20, 30 feet. I'm not really experienced enough to judge that distance, but I know it's directly above me, right? I'm looking directly above me, so I can say, well, I look up, I point. Somewhere along the line that I'm pointing, there's an apple. I don't know exactly how far, but there it is. Somebody 100 feet away from the tree will look at the tree and say, well, I see an apple too. And they point, and their line won't be straight up because they're far away. But where our two pointed lines intersect will be the location of the apple, right?
So therefore, the North Star is an apple. We don't know what the
Man, you're
North
contributing
Star
a lot
is.
here.
No,
He's describing the parallax
And-
effect, the way you can
No.
judge distance with your eyes. If you've got two eyes, you can roughly
I'm not-
judge distance and catch a ball.
He's not
how do
talking
you get-
about parallax.
And how will you get that angle?
Yeah, all right. So basically, if anybody wants to refute his point, take it from the point that he's saying, and let's not obfuscate to another example. Just use the same example that he used, so that we can either have him understand how it operates. So, Timbo, did you want to go?
Just get in quickly, yeah. Just to point something out, because if you'd have to say that, okay, on a flat surface, if you move away from something, then it's not going to change elevation angle.
No, that's
definitely not what I'm saying.
What I'm saying.
So-
What I'm
so
saying is that
as you move away from something on a flat surface, it changes elevation angle.
that's right.
Sure.
But the change in
Okay.
elevation angle is predicted and is consistent.
But
with
you don't have a
trigonometry.
You don't know if you and the other person have the same position in the sky.
Sorry, what do you mean
Because
by
it's
that?
well, do the lines intersect anyway on a globe?
Yes.
How? Can you show that?
Yeah, no, okay, so they don't
I
understand.
think we could, yeah.
They probably don't know. They probably don't know that the sun and Polaris are all actually apparent positions in the sky, and that they don't intersect. They don't intersect regardless, and so it's a bit of a moot point. Like what you're saying is technically true, but doesn't apply to this because Polaris is in an apparent position, as is the sun. They're not actual positions.
So, but I just don't understand why an apparent position.
100%.
What does that mean?
That's what I
what
wanted.
does an apparent position mean?
Thank you, Crypto. I wanted somebody to talk about this. Crypto's bringing up the point that I wanted everybody to realize. This is the actual point that Crypto's making is what we would say. But Crypto, if you can just take the point further.
Sure. So the apparent position has no intersection on either model. That's the issue, right? What you're saying should be true, but isn't.
No, it does have an intersection point on the globe model.
No, because there's no physical point. It's an apparent position.
What do you mean? There's no physical point?
I don't know how to explain this more simply. It's an apparent position that varies.
The apparent position on the globe model, it does have
No.
Wait.
No. What he's saying is when the globe is trying to explain how light works coming in from the sun to the earth, what happens when the light hits the atmosphere? Rick?
I mean, lots of things happen. Is there a specific question you like to ask? Are you asking about refraction or something?
Does the light travel straight into the atmosphere, straight to the observer witnessing the light?
That depends on a lot of factors, and
I'm asking you a question. Yes, sir. It's okay. So sometimes doesn't. So it's not reliable, is it?
Well, I mean, we've used Polaris to navigate the world for hundreds of years. I think it is pretty reliable.
It's a closed-ended question. Is it reliable to come in straight all the time?
No.
Thank you. End of the argument.
I disagree. The observations of Polaris are reliable.
But you've just conceded. You've just conceded that what we've been saying, what Crypto was saying, is that it's an apparent position of the thing, the light that you're seeing from the thing in the sky. So you're not going to rely on it being always coming into you directly as you would two observers pointing at an apple. It's not the same. Two very different things. Thank you. That is all.
But the observations that we make of Polaris are reliable in that we can use them to navigate the globe, or at least half of it. So, saying that it bounces and angles and whatever.
Talking about that. No one's talking about that being the case. We're talking about how people can represent pointing to lines intersecting. That's the case we're making. That doesn't happen in the globe.
But if the
argument is that
your argument is refuted based on what you were trying to put as an argument. That two people pointing at one thing are pointing at the light that's coming in directly hitting them straight on, and that's not the case. Because as you conceded, it's not reliable to come in straight on at hitting you directly where you see it, which means the same thing that me and Crypto would be agreeing on is that you're going to see something in its apparent position, not in its actual position. It's very simple to understand, Rick, and the globe backs this up.
What I conceded, to be clear, was that the light coming in from the sun is not always perfectly straight on. I didn't concede that the light coming from Polaris was not reliable. That's two different things.
No. Listen, light coming in that hits the atmosphere will do the same thing. Any light that hits the atmosphere, when it hits, as per the globe, once it hits the atmosphere, that light is refracted. It's changing its position and how it hits your eyeballs. So two observers pointing straight on are not going to get intersecting lines. That's the argument, and it's not true. It just isn't.
If I may.
What we're doing right now is refuting you based on your argument, how you represented two people pointing at an apple. That doesn't work when you're looking. That doesn't work when you look at light coming through the atmosphere. According to the globe, light will get refracted once it hits the Earth's atmosphere, and therefore it changes direction. So wherever it was coming from is not the actual position where you look at it from. There's different models that represent this. You could look them up. The globe actually backs up what we're saying about this. There's no mystery to this, what the globe's saying. So therefore, you're incorrect about. Therefore, you're incorrect about the argument that two people are pointing to the Polaris and they're causing these intersecting lines that should be there. That would be the case, like in the case of the apple, but not in the case of light coming through the atmosphere. It refracts. So there you go.
We're on the same page. We agree with the apple analogy, but you're saying it's not applicable here. Like if it were applicable, that would be interesting. But if it's not, it's not applicable.
It's not applicable. I got a second refutation.
Just make sure I understand. Yeah.
I got a second refutation, just real fast. Okay, so that thing that you're looking at that you call Polaris, you think that you're looking at it, right? Actually, in the globe model, that light's been traveling for a really long time, and you're not actually looking at an object. So if you think that that's an object that you're seeing, no, it's the light that's been traveling.
Well, it's irrelevant because the light's been traveling essentially as long for any observer on Earth. So.
Right. So the fact that he thinks that he's got like a line pointing at an object, not in your model, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Look, I think that's not particularly good.
That's not a reputation. The refraction thing is interesting.
Wait a minute. How is that not a refutation? Sorry, you think you're looking at a Polaris star, and you're not looking at light from quintillions of years ago?
Quintillions of years ago, about 400 years ago.
But yeah.
So is Polaris 400 light years away?
Roughly.
Okay, so you're looking at light from 400 years ago, and you think that's an object.
I think that it is light that was emitted by an object.
400 years ago.
The thing you look at is light emitted by or reflected by an object.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
So real quick,
that's medieval light.
Real quick. Yeah, real quick, gentlemen. I understand the other point to this, but like the point that he was bringing up, saying that two intersecting lines, that's the point that's being refuted. I don't want that to be lost in another. Like, I just want him to understand he conceded himself that doesn't happen as the Earth being a globe, so that we all understand. Moving forward, that argument can't get brought up and put forward as two intersecting lines are what's happening.
I absolutely do not concede that. To avoid any confusion, I absolutely do not concede.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
I do not. I'm telling you now, I don't.
Let's do it again. No, let's do it again. No, let's do it again. One more time in time, right? So when light comes in from anything that's shining, right? A star, a sun, it doesn't really matter. The moon. Whenever light, no, it doesn't. Whenever light's hitting the atmosphere, what happens to the light traveling straight on? Is all the light gonna travel straight from the atmosphere straight into your eyes? Yes or no?
You're going
Always.
to get a probability of the majority of them traveling straight, and you're going to get
Always.
refraction in
Light.
some of them.
No,
But
yes.
that's
I
the
know.
whole point of probabilities.
There you go. Thank you. No, we're not
Yeah.
talking about that. The only
Yeah, but
thing
you
we're
can
concerned
still
with in this conversation, sir.
you can still
the only
judge
thing
the
we're
overall
concerned with,
direction.
sir. The only thing we're concerned with in this conversation, if light is going to come straight on because we're pointing at something in the sky, two observers are pointing with intersecting lines. Now, if that is the case, then we're pointing at the actual thing, right? Whatever it is, the light, the star, it doesn't matter. We're pointing at the thing, right? So if two people are doing that and the light is refracted, what are they pointing at?
Did I address
Your
this?
parent location.
Yeah, thank you. It's the apparent location. Somebody said, thank you, Larry. So the gentleman didn't want to admit that this is what his concession was about when light doesn't come in straight on. So it's not two intersecting lines. Once again, that was your argument and it failed. So you conceded, and that everybody knows it. So you can't say, I didn't concede. Yeah, you did. If light is
He's only human, though. He's going to be wrong sometimes. He's only human.
well, I need him to understand, because he says I didn't concede.
I
I
understand.
did. Yeah, you did.
Let me speak.
Well, then you know that's a concession. When you say if light bends when it hits the atmosphere and then it hits your eyeball at an angle, a different trajectory than a straight line, that means that the line is not straight, like you would pointing at an apple.
If I can answer the question, that would be amazing.
I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. We reached the end. What do you? What
the argument has been put forward that the apparent position of Polaris changes because of refraction. Now you're
not going to see the actual position of it.
It would be reasonable to assume that, given what we know about refraction, that would be demonstrable through mathematics. If you have got the mathematics that demonstrates that observation being because of refraction, I'm more than happy to review it.
Wait. It's not my burden. The globe is presenting this information to you. You haven't looked at it. So it's incumbent upon you to actually research this information that you don't know. You were ignorant when you came in with this argument, thinking it was like a talking point that had some substance, where I pointed out that, pun intended, but that you can't point at something in the sky like a star or the sun or the moon and say that's exactly where it's at, because light is being refracted when it hits the atmosphere. So therefore, it doesn't take a straight line path to your eyeballs. And two observers standing at different geolocations are not going to be able to point at the same thing because the light's refracted. So you can't point at the actual thing. You're pointing at its apparent location. I've made my point. Yours. It refutes your point, sir. You have to listen, dude. From anything else you have to say from here on in is you just coping with the fact that you were wrong. It's just coping,
what you've provided is a possible explanation, and I would love to explore it further. If you've not provided proof,
it's not my It's not my burden. This is what the globe is telling you. They're the ones that are advocating that light is refracted once it hits the atmosphere. Therefore, when you look at the sun every day, it's not in its its position in the sky where you think it is, its actual position. It's in a apparent position in the sky, sir. This is not me telling you. This is a globe. When you research this information, you're going to see models of it looking like what I'm telling you. When the light hits the atmosphere, it gets bent, it's refracted, and then you can see where it is because light refracts. So there you go. I'm trying to tell you this, that I'm not just saying it to refute you. I'm telling you this is the globe standard. That's what they're telling you. You haven't reconciled that because you haven't probably looked into it, but yet you think your talking point is actually something that's substantial. It's not. That's why I'm saying look into it. It's not my burden. You need to go do the research and find that out for yourself. And when you do, you're going to be like, oh, shit, he was right. And that's all I'm saying. Anything else about another argument attached to this, it's really irrelevant because your point was refuted. I think we're done here.
Can I just ask one further question?
Yeah.
Based on what you're saying, there is a consistent amount of refraction from each star that would be consistent, and that would be measurable and consistent with the globe.
It's inconsistent. There's a sorry, I know I hate to do this, but it's an average. Whenever they use a refractive model, that particular refraction is actually an average. It varies. It fluctuates. So there's never going to be an actual. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just curious because it's like if the observation is a refraction, that would be and the refraction we know from navigation is consistent for Polaris.
Mhm.
Is that consistent across the whole globe with all of the stars? Like, I mean, that's the refraction index would have to be the same. Which would rely on angles. I mean, it's
Well, here's what I'm telling you though. Whenever people make their observations of whatever celestial object, right? So when the light hits, they're going to use a specific type of refraction. They're not going to say it's to the decimal point where how much refraction they're seeing. They're not doing that. They're using a base number, right? A numeric value that holds, kind of like when we say the average rate. I'll give you an example. Like the average rate of fall, 9.8 meters per second squared. That is like what they say the object falls through the medium of air would actually be quantified as being, right? So that's not the actual rate of fall. It's an average. So it falls between a certain tolerance. And so the kind of idea that's behind the stars and the refractive model that they would put to it was something of a baseline. It's not an actual, like, you're going to take the refractive index of that particular moment. You know what I'm saying? Because it fluctuates and there's not going to be anything you're going to do about it and say you're pointing exactly where you need to be according to the refractive model, right? You can't do that because it still will have a variance depending on the ambient air temperature. There's a lot of variables that are included, but all this is contributing to the type of observation you're doing at that moment. And that's why I'm saying it's just standard basically. So when you apply the standard to seeing Polaris there, it falls within a range, so it's fine. It works. I mean, you don't have to go crazy about it.
Well,
But
no,
it's not gonna be like
I haven't received that explanation before. That people have said all sorts of wild stuff, but it never had that explained. So that was interesting to consider, and I'll go ahead and look into it. But I just had a question about refraction of stars because I know Atea, whatever, is an astronomer, and if the refraction of stars is occurring, we have a lot of stars that move a substantial portion of the night sky, essentially every night. Surely we'd be able to track and correlate that refraction because that would happen in all directions, right?
Yes,
Is that something you've observed, Atea?
Yeah, so basically you can see that, but I'm not telling you can't. Okay, here's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you can't see these things and witness them as they are in the sky. But light, as it hits the atmosphere, will refract. And if he's an educated person, he would have to back up the same thing that I'm saying.
I'm
That's
not
what they're
disagreeing
saying.
about light refracting. I'm
Right.
unconvinced that light refracting is an explanation for the apparent position of Polaris. Doesn't seem on face value to be enough of a change of angle to cause that level of refraction. Now, I haven't looked at the maths or graphed it particularly, but I would just really like to hear
That's
from
fine.
Andrew.
Rick, either way, it refutes what you were trying to say, that the straight line straight on when you're pointing at the thing is what another observer is doing, pointing directly. And ITR actually brought the same argument. It's like, well, we see the apple. We don't know what the distance to the apple is from elevation, but we can see that it's right there. So if two people are pointing at intersecting lines, that would be exactly where the apple is. Not the case for a star. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's the only thing I'm saying. So anything outside of that, whether the tolerance is minuscule or it's a large measurable amount, whatever that is, that's not the argument anymore. You're changing it. You're making it something else, and we've already refuted the point.
Another question.
So, but it's thoroughly refuted, right? That two people pointing at the one object is going to be intersecting lines. That's the only thing I wanted to make apparent. That's it.
Well, there's been an explanation for possibly why it occurs, and I think did I see Andrew flash up in chat, or was that just me mousing over him? No, maybe that was me just mousing over him. I thought he had something to say. I guess what I'm trying to work out is the explanation, which if anyone provides me an explanation for anything, and this isn't unique to Flat Earth, this is if someone tells me my car's broken down, I'm going to ask them why. If someone provides me an explanation like refraction, that's I can see that's a potential explanation. And I know, is it Atea? Is that how you say his name? Is an astronomer or an astrophysicist or something? He, I think he may have some information. If we're witnessing high levels of refraction from stars when they're not overhead, I would expect that to have some sort of implications for astronomy. And I was wondering if Andrew has, what's his name? Not Andrew. I keep saying Andrew because he's right next to your name. Sorry, Alpha. The astronomer Taya. I was wondering if he has observed refraction in his astronomy or astrophysics with,
obviously
the
stars are important, but I definitely have some thoughts on this if you guys want to talk about it. So we have an observation, right, that I think everyone can agree on. If you go 60 miles down, right, towards the equator, then Polaris is observed to be about 1 degree lower in elevation angle. That hopefully is not contentious. That's just an observation that anyone can make. But what we also have is varying explanations for why that's happening. Whatever the globe says, flat Earth thing, right? What Rick brought up earlier is the idea that the flat Earth, the points don't meet. I clarified with the Apple explanation, right? And then Alpha discussed this idea that, if the light from the star is refracting, then you can't really trust that you're looking along the straight line. And so the fact that they're not meeting is not necessarily a problem. So there's two alternative explanations, right?
Refracting. What the fuck is refracting? We don't agree.
Just to say something real quick, homz.edu. They say.
Sorry, if you're talking, I can't hear you. You're quite low.
Yeah, maybe you can hear me a little better now because I turned off my thing. But each time starlight moves into a new layer of Earth's atmosphere, it bends. By the time light from a distant star travels all the way from outer space.
Let's be real, man. I can't hear you. You're super, super low.
Yeah,
like it's no good, bro.
I see you lighting up, but I don't hear anything.
Tap your mic in Morse code if you need help.
All right, well, each time starlight moves into a new layer of Earth's atmosphere, it bends. By the time light from a distant star travels all the way from outer space to Earth's surface, it has been refracted many times. So much so that the place we think we see the star is not the real position of the star.
Gotcha. I think I heard that one. While it is certainly true that in the sort of globe space idea that light from distant stars passes through many things before it gets to Earth, essentially everything that's done before it gets here is not super relevant because this roughly the same light is getting to all the observers, right? We're not that far apart, again, in the globe model from each other compared to the distance from the star. So whatever it has done before it got here is not particularly important. Certainly it is true that when light passes through the atmosphere, it can bend.
I think you're thinking too hard.
Well, I'm just explaining my opinion here. If you want to jump in, I suppose that's fine.
No, I just think you're thinking too hard because you're basically trying to say that by the time it gets here, it's as if it's not refracted. No, that
is not what I'm going to say.
Well, that's what you did say.
No, what I said is whatever it's done equally to any observer.
What does that mean?
It means that whatever has happened to the light since it was emitted by the star, essentially every observer sees all of those effects equally, and so it doesn't matter what those effects were.
That's great, but I guess Alpha Veritas' point is that the star is not where you think it is. So
I get that, and I was going to address that, but you did interrupt me.
Adding to your point,
I actually didn't make my point because start of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine.
Adding to your point, for all
Back
observers,
to my previous statement.
For all observers, it would be the same for them. So much so.
Sorry, Mark, because I've seen you jump down someone's throat super hard for interrupting you once.
Why not? I mean, you keep interrupting me. Actually,
that's not how that happens.
Talking, but anyway.
So what I was going to say, right, is absolutely true that light coming in from outside the atmosphere refracts.
Would you like to explain what Ataya was about to say?
Alpha Veritas, are you there?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, so basically this guy that you're talking to is trying to say that I'm not allowing him to say what he's saying.
But
Well, you
I just want to
interrupted me
make sure
several
that it's
times.
not a red herring. So I'm going to read this and you tell me if it's pertinent or not. So OMZ.edu, each time starlight moves into a new layer of Earth's atmosphere, it bends. By the time light from a distant star travels all the way from outer space to Earth's surface, it has been refracted so many times, so much so that the place we think we see the star is not the real position of the star.
Yeah, that was my argument. I was
That's
actually
exactly
coming
what Alpha was saying, and I was definitely about to talk about that, but then you interrupted me.
Yeah, I think. Listen, and here, if I'm wrong, he'll prove me wrong. But I think ITR is along the same lines of what I'm saying, because he knows that this is basically coming from academia and it's not just some guy on the internet. But I think what he would probably say would be something along those lines, but at the same time, that it's not as significant as somebody would think in their mind. Like, basically, he's going to diminish the actual.
Man, you guys don't even need me. You're just going to make up what I'm going to say anyway.
Well, it's what it's going to be. You're going to diminish the idea that somebody looking at the star would be not where another observer in another geolocation would be looking at the. Like, in other words, it could be you're trying to make it sound like, well, it is dependable for us to both be pointing at the star and both of us
I'm trying to make it sound like anything, man. I didn't get to say my point.
Well, I'm just saying this is kind of like the thing that's going to happen, because really, there is nowhere else to go if the point is refuted. Where the gentleman came in here and said, well, two people are going to have 2 points, like they're pointing at the star and they're intersecting lines. That is the argument. There is no other argument outside of that. So if you're making another argument and saying, well, it's not really that troublesome to have that happen, I think that's not anywhere near the point of what was being discussed prior. So you're going to do like another argument, is what I'm saying. And I think Eli jumped in because once somebody starts making another argument, diverting from the point that I made, it's gonna cause an issue.
I was actually going to address the point you made directly.
I think what Andrew was actually
we may never find out
is how hummingbirds look like their wings are like blurry.
Actually,
hummingbirds are great.
He said what he said, and then I read what I read. He started to say what he said, and I was saying, yeah, but you saying that everyone everywhere would have the same kind of refraction has nothing to do with them saying that the star is not in the position that you think it is.
You're totally right. I misunderstood the thing you said. I thought you were referring to light refraction that happened before the starlight entered the atmosphere. So I apologize. I misunderstood what you were talking about.
No, that wasn't even what I said either.
I just said I misunderstood it, and I apologized. So the point that I was going to try to make is that this is an explanation for a phenomenon, right? And we can think about it and make testable things. Like, okay, if the Earth's atmosphere is, refracting this light, which we I think all agree that it is to some extent, we can say, all right, well, if that's happening, and that's changing the position of the star, and it's making it so that we can't agree on where it is, right? Our lines are not intersecting. That has some quantities to it that you'd expect to be true, right? So I care a lot about how much light is refracted. Have you guys heard of a concept called air mass? It's an important attribute when you're looking at it through a telescope.
Please just make the point.
Sorry?
Please just go on and make the point.
Well, I was working on it, man, but seemed pretty opposed to it.
No, it's me saying make the point is not being opposed to it. I just want to know what you're saying, dog.
Well, who knows? I might even have been done by now. So I care a lot about how much light is refracted, because if you look at a star, or whatever I'm looking at through a telescope, through more air, you get a shittier observation, in part because of refraction, in part because of scattering effects, right? So we care about how much air we're looking through. The best time to use a telescope to observe a star is when it is directly overhead, right? Because that is when there is the least atmosphere in the globe or the flat Earth model, right? That is when there is the least atmosphere between you and the light in the sky, whatever it may be. No, I don't think disagreement there. It's just fundamentally true. Whether it's a star or not, whether it's flat or not, doesn't matter. Straight up, there's the least air. But what's interesting is that the lower you get, the more atmosphere refracts that light, and it is not linear, right? It's an exponential. So closer and closer to the horizon is more and more refraction and other scattering effects as well, because it's just more atmosphere. So you really don't want to observe close to the horizon, but a little bit off the zenith. It's fine, right? Whatever. But what we see in this observation of Polaris, right, which is getting closer and closer to the horizon, obviously, as you get closer and closer to the equator, is that it is the same, right? Roughly the same, 1 degree every 60 miles, all the way down. So if it were a refraction effect, it would be a non-linear change in position, but it is a linear change in position. So it is not consistent with the idea that this position is being disrupted by atmospheric effects. And if they are stochastic atmospheric effects, you would expect observers at different longitudes to also make different observations, which they do, but only by a tiny bit. So it doesn't appear consistent to me. What do you guys think about that?
I agree.
That's really interesting. Thank you for putting that effort, sir.
It is what it is. Polaris does what it does. We use it for what we use it for. I agree.
I'm cool with that explanation. I think.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with what he just said. Sorry.
Well, I mean, your point was that it was caused by refraction. I'm pretty sure what Ataya just explained is that refraction doesn't explain the difference in observation.
Does it occur, Rick?
Well, he's right.
What occur?
He's right, Miggy, because in the case of the way that Polaris changes with degree as you move, they're saying that right there is, if it were refraction, then it wouldn't be dropping as consistently as it is. But I can give them that, because that's true.
Yeah, but the consistency of its drop doesn't equate to them saying that you can discount refraction in any way. Like, you have to count it at every time that you make your observation as a glober. You can't.
Refraction is very important to me as an astronomer.
You can try to diminish it by it being a degree to your
I think he didn't make an argument yet, though. Like, so I'm more interested in like what his point is about that. What do you think it's consistent with? What do you think this observation of Polaris as you move further?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, go
on. The alternative explanation that I've been provided is consistent with Polaris being a very, very long distance away and the Earth curving at the rate that is expected to be 90 degrees in the travel from essentially the North Pole to the equator. I mean, I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying it's consistent. The observation is consistent with that explanation.
Okay, well, they do give it a north-south, east-west compass plane. Like this is the way it's actually described. When you have 90 degrees to 0, I mean, of course, degrees off of a level baseline, but to your point, they do claim that it's geometric. It's because of your movement on the curve of the Earth's surface. The problem with that is, number one, you can see Polaris a little further than our arbitrary equator line. Number two, if you were to rise up in altitude above the curvature of the Earth, there's no change in the altitude of the star regardless. It's going to stay the same, so it's not due to the geometry of the Earth at that point. So whatever it is, number one, they're using cardinal directions, and number two, it's not consistent with the globe.
I can't answer the second question because that's maths. It's beyond me. But the first question, I think, is answered.
Time out. Why don't we address what you say in is nonsense?
Okay. Well, hang on. Sorry. What do you want me to say?
Well, you said the second thing was nonsense, so I'd like you to explain.
No, I said. Sorry. No, apologies.
Stop. That would be an ad hominem and a hand wave dismissal, and I would like you not to do that, and I'd like you to address point number 2.
Apologies, I may have mumbled. What I meant to say was I can't address that because it's beyond me. I wasn't saying it was.
Why are you saying it's beyond you? Would you
It's
like
beyond.
me to explain?
It's beyond. No. The mathematics of explaining it are not.
No,
within
there's
my-
no there's no really advanced math. There's no advanced math.
Okay, I'm just saying I can't explain point 2, but I can explain point 1.
Well, it's not about. It's not an you don't have to explain anything. It's the rebuttal to you claiming that what you're seeing with the dropping of the star is in relation to the geometry of a sphere. So when you're walking along the sphere, the angle to the star changes. Supposedly. Well, my refutation to that is no, because if it was the curvature of the Earth, if you rose above, like say 10,000 feet at the same location, just 90 degrees above, you have some aircraft 10,000 feet in the air, they're going to see the same altitude of the star, making it absolutely nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. So when you say you can't explain that, it's like I'm not expecting you to. There's no rebuttal to that.
I think
It's a rebuttal to you.
I think Ataya indicates he has a rebuttal to that, from what I just heard.
Quite understand the point, but I mean the fact that the angular elevation of Polaris doesn't change with altitude is essentially expected in the globe paradigm, right?
Expected?
No, it's not.
Well,
On the surface of the globe, you can't go to it.
expected and justified are two different things.
Well, what would be
what we expect?
I don't
based
understand what
on-
that means.
What we expect based on what you're saying is it's because of our walk along this globe that we see the angular change. Well, yeah, then if you were to rise above the geometric surface, then obviously the angle would change. But no, the angle to stars do not change. It's just the way the majesty of the
Yeah, but
heavens are.
that's expected. That if you look at the math, right, you don't
Okay,
really expect it to
justifying
change.
and saying, well, that's expected.
Well, I could
like,
demonstrate it to you if you would prefer.
Demonstrate how? What do you mean demonstrate?
Make a little mock-up, show you the numbers. Like, oh, look at that. The angle's not any different at 1,000 feet or whatever it was you said.
But what are you going to show me? The fact that the angle of the star doesn't change?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's not a problem. That's exactly how I expect it to work.
It's a problem because it's not the globe that's giving you the appearance of the angle of the star above the horizontal plane. It's not what's happening.
Why would the angle change with altitude?
I'm not saying it would. What I'm saying is the angle change isn't due to a globe. You can't justify that statement.
Well,
what I'm saying is that the angle change is consistent with the globe.
No, I just told you why it's not. There is no globe. It's consistent, but there is no globe.
Okay, it is consistent. We agree. All right.
But there is no globe.
Well, that's fine. As long as we agree that it's consistent with the globe, that's
I
really all
already
was
agreed
saying.
with you before all of this. I said, yeah, okay.
That's fine. I mean, all I was doing is addressing the Polaris thing, and my point is that it's consistent with being on a globe, and that's it. That's all I was
But
saying.
it's not
No proof,
consistent
nothing.
with
Just
being
consistent.
on a globe, because if you rise above the globe, you're still going to have the same angle to the star.
Which is what we see and what we expect. Consistent with being on a globe.
Well, it's not consistent with being on a globe, again.
How is it not consistent? I thought we just agreed that it was.
I just told you. No, it's just a consistent observation as you travel south from Polaris toward the equator.
The change
Second
in
of all,
height.
like I said, you can also see Polaris further south than the equator. So again,
and that was that's
so
refraction
again,
that was discussed earlier.
So again, the bottom line is you don't have any justification for saying that, well, it's a globe because of this consistency we see with Polaris.
I don't think don't think anyone was saying it's a globe because of what we see with Polaris. I think what I
No,
was
he's
saying
saying it's consistent with a globe, and I'm
it's
saying, well, here's
consistent.
why it's not. And you're saying, well,
hang on.
that's what we would expect, and I'm saying that's not really a justification.
You're saying it's not consistent with a globe because the angle of observation doesn't change. That infers that in the globe, the angle of observation would change.
No, it doesn't. What?
Well, then,
No, it doesn't.
then how is that a relevant point?
No, it doesn't.
You're making an irrelevant
Because you
point.
have to listen to the words that I'm saying very carefully.
I'm listening pretty
If
carefully,
what
bro.
you're seeing is due to your position on the geometric surface of the Earth, then no, you can't claim that it's because of Earth curve, that if you rise from Earth curve and nothing changes. No, then you can't blame it on Earth curve. That's not proof of Earth's curvature. That you don't have proof of that.
What the contention is whether the observation of Polaris is consistent with a observation from a flat plane.
And it is.
It's not. You made that.
Well,
you
it
said
is. That's what an elevation angle is. You know that, right?
I do, and as we discussed, the elevation angle doesn't join. Like you change position, and the angle doesn't match. And as Ataya pointed out,
but nobody is talking about changing positions to try to match with the sky.
That's exactly how celestial navigation works. They change.
No, it's not.
I mean, what the
No, it's
discussion
not. Because when you're trying to get your position and we're not using Polaris, then you're looking at multiple stars, like say 3 stars, for example, from your singular position. And you're getting circles of equal altitude for all 3 positions. And it's going to be on the same horizontal plane from where you are. It's going to tell you your direction, where you are on the surface of the Earth, based on the elevation angles we've made to Polaris and the grid system that we use.
Sure. I guess the contention is whether or not the observation would be consistent if it was made from a flat plane. And
I just told you that it was necessary, the flat plane. I just told you that.
I know you told me that, but
you're not refuting it, because when you're taking an elevation angle measurement, it is off of the level of the Earth. That's what the Earth is used as, seeing is that we have an Earth that's level in orientation.
I feel like I've just done a weird little backflip.
Books, right? There's adjustments that you do, right?
Anyway, I don't know. I'm bored, so
your altitude,
do with that what you will.
The measurement you made, and then it gives you a corrected value, right? I think that's usually how these work.
Are you talking to me?
Well, he's referencing the celestial navigation, that you need a flat plane. But in practice, no navigator actually does this. They read in their altitude measurement. They read in their latitude measurement. They take their measurement that they actually make, and that gives them a corrected value. And that correction works based off of a globe Earth.
Yeah, no, I guess you could make the argument that the corrections could be made to work off of flat Earth, and I don't know enough about celestial navigation to refute it, but it certainly seems that in the corrections there's numbers that correlate very interestingly to a globe, for example, the radius in nautical miles. But I mean, that's a whole different debate. Another question sort of on the Polaris concept that I would love to ask is, and this is because unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunate, actually I'd say fortunate given the current times. I live in the Southern Hemisphere and have never seen Polaris or seen what the sky looks like up there. Actually, that's not true. I have seen it, but I didn't know what it was at the time. But the point being that I can't take any observations of it. In a flat Earth model, how can we have? I mean, if you look at the photos of Polaris, etc., there's the cool little spinning with essentially one star in the middle not spinning. We get to take a very similar photo in the Southern Hemisphere where we observe essentially the same thing, although spinning the opposite direction. Is there an explanation for how that could be possible unless there's 2 poles? I haven't been able to find any possible explanation for that. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
You're talking about elevation angles to stars again?
No, I'm talking about the swirly pictures of stars.
So the stars are
talking about star trails.
Star trails, that's what I'm
stars
talking
are
about. Hang on, how do I copy this? Copy address image.
So you're telling me that the stars move,
No, what I'm asking is when I just posted a link in the chat. You can see what I'm trying to explain. You know how you get that little swell if you take an extended exposure of the sky?
Yeah, so the stars are moving. What's your question again?
Well, if the Earth was flat, how would you get that same observation of another part of the sky from the southern hemisphere?
What
Because you
does the
wouldn't have
Earth
another
being
pole.
flat have to do with what's going on in the sky again?
Well, because you wouldn't have a pole that's stationary, because the whole.
Oh, so you're saying that this is a pole? This is a pole. You're saying?
Well, the picture there is the bit I just linked is of Polaris, which is essentially quote unquote the zenith is over the North Pole. Like
What's your point?
Axis. The globe model suggests there's an axis of rotation. I'm curious how you could have a second axis of rotation on the southern hemisphere if the
So
Earth
you're
was
saying that
flat.
the stars move? Why do the stars move around a center point, but the Earth is not? I don't know.
Okay, no, it's an interesting question. I don't have an answer for it. I was just.
Oh, well, I mean, you're asking how the stars move when in the globe model you said the observation is supposed to match. So the Earth is obviously not moving, but you are agreeing that the stars move. But you're saying this is an explanation that's consistent with the globe model. How so?
Well, in the globe model, you'd have an axis of rotation, a north axis, which is Polaris, and a south axis, which, as far as I'm aware, there is no quote unquote South Pole star. But you still get this same. And I'll copy the link and put it in chat again. Copy. Where's the image link? What have I done here? Copy to image address. That's that's a long link. Let me try that again.
Bro, I know what you're talking about, obviously. So you're telling me that the stars move. How is this consistent with the globe model, since the Earth is supposed to be moving in the globe model?
Perfectly consistent with the globe model.
I mean, this is consistent.
You're telling me that the stars move and that's somehow consistent with the Earth rotating?
I mean, this is consistent. What I'm saying is this is consistent with a globe on a axis of rotation.
No, you're telling me that the stars move.
South axis. I'm telling you that relative to the lens of a camera, the stars move. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the stars are moving. How is this consistent with the globe that's supposed to move? Shouldn't the Earth be moving? Shouldn't that be your argument?
I'm not really asking about whether the Earth or the stars are the ones moving. I'm just asking about how you can have two poles of rotation.
Yeah, well, we both observed the same thing. The stars are moving. So what are you asking about?
Well, I'm asking why there's two poles, like two axes for the rotation.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know either.
I figured you would probably try to argue that the Earth is moving, but you're telling me that the stars move. So you're going to throw the globe down the stairs, or what's the deal?
What?
Aren't you trying to argue for all the explanations that the globe is supposed to have, and now you're telling me that the stars move?
The globe would explain it by saying that the Earth is rotating on an axis. And
how would we know that?
How would who know?
Where's that observed at? Where's the Earth moving? Where's that observed at?
I don't know the question. You asked me why.
You don't know how you can show me that the Earth is spinning on an axis according to the globe model? I thought you said all the observations match.
All the observations. What observation are you talking about that I'm supposed to be matching?
That the Earth is moving.
When have I observed that?
Okay, good. I'm glad. So you're welcome to stationary Earth. You're not claiming that the Earth moves. That's fantastic. I guess apparently that's not
that it's stationary. I'm just saying I've not observed the position of the Earth to be stationary or moving. I've made no observation of that.
But weren't you talking about how the explanations and all that stuff match observation? Weren't you saying that earlier about the globe model?
And I'll repeat myself again. I have never made an observation of the Earth's movement.
Okay. So then let's talk about the Polaris that you say, oh dang, I can't see that from Australia or whatever. So are you thinking that maybe the reason that you can't see it is because the Earth is getting in the way because you live on a ball?
I mean, we talked about that pretty in detail just before. You want to go back through the whole conversation again?
No, I'm just asking you if you're saying that the Earth is getting in the way. Apparently, the horizon is the geometric Earth curve.
Am I saying that's why I can't see Polaris? Is that what your question is? I believe in the globe model because all of the observations I make are consistent with explanations in the globe model.
Okay, like the rotation that you denied earlier?
No, I've never observed, like I just said, and I'll repeat it again. I don't know why I'm saying this so many times, but I'll try once more. I have never observed the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
Neither have you.
Okay. Yeah, neither have I, correct. So,
or have you observed its
the
stationary
observation
state?
of you not being able to see the North Star would be consistent with the Earth curve being in the way. That would mean that the horizon is Earth curve. It's blocking boats and buildings. That's why, North Star apparently seems to descend towards that geometric Earth curve because, you're falling away from it the farther away that you go. So then I guess the geometric Earth curve would always be in the same place, right? If it's a solid hill getting in your way of, like, let's say stars or boats or buildings.
Geometric Earth curve would always be in the same place. Are you meaning to say that the distance I can see to the horizon would always be the same? Is that what you're trying to ask?
Well, wouldn't it be, isn't it, as the physical location, since it's the edge of the ball that you're supposed to live on, that thing that's consistent with your observation?
Sorry, I asked if what I was asking you is the correct question.
Ask it again.
Asking me? Well, I'm trying to work it out. We're going around in weird circles. Are you asking me if the horizon is always in the same place?
Is it? According to the globe model, it should be. That's why they have the Earth curve calculator.
Well, I don't know. Like, didn't really come here to talk about Earth curve. I mean, if you want to talk about that, by all means. But
bullshit. You exactly came here to talk about Earth curve. You said that all the globe observations and model are consistent. And according to the globe model, the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
To answer your question, I have never made observations of the distance to the horizon or its position.
Oh, okay. I thought you said all these. So now you're going back. So what's consistent then with the globe model? So it's not curvature or geometric horizon or rotation. What's consistent again?
I mean, we talked about two already. I'm not sure why you didn't chime in when those two were.
We just talked about two that you ran away from. Like,
I didn't run away. Hey, let's go back to Polaris. Let's go back to Polaris. What do you want to talk about?
So Polaris is definitely, according to the globe model, where's Polaris?
According to the globe, I mean, it's ages away, hundreds of light years.
Okay. How can we verify that so that it's consistent with the globe model?
How can we verify it so that it's consistent?
Favorite is the Gaia satellite. Big fan.
There you go.
That's not verification. How's that verification?
Direct measurement of the parallax.
Oh, okay. So how much parallax is observed?
A couple milliarc seconds.
A couple million arc seconds. Okay. At what time?
Seconds.
All right. Measured by what?
By the Gaia satellite, as I just said. If you could try to keep up with me, that'd be great.
What is that Gaia satellite supposed to be in relation to so we can get this angular measurement of parallax?
In relation to?
Yeah. That's out there in free space. So what's the reference system? How do we get parallax angles?
Well, it's orbiting the sun, isn't it? In our model.
Is it? How do you verify that?
Where it is,
Can you verify that for me? Huh? Are you just going to make a basis that it's out there around? Well, this is just a story. I need you to verify this.
Well, actually, measuring parallaxes of stars is hard and difficult for someone to do, especially if they lack any equipment. Doesn't mean it's not done, though.
About a satellite that's a place that you can't verify, and that's your verification process? A place that you can't verify, a thing that you can't verify, and a reference system that you aren't going to tell me about? That's your verification?
I think he will tell you about the reference system if you asked him.
I just did.
You didn't mention the reference system, actually.
So how is it in free space taking an angle measurement according to what?
You want to talk about how Gaia works? I'd be happy to. But if you have a point to make,
I want to verify that Gaia exists for me. Let's start there. and it's
Can you
at the place
explain
that
how
you
this
say
works?
it
I'm
is.
gonna ask
Otherwise, it's
you,
just
how
an
do you know the computer
unfalsifiable
is doing
claim.
it correctly? How do you know the computer code is doing exact? How do you know that the Windows operating system is operating
Mostly because
perfectly?
people, you can
How do
see
you
the
know the
entries
electrons
of,
that are
oh
running the
boy, he's
Windows
triggered. I
operating
finally got
code
one
are
triggered. See,
performing
I knew I would
exactly
get
as every
somebody
other
triggered,
electron does?
and then they would
That's the
start to freak
silliest
out. Like
argument in
Andrew
the
here
world.
has lost his cool, so he needs to take a little time out. Okay.
The argument that you're
Anyways,
making is for every individual scientist to redo and re-verify every element of
no,
science
I'm
from the very
asking you
beginning
to
to agree.
verify the stories that you're giving me. All you're giving me is stories,
Well, if
and
you
you
don't
can't
like the
verify anything that you're
satellites are
saying.
hard to discuss. We could just talk about ground-based parallax, which is certainly measurable.
Okay, how do we get that?
You look at the star, you look at it again 6 months later.
Okay, and you're going to beg the question that the Earth has made a lap around the sun?
Everything I look at seems to be consistent with that explanation.
Oh, so we're going to do a post hoc, or maybe affirm the consequent.
We can do as many logical fallacies as you want, man.
Okay, well it's your argument. So how many logical fallacies do you need to use to make a claim?
I don't think I need more than like 3, probably.
Right. So I'll just go ahead and stop talking to you because that's all you have. All right, back to you, Rick. Tell me about the parallax.
I don't think I've ever claimed to know about the parallax.
Okay, how about Earth curve measurements to the horizon? You backed away from that one. That's right.
As I said,
how about the North Star?
What?
How about the North Star? Let's talk about that. You wanted to go back to that. Where's the North Star at?
Well, we're going to have the exact same conversation we just had with Ataya, and it's going to end the exact same way. Doesn't seem.
Oh, are you going to make up some bullshit and then not go ahead and verify it? Is that what's going to happen?
No, that wasn't what I was going to do at all.
What were you going to do then? It's probably different than Ayatur, right? He was making up bullshit and making unfalsifiable claims and not backing it up with verification. What are you going to do?
When you say they're unfalsifiable, why are they unfalsifiable?
Can you verify with me, physically, empirically, where fucking the North Star is?
Asking if I can do it and whether it is possible to be done are two different questions.
Can anybody do it? Has anybody been to the North Star?
Don't know.
Can you tell me what the North Star is, other than calling it the North Star?
If you're asking about me to tell you the physical makeup of it, obviously I've never been there and can't give you. We're going back to the proving everything that science has ever said.
No, that's not what we're doing. That's an elephant. That's not an elephant. That's a straw man. That's being retarded. Don't do that, please. Can you have 1 ounce of integrity in this conversation? Have a little bit of character. So you can just go ahead and admit that, no, I cannot go to this star and verify what it is, where it is, what it's made of. You can just stop there.
I don't believe I need to.
Oh, you don't believe you need to? Why? Now it's about belief, right? This is a religious system. Someone tells you what it is and where it is, and you believe them, even though they can't do anything more than you can.
Well, to answer that question, the observation that can be said is we have one person saying that the North Star, Polaris, whatever, is a very long way away, and that you can measure its distance away using parallax. Now, whether that's verifiable or not by going there and checking, no, obviously not.
What's the reference system?
However,
because no one's giving you that.
The observation that we can make is we can make an observation of the angle of the North Star to the horizon, and then from that we can go, okay, interesting. Based on our understanding and our belief system, is that consistent? And yes, it is consistent. So
making an angle measurement from the star to the horizon. Who's doing that?
Anyone who wants to. You can do it. You can get a sextant online for like
And
$20.
what is that going to tell me about the North Star?
It's going to tell you. What do you mean? What's it going to tell you? It's going to. You just asked me how
Why
you
did
can do
you
it.
bring that up? An angle between the horizon and the North Star. What's that going to tell me?
It's angle between. It's going to tell you the angle of the North Star to the horizon, and you can use that to.
Oh, so the Earth is flat in this particular observation?
In that particular observation,
Oh,
if
so
the
you're
Earth
not
was
getting an
flat,
angle then. Oh, my bad. Apparently, it's a curve to the horizon, and we can't get an angle from that, can we?
this whole we can't get an angle from a curve thing, I get what you're saying. It's not correct.
Okay, then show me how you get an angle from a curved adjacent right now.
Get a sextant, hold it up, adjust it. I mean, it's very simple.
That's two straight lines. That's not a curved line. Unless you're going to beg the question that apparently the Earth is curved and all of a sudden now it works.
Excuse me?
Are you not following the conversation? So show me in geometry how you get an angle measurement from a curved adjacent.
What we discussed was the observation of the observed angle of
angle, you know, flat plane, right? Yeah.
If you do that on a flat plane, the angles are not consistent with it being a flat plane. Now,
why not? How else are you going to get an angle? Just don't hand wave. Tell me how. How are you going to get that angle?
The question is why they're not consistent. The question is why they're not consistent. And the answer is because they do not intersect at a common location. Now,
who said that they were supposed to?
Well, maths, like, I mean, they would. We talked about the apple example. You clearly weren't here for that. The apple example is if you point at an apple from underneath a tree and then your friend walks 30 meters back and points at the apple, you're both pointing to the same point. Now that
you mean happen. Like a terrestrial refraction? We're talking about celestial navigation.
We talked about refraction as well. That was brought up and Ataya explained.
Yes, so terrestrial navigation is not the same as celestial navigation. You can tell because they're not the same name. We're not dealing with things on the Earth like lighthouses or apple trees or mountaintops. We're actually talking about stars. Who said that the star was supposed to be at a location? Are we navigating to the star?
Is your argument that the star is in a different location for two different people simultaneously?
I have no idea where that star is. I know I'm taking an angle to it. The only way I can take an angle to it is from a flat plane. Do you agree or do you disagree? Do you want to use a curved adjacent in this scenario?
I don't agree that you can't have a flat plane of reference on a spherical object. I'm not sure why you agree with that.
Did anybody say that? Or are you now using a flat plane but still begging the question that you're on a sphere that you haven't proven yet?
No. This is not about... You keep going back to this sphere thing, bro. Like,
well, then why are you even talking about a sphere? Because apparently you didn't want to talk about Earth curvature earlier. So you never made that claim, right?
You cannot make an observation to Polaris. And we talked about this in length. I don't know why we're going through it again. This must be really boring for everyone who's hearing it for the third time. You cannot make an observation to Polaris that is consistent with the Earth being flat.
Why? So what does the Earth say? Flat Earth say? What does the flat Earth say? Are you going to strawman me? What does the flat Earth say about where Polaris is supposed to be in its angular relationship to the Earth?
Well, what?
You're saying that it's not consistent with a flat plane. Why isn't it?
This is an observation that we can make.
Why is it not consistent with a flat plane that you're using to measure to it?
My God.
Yeah, I know. You've attempted to strawman, to beg the question. I'm getting really frustrated too.
Not nearly as frustrated as me. I promise you that.
Oh, great. Well, I mean, you can tap out. You can give up. You can stop bullshitting now.
Well, I mean, the guy who I was discussing it with, having a really good conversation, you muted him, so I wouldn't necessarily call it tapping out. You literally prevented.
No, go ahead. I mean, it's just you and me. We're having a discussion. You want to commit fallacy, and I don't. So if it's not going to you to continue to do that, then go ahead and hit the bricks.
I have linked. I'm going to leave very soon because I got other shit to do. But I've linked an image in text chat. Can you please explain to me how the left-hand image is consistent with the left-hand image of it being a flat plane? How can that be possible? We already discussed it's not refraction because people who understand what refraction is in text chat. Here, I'll even at you.
What about it?
Explain how that is a consistent observation on a flat Earth.
It's a straw man, dude.
No, it's not. I'm asking you a question. We know that observation is correct because everyone has been making it for hundreds of years. We know the observation is correct, and I'm saying it's not consistent with it being on a flat Earth. You're telling me it is.
So we're looking at Polaris, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so who is making a claim about where Polaris is supposed to be in its physical location?
Who is making it? Nobody. It's the observation isn't consistent.
Oh, okay, nobody. So then the angular relationship is not going to be set in stone like a linear relationship? That's what this is all about. Do you know what you're posting half the time or what?
If the angle was
not out and then not pay attention to the fact that they're making a straw man argument and then you post it anyway?
If the angle was not consistent, you couldn't use Polaris to navigate.
So we're not using Polaris to navigate apparently now, huh?
No, we are, which is my point.
Oh, we are.
If the angle,
Okay.
if the angle is consistent,
So you're measuring it off of a flat plane, and then you get to your location, so it all works. So what's the problem?
if you measure off a flat plane, it doesn't work.
Oh, okay, great. So you can show me how you get an angular measurement off of a curved surface. Last time.
So you did.
Yeah, bitch. That was it. That was all we had to ask. How you get an angular measurement off of a curved surface. And it was see you, dude. There it is. See, Rick finally spiraled out.
I mean, of course he did.
Oh, man. Ad hom's in the chat. Meanwhile, he's telling me that you're not getting an angle measurement off of a flat plane. It's not going to work. So apparently it only works off of a curved surface. So I ask him to do it. He runs away and then talks about shampoo bottles. Pathetic.
I just wanted to say one more thing. We came here and I was discussing Polaris, and you have instantly refused to discuss Polaris and switch it to.
I've been talking about Polaris this whole time. But you mean the straw man that you went ahead and put into the chat?
I understand
Is that
it's
what you're
difficult
talking
to
about?
maintain.
So we're going to talk about Polaris again. I'm going to keep talking about Polaris with you. Let's talk about Polaris.
Every time we talk
How
about
do you
it, you
get an
go back
elevation angle off of a curved surface to Polaris?
Okay,
Rick?
again, not Polaris. Flat plane, curved surface. You're not talking about Polaris. The fact that you cannot grasp that is.
So we aren't getting an elevation angle to Polaris off of a curved surface? Yes or no? He left. What a bitch.
I mean, according to his picture, apparently refraction is not a thing anymore. So, what's that about?
Yeah, no more refraction again, right?
I was actually enjoying you demolish that guy, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, for some people, it's pretty convenient to leave certain elements out, pun intended.
I don't actually like having these conversations, to be honest with you, because I would rather just have calm, collected, people being reasonable, people conceding when, you know, maybe they misunderstood something or whatever. I like those way better. Instead,
but the narrative in which they grew up with is just a barrier that has been put up and basically pushing them down into their emotional state over and over again. Basically fighting reason at all. I mean, what can we say then about us? We have been grown up the same way they did. What makes us different between them? We starting using our brains and they not? Or what is it? Like, what is it
Okay.
that makes people critically think? Usually, if you have been disappointed by certain answers you were looking for in the first place, basically seeking truth, then you're realizing that the answer they gave you doesn't add up at all with what you have researched, for example. Even their own basics. Science, right?
Have you ever? Yeah. Have you ever smoked any weed?
Sure.
All right. I think a lot of the people that don't even want to look at this, that get triggered by it, have never smoked weed.
I mean, smoking weed is pretty mind-opening.
irrelevant,
Yeah, it's a mind opener basically because you think differently, right? So we could argue that it is a helper towards a different state of being where you start to observe yourself, your surroundings in a different way. And after you stop smoking, for example, or if you smoke even at all, then you're stuck with this kind of thinking, you know. But it helps you in a long way.
So,
if you
Ripcord, what do you think happened to us?
Once you
What do
see
you
this
think is the
realm for
difference?
what it is, pardon?
What do you think's the difference between us and you and me, Ripcord? What do you think's the real difference?
I don't know. You tell me.
You asked the question. What do you think it is?
Experience?
What experience do you think you've had that I haven't?
I don't know. You tell me.
You're the one who brought it up, right? You said you asked the question, what's different between us? I think that's a really good question.
I mean, the way
I think we should explore it. What do you think's different? Okay, well, when did you start to think?
I mean, basically at birth, but it's a different kind of thinking. You know, you develop a certain set of state where you concentrate of different things and not stray away. You know, you focus overly on something. Let's say in a state of while you're smoking weed sometimes. That's why people get anxious and such, because usually the people start thinking about their feelings or the situation, and then they get overly anxious because they cannot get out of this state of mind. You know, and this is exactly with when you are focused on something, let's say science or any topic that has to do with what your interest is most based on right now, then you're focused really hard on this. And this basically, just like any thinking or anything you start focusing on, your brain cells start to make connections in different ways. And those connections later on might help you understand different points you might hear in different topics you hear from other ones. Right?
Yeah, so what connections do you think you made that I didn't?
Basically the amount of information I wanted to gather and how the world works, and yeah, you know, it's different for everyone.
Well, let's dig down into that a little bit and get specific. Can you get any more detailed for me? You're very vague at the moment.
You're communist, Mackie. You're communist, Mackie. There you go. Remember what we were talking about yesterday, Mackie? That's the difference. I can't believe you're asking the same fucking question.
Because my thought right now on the difference between us is you can't dig down.
No.
There's no depth.
You're not thinking, my guy. You're still on the globe.
My intuition is you're incapable of thinking clearly.
You don't have any intuition.
And you can show me wrong right now by thinking clearly on this.
How many times I showed you wrong? You just dismiss it and hand wave it. Remember I told you you're Agent Smith. Remember that. You're doing that Agent Smith thing again, Mackie.
You're just intent in destroying this conversation, aren't you, Vlad?
No, I'm just putting you in place, guy.
What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of
it's not
nothing,
gonna hurt
Mackie.
you.
I'm telling you what
Vlad,
you
it's gonna be
are. You're
fine.
being a
It'll be
fucking
fine.
snake again, you little snake bitch.
By asking him questions?
Mackie. No, but you ask the same questions over and over. Like, what's the point? What's the point, Mackie? Let some new people talk, you know? You're always in here fucking poisoning the well, being a fucking snake, being a communist. You know? That's the difference.
I haven't been here all day. I just got here like 5 minutes ago.
Every time you come in here, it's
says
always
who
with
ran off 2
malintent.
people while I was listening, and so since he says who successfully ran off people.
No, he didn't. Those guys couldn't answer. No, these
with.
guys couldn't stay on point. No, those guys couldn't stay
Yeah.
on point. Couldn't answer the question.
You got
They
that
still
completely
try to
backwards.
measure angles off of curved surfaces.
Which is very easily
Mackie.
done. I have a image. I have a graphic right off in the side chat right now.
Oh, yeah. Wait, are you measuring the tangent line or are you actually measuring the curve?
No, we're measuring the tangent line. That's
Yeah,
what it's always
exactly. So it's not the
understood to
fucking
be.
curve, you stupid fuck.
No one claims to measure the curve, you fucking idiot.
God. Well, that tangent line is not the fucking curve, asshole.
Yeah, I know. We don't claim to measure the curve.
Well, then your whole thing's
idiot.
off, asshole.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Because you don't
The
understand what the fuck
tangent
you're
line's
doing.
not the Earth either.
Yeah, he's
I
stupid.
give up.
These guys are
I'm done.
fucking retarded.
Thanks, Vlad. I haven't laughed this good all day.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. Some comedic relief. These fucking assholes. Yeah.
Middle school levels of maturity.
Middle school levels of maturity. Okay, there, Connie. Go away.
Which
your opinion
my
doesn't matter.
hypothesis
You're a
at the moment.
communist. Hey, listen, communism opinion doesn't matter. I promise you. Trust me. Whatever you say, nobody gives a fuck about here.
Communism opinion doesn't matter.
We use you as an example. Thank you for coming in here and showing everybody how globers are. Stupid as fuck. Thank
How
you,
about,
Mackie.
can I just say one thing about Earth?
Go ahead.
Probably not, but give it a shot.
Looking at the lights in the sky is never going to tell you what the Earth is.
Exactly,
well, if you can think, it would. But apparently you can't think, so maybe it won't tell you.
You can infer,
but it tells the rest of us.
I'm sorry. You can infer that by looking at the lights in the sky, the ground does something. You can infer that.
Absolutely.
You can't prove it. Cannot prove
I can. I can prove it. Anybody can understand the proof.
No, you can't.
Sure I can.
What? Okay, then what is proof? And can you give it to me? Or do I have to acquire proof for myself?
Everybody proves everything to themselves. Other people can help them in the right direction to help them understand it, but you eventually got to put in the time and the effort and the work in order to understand something. You can very easily hear everything I say and put no effort into trying to understand what I say, and therefore you'll never understand it and you'll never get the
That's
proof.
right. So can I ask you why do you think I've been a flat earther? Why do you think I've been a flat earther for 8 years and I'm still around? Just a normal everyday dude going to work 6 days a week, busting my ass for my family. Why am I still a flat earther?
Yeah, well, you're asking me to speculate, and I've talked to you for 8 seconds now?
I am asking you to speculate. Just why do you think?
Well, okay.
Because that seems kind of odd.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Sure.
I'll give you the honest answer. From what I've heard from you from the last minute and a half, and the fact that you think that Vlad is funny, I think you're stupid. You're just not very bright. You asked.
Funny.
You asked.
All right. I'm an educated gentleman. Okay. You just know that I have no education because you heard me talk for 1 minute.
You ever play basketball?
But you don't actually know what education I have.
You ever play basketball?
Mackie, don't start this.
Yes,
I played basketball for like 45 years. How long does it take
and
you
you still
when you walk in the court? How many shots do you have to see someone put up or dribble the ball even before you know whether they can play ball?
Mackie, you suck at ball. Don't even start. 45 years of shit.
Some people can play ball for 45 years and still not be any good.
I get that. But how long does it take you to How long does it take you to recognize when someone can't play ball?
As soon as I see you step on the fucking court, Mackie, I know your shit.
Exactly.
Mackie, I know your shit. Just like I know when you come in here as a Glober, I know you're fucking stupid. So don't call other people stupid.
And that's how long it takes me to tell whether someone can
fucking
think.
Stupid.
A couple sentences.
Hey, Mackie, you're dumb as fuck.
That's fine. That's fine.
Your opinion doesn't matter here, Mackie. You're communist. Remember that.
You can think I'm stupid. I'm okay with that because
You
I
asked.
know I'm quite intelligent.
I didn't want to say it.
I did. I'm okay with how you feel about me, but you don't know anything about me, right?
Well, tell me about yourself. What have you done in your life?
You're a flat earther.
No. You do know that I'm a flat earther, but you want to know the funny thing is I have yet to find a flat part of the earth, other than maybe some salt flats when they got a layer of water on them.
Yeah. So can you tell me?
Water is what showed me. Like, if I wanted to treat the earth as an object, like the earth, the dirt, and the water together as the realm of earth, right? I try not to do that anymore. I think of the earth as the land that we dwell atop, and the only thing that tells me that the earth as a whole it is flat-ish is a water level. But that water level is not
how does level determine flat?
Yeah.
You know, level and flat are two different things, right?
Flat,
and that's what's under question. The question is whether level is flat, right? That's the question.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let me address that.
Yeah, go ahead.
A flat level. Because I can have,
how do you make sure a level is flat?
Yeah, listen. I can have a flat wall. Is that wall level? Or is it vertical? So let's get on the right terms
Roughly.
here. Horizontal and vertical are flat.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's not use flat in our description. Let's use horizontal and vertical. So a water level is a tool, okay? It is used to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That plane of reference that tool creates is not the earth. But I'm okay with being called a flat earther because if you go to some salt flats and there's a layer of water, the surface of that water at rest lays flat. I'm okay with that.
That's what you need to prove and you haven't.
Walls can also be flat.
I know.
So I try not to use walls when describing the earth. Right? I don't look at lights in the sky to describe earth.
You understand the difference between level and flat in terms of not vertical.
Yeah, I do. But
what would be the difference between level and flat when you're talking about water?
You think level is a curve, right?
Yes.
How do you prove that level is curved? Because I can prove that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I can prove that to myself.
How?
With a water level tool, not a spirit level, a 100-meter water level.
Okay.
Get one and use it and understand how it works.
Circular
reasoning there. Calm down. What does it prove if you have 2 points? What does it prove if you have 2 points 100 feet apart or 100 meters apart even? What does it prove?
You pin 1 point. You pin it. And then no matter where I go from right beside point A, point B, I carry 100 meters away. I can come back 50 meters. I can go north, south, east, or west with it. That is a horizontal plane created by that tool.
How do you know?
Because that's what the tool is used for.
No, it's
straight line curves.
It is more accurate. That tool is more accurate than any optical instrument. It even works around corners.
Straight line curve. It establishes two equal points of elevation. That's all it establishes.
Yeah.
And how do you know that the point in the
equal elevation?
How do you know?
You said it.
Yes, this is where you're confused.
No, I'm not confused. I've used the tool.
I know, and it doesn't establish what you needed to establish. In order to establish, you need a third point.
Why do you think it doesn't do what it's designed to do?
Do you understand why you need a third point? Show me that you're not stupid like I think you are. Explain to me why you need a third point in order to show that it's curved versus flat.
Just claim I need a third point. You tell me why I need a third point.
Because we're saying that if you draw a straight line between those 2 points, the point in the middle will not be on that line.
Oh, really? What if I had 2 water levels?
You're just gonna ignore what I said, huh?
Yeah,
do you not want to deal with this fact that they won't be on the same line?
I'm gonna go with you want 3 points. I'm gonna give 4. How about 4?
Okay. Yep. 4 is fine. 4 would show
4 better than 3?
Yes. And 5 is better than 4, and they'd all show a curve.
No. They'll all be at equal altitude.
Yes, I know. They'll be at equal elevation. They will be at equal elevation, and they won't line up with each other.
Well, how do you know they won't line up with each other? Because no matter where it goes, if I move the vial up and down,
would you like to see a video of it?
No, I've done it in real life.
Would you like to see a video of it?
Oh yeah, show me. You want to see a video of King Kong?
Yeah, run away.
I'm not running away. I'm telling you. I've used the fucking tool. I use tools
with 3 points. With 3 points.
4. I've done it with 2. I can get another one and do it with 4.
And how do you test? And how do you test where they lined up with each other?
I'm going to put. I'm in the middle of driving, so I don't want to. I have when I get home, I have a whiteboard, and I will go on camera if I'm allowed to go on camera, and I will show you on the whiteboard, so it's a little easier to understand.
I'm a good visualizer. I'm a good visualizer. Tell me what you did.
You want to strawman me with? I understand what the tool does.
I don't need your whiteboard. Tell me what you did. I'm a good visualizer.
No, 2 points of equal elevation creates a straight line. Because the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. You think that straight line is curved.
No, I don't.
Well, yeah, it's a water level.
No, the straight line, the imaginary line that we're imagining connecting those 2 points is straight.
Yes.
So what's the problem?
Do you know how much curvature there's supposed to be in 100 meters?
Doesn't matter. The line, the imaginary line, if we imagine a a string that we can pull really tight to make it straight, that line will be straight, connecting those 2 points.
Where's the
curve?
And
what am I saying is the problem with that?
No, you're not saying anything's wrong with that. You're saying it's straight, and it's the water level.
I know.
So where's the curve of the water?
The curve comes in the curve comes in when you add a third point. Those 3 points will not be all on that line.
How do you know that? Have you done it?
I can show you a video of someone who has done it.
Okay, if you could post it, I'll have a look at it. I'm almost home. I'm driving right now, so I can't watch the video. But I promise you, I will watch the video.
I mean, these things can be tested. And when someone's motivated enough, they go out and test them.
Yeah, I know. And you get the proof for yourself. I understand that. Well, that's why I'm not trying to prove to you anything. I'm just telling you, when you
can't prove to
think
me something that's
that a
not
tool
true.
doesn't do what it's designed to do, I can't help you anymore.
Does
Except
the water level mark the same elevation using air pressure and
what?
I'm looking at a video now, and this is a question for Mackie. If like the if the water level is a tool that uses air pressure, because it's like a
It
tube,
doesn't.
and then there's okay. Then I'm thinking I'm watching something
The
else.
water's at a zero pressure state though at both ends. The pressure would most likely be the exact same at each end, because it's the law of communicating vessels. They're the same vessel basically. They're connected by a hose.
There you go. I just posted a mile-long 3-point water level, and
A mile long
and
three-point
yep.
water level. How
Watch
did
the
they?
video. Watch the video.
I will. Okay, calm down,
No,
bro.
I didn't do it. I
We'll
have a
watch the video. All right, that's cool. I'm not home yet, so
Okay.
I'll just back off for now until I've watched the video. All right.
Hopefully it'll be
I've already watched that video. You're just waste your
The
time.
water
They
in the
will
middle is
never
higher.
show you that those they will never show you the theodolite that shows that those are perfectly leveled. They will never show you anything. They will just go with the car to the second panel and show you the measurement on it, and they will showing you a measurement and anything on it.
Yep. So everything we put forth, everybody does, is going to be
nothing. It's just nothing. That's nothing. They don't show you anything. They show you the second one, which is in the middle, and they showed you that the liquid in it is just above that mark. They put it there. They didn't show us that the theodolites, that those are perfectly made level or anything else.
You don't need to have the theodolites perfectly level. That's not the purpose
They
of
are
it.
not level. They are not level. One of them is taller than the others, or the others are taller than the middle one. They didn't show
That's how it
anything.
always
They
works.
can speculate and assume anything they want.
Either that, or you could just
assume anything I want.
Yeah, I know. You can deny anything. I get that. I've been here long enough to know that there's
No,
nothing
I
that
didn't
you can't
deny anything. They didn't show something to deny. They didn't show anything there. If you believe that, that's why you are a glober. Because you believe anything.
I don't believe the Earth is a globe because
You
of this
believe
experiment.
you believe them, and you told that video to show us. You told it there as a proof. For you, it is. You consider it already as a proof. No. You consider it already as a proof.
Scott,
You
without
put it
referencing
there,
any,
considering it as a proof, so you believe it being a proof. That's totally normal. That's why you are a glober, because you believe anything.
I heard you the first 6 times you said it. You
Scott,
brought
I
me
have
to
one
8.
question. Hold on, Scott. If without referencing any photos, what's your strongest argument for the globe?
That's one I said all along. Sun sets and the boat's going over the horizon.
But wait, hold on. You even admitted in the past, though, if you're using the horizon on the water, you even said yourself you don't know the maximum refraction distance until we start seeing curvature. Well, yeah, you do. For that, if that's going to be your strongest argument, you need to know that basic fact.
No, I don't.
So how about
what's my strongest argument? Boats going over the horizon. That's the strongest argument.
But you're referencing a horizon that you can't even determine where the maximum refraction distance is. Okay, I mean, that's kind of silly.
You don't need to know the size to know that it curves.
Is what it is.
You guys, that's one thing you always confuse knowing the size with knowing the curve, knowing that it curves. They're two different questions.
No, because if there was a geometric necessity to the curvature, then that would be based on the size of the ball, right?
It would be based on the size of the ball, yes.
Right, so then that would be constrained. That like those two facts would be constrained to each other, wouldn't they?
No, I can watch a boat go over the horizon having no idea how. I can watch a boat go over the horizon having no idea at all how big the Earth is.
Yeah, but that doesn't have.
Did you know a boat going over the horizon meant one thing back when we didn't have the technology to see them at a further distance than it does nowadays?
I have no idea what you just said.
Like, so
Well,
going over
I
the
don't follow.
horizon wasn't observable back before we had all the technology we have now, but it was considered to be going over the horizon. Now we have a different understanding of going over the horizon.
Well, you might. I don't.
Yeah, going
over the horizon. Going over the horizon's always meant going over the horizon. I don't know what you think could be different
Except
about
when
it.
with the naked when referenced with the naked eye, it's not going over the horizon, which is what it used to mean.
I've seen many things go over the horizon with my naked eye. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's why the cameras can zoom in full frame.
What does camera zooming in have to do with seeing things
If it
with
was-
my naked eye?
If it was over horizon, you wouldn't be able to see it.
The things I've seen, you ain't pulling back. I guarantee it.
Can you pull back the other side of the Earth?
This is what I find weird, Chester. I'm telling you things I've seen, and you're telling me I haven't seen them. It's bizarre.
How come the water doesn't just like escape from the flat Earth and just like pour off the sides?
How
come the atmosphere doesn't fill the available space?
Like, even other globers find this kind of rhetoric really tiresome.
Yeah, it is tiresome. I agree.
Well, maybe he's brand new. Maybe he's been playing like Halo.
Goose has been here a while.
Past 10 years.
No,
he's
genuine question though. Like, what's the reason?
Is it actually a genuine question?
Well, yeah, because like you use the gas argument for the atmosphere.
You've never seen water contained before?
Yeah, but like, what contains it?
Land.
What land?
Okay. Are you currently in America?
I'm in North America.
Okay. Is North America land or underwater?
It's land. It's above the water.
Brilliant. So that land.
Right, but like, if the Earth is flat, there's like an edge of the Earth.
I've never said that.
What contains a lake?
You know, hang on. If you thought that the Earth was a sphere, you know that's the edge that you see. Like, because if you pick up a soccer ball and look at it,
Sphere doesn't
it
have
looks
any
like a
edges.
circle. Like, yeah, it does have an edge because there's another side that you can't see.
Exactly.
So that top curve is the edge
See, I
of a
don't.
ball.
I don't think spheres have edges.
It's a visual cutoff.
Yeah.
So it's not an edge.
Right. They don't have edges. It's just part of the definition.
What he wants to say with edge,
Jesus.
He means a curve, an obstruction.
An obstruction. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a better
physical
word, I suppose.
obstruction.
Yeah, the Earth is supposed to have that, right? If it's a sphere, it would have a physical obstruction at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The Earth curve calculator, right?
Yeah, that's just an approximation though.
Okay, but if I go 1 foot high and I see the horizon 10 miles or more away, I'm just going to call it refraction then, right?
Atmospheric conditions do play a role in how far you can see.
Interesting.
I think we should rephrase that to say how much of the water we can see. It's not a question of how far we can see, right? It's how much of the water we can see.
Yeah, because the air above the horizon is basically the same air that's above the ground at your feet, right? So I think the horizon is just the limit of how far you can see. They just describe it as the apparent position where the sky meets the ground or sea.
Eventually you will get to a distance where no matter what the atmospheric conditions are, you won't be able to see an object because it's too far away.
What is it? What's the distance?
That's right. Not over the curve.
What's the distance? I don't know. I can't see New York from here.
From here, we don't know.
I want to know when I want to know when the drop off
doesn't really
to happen.
help. If it's a sphere, it should happen immediately away from your feet.
And it is. Just like it should be.
But
yeah, it's just not immediate. It's not.
It has to be immediate. If
It is
the Earth
immediate.
is a spherical object, if the Earth
It is
is
immediate.
a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve
And it
immediately.
is. Then it is.
Yeah.
But it's not, because if I get
But
a
it
water
is.
level, it makes a straight line.
Which
That's
straight line?
water. At rest.
No, the water is not making a straight line. You have 2 points in which you're drawing an imaginary straight line between them. If you put the water all
But
the
I
way
could
between
actually
them,
draw. I could use that water level to actually draw a straight line.
yes, but it's the water's not making the straight line. You're making the straight line between 2 points.
With the water. Okay.
With the water as each point. If you had the water all the way from
I
the
pin
each
one
point,
point.
that water would not be
I
straight.
pin one point and I can move that other point anywhere,
Yeah,
and it will
just
be at
not
the
grasping
same
it, are
height.
you?
Right, but okay, if
I
you're
am
on a lake,
fully
right?
grasping it. I've
If you
used
have-
the tool.
grasping it.
I don't think you have used the tool.
No. I think water does curve because if you're on a lake, a large lake,
Yeah.
and let's say you're on your boat, it's 5 feet above the water, and you have
Yeah.
a friend a couple miles away, let's say 5 miles away, and they have a boat that's 5 feet above the water, and
So
you
there's a
shine
hump of
laser,
water in between you two.
and you shine a laser, right?
You know,
At
I don't.
at
I
5
think you
feet.
missed the part at the beginning where I said that the water level is even more accurate than a laser level.
Huh?
Do you need me to repeat that?
Except for the laser level projects a laser line on which you can build things. The water level projects no lines that you can build off of. So it's kind of useless, isn't it?
The water level is the oldest tool we have. So
and does
I
it
would say,
project, and does it project a line on which you can build?
yeah, it does.
How does it do that?
The 2 points, the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line.
Okay, and how does it project a line on
I
which
can
you
use
can build?
that water level to actually draw a straight line.
Okay,
like
but
on a
you
wall
have
or
to draw the line, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, do you think you can draw a more accurate line than the laser level?
So you think that laser level
I'd like to see you do that. I'd like
straighter
to see out
than
on
the
the
water
job
level? You
site.
think the laser is straighter than the water level?
It's straighter than the line you can draw.
And you
Yeah.
think that the water is straighter than the laser, but like, where are you getting this opinion from?
By using the
you,
tool.
I guarantee you the line the laser's drawing is going to be straighter than the line you can draw
Do you
by
not
your
see
hand.
that circular reasoning? I asked
Absolutely.
you
Yes,
why, and you said because of
yeah.
the tool.
All right, this is what happens. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Glover's
when you
getting
use-
triggered by straight lines.
When you use the water level, you can use it around corners. You can use it anywhere to get a horizontal reference plane. Then you can shoot a laser from point to point, and you'll have a horizontal straight line. And you will build from this. You'll do your foundations from that. You can start your brick lines from that. You can start your base plates from that. And there will always be horizontal and level. There's no
Okay, and the video
disagreement.
shows
There's
Not-
no
not
disagreement to that. No disagreement to that, is there?
No, you brought in the laser level. I'm good with it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how else are you
Yeah.
going to Join the two
Well,
lines, yeah.
The other guy was saying he could draw it himself and be more accurate.
He was saying he was just referencing a horizontal reference plane. That's all he was doing.
He was saying instead of the laser level. He was.
Yeah, but now we're not using a laser level. We're just using a laser. Yeah, joining the 2 points together. We're going to set one mark where the water level got, and then you're going to go to the other side where the other water level is in the tube. You're going to mark that, and then you get your horizontal. And then you're going to get a laser. Don't worry about a laser level because we're not going to level it because it's going to be level anyway. And we're going to shoot the laser from point to point, and we'll have a flat horizontal baseline. Agree?
It's like extra work. Yeah.
It's not really extra work because if you're disagreeing with level is curved, then we're demonstrating that point to point is going to get a horizontal reference plane.
Okay, so in this case,
can't be anything else.
Is the laser like a laser pointer, or is it a 360 degrees projecting laser?
You know the ones you use for tiling. You can turn off the actual automatic level.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. So you can set it up how you want. Yeah.
And so it clings to the wall somehow.
Yeah, you can set it up on a stand. You can put a magnet on it. You can screw it to the wall. You can do anything you want.
All right.
Yeah. I don't think there's any agreement, but I think you got a disagreement. I think you guys are talking past each other, though.
Yeah. No, because he's
You're just disagreeing with the definition of level. That's it.
Yeah, I think in order to demonstrate that water doesn't curve, you need 3 points. Because you need 2 points, you're going to get a straight line between them. You need a third point in order to see if they're all in the same line. Not the third point, you have nothing in terms of flat.
Did you say you had a video, Scott, of 3 points over 1 mile?
Yeah, I posted it at...
Can you just repost that so I can save it? I want to watch that later.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
It's only like 4 minutes or something.
I think it's still in the chat.
Yeah, I'm at work though.
Post it again. 52 after. I can DM you if you want it. You don't want to DM people.
Oh, good. I'll save it from...
All right.
I'll save it. Yeah, thanks.
Uh-huh. But again, this is just some guy went out with his kid and did something because he thought it'd be fun. This is not a scientific experiment. But like I said, I wouldn't rely on this to demonstrate that the Earth's the globe. I would look at the sun and notice it's going 15 degrees per hour above my head, and it's going 15 degrees per hour when it comes towards the sunset. And at that exact same time, somebody in Australia or Japan is watching that sun go over their head at 15 degrees per hour. And that whole thing can only be explained if we're at the center of a circle. Period.
Which proves the Earth is a globe.
15
It does, absolutely.
consistent. Yeah, that 15.
Consistent enough to verify that it has to be a globe, yes.
The sunset.
What's that?
The 15 degrees per hour. Is this consistent till the sunset?
Close enough to absolutely prove a globe.
So the sun doesn't isn't affected by the refraction and the difference of atmospheric conditions during the
No, it is, but that's why it's close enough to absolutely prove a globe.
No, because if it is, so that 15 degrees per hour wouldn't be consistent because we would see the sun going up and down due to the different atmospheric conditions and different temperature during the same day.
Yeah, I guess you just choose not to hear me. I don't know why. Did you hear the part about close enough to absolutely prove a globe?
Yeah, because there is not then like close enough then to consistent. Close enough to consistent? No.
How much do you think it changes?
Consistent, it is not consistent.
How much
There
do
is
you think it
nothing
changes?
such as close to consistent. No.
How
Not
much do you think it
consistent.
changes?
Going back and forth in the sky, going up and down in the sky, because just the change of the temperature in the day, because cloudy day or normal change of temperature, it would make just the sun go back and forth in the sky. So it would
Which
be
happens nowhere ever.
not close to, but not consistent.
Where does the sun go back and forth in the sky?
You claim that the sun is affected by the refraction, so that the same thing that made the sun go from below the horizon to above the horizon during a Selenian eclipse, that same shit would change the elevation angle of the sun during the same day. So we should see with the difference of temperature, the changing of the weather conditions during the same day, the sun going back up and down because
But
of
the
that.
sun does not go back up ever.
Was
What are you
lifted
talking?
up.
What?
You
Wow.
claim that the sun was lifted up from below the horizon to above the
I don't
horizon
claim that.
because of the.
I don't claim that. Why are you saying something I claimed that I never claimed?
Oh, you're not a glober. You're not a glober?
Mackie is definitely a glober, dude.
Because when we talk about Selenian eclipse, they claim the refraction. Don't you claim that also when?
I've never heard them say the sun moves backwards. I think that's something you made up or you misunderstood again.
About refraction, an object being lifted from below the horizon to above the horizon.
Nobody ever saying it moves backwards.
It was moved backward.
Nobody ever says it moved backwards.
The position of the sun is not above the horizon; it is below the horizon. But because
Like you don't want to understand. It's weird.
Because of refraction, the sun was lifted up.
Nobody ever said it moves backwards.
Up. So if I reduce that refraction, it means that the sun will go at its place. If I turn off that refraction, I should see the sun return to its original place, which is below the horizon. So with the refraction, it was lifted up. So if I have more refraction, it means that the sun will go more up more and more because of refraction. That's your claim. So,
my claim.
More refraction up, less refraction down. So the sun, we should see it going up and down because of refraction.
No, we shouldn't.
Yeah, we should. You claim it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, the Globers claim it.
No, we don't.
I will keep that when I will, because I will not. I don't want to turn the conversation to the Selenian eclipse, because I want that claim of refraction. I want you to use it when we will talk about the Selenian eclipse, because if you don't use refraction, just God know what new assumption you, the super glober that not following the other globers, will create. Maybe unicorns, if it's not refraction, who lift the sun from below the horizon to above the horizon. If it's not that, if you don't claim refraction, it's good for you.
Are you done diverting now? It's weird how none of you guys ever want to deal with this fact that I can watch the sun set at 15 degrees per hour while someone in Australia is watching it go over their head at 15 degrees per hour. And that doesn't strike you, any of you guys, as like impossible on a flat Earth?
I don't want.
Or can you guys not visualize that, or can you not conceptualize how that's impossible?
Mackie, you've never done this, so what the fuck are you talking about?
I've watched sunsets. I've watched sunsets while someone in Australia is watching it go over their head. Yeah, I have
Yeah,
seen
sure.
that's
Bullshit.
happened many
He will not
times.
claim the refraction. Ask him a question about selenium eclipse.
I don't care about the solar eclipse. Why don't you deal with the fact that 15 degrees per hour on my sunset is 15 degrees per hour in Australia?
I just want to hear the assumption of refraction.
Yeah, I know. You want to you want everything that can possibly give you a reason not to believe the Earth is a globe.
I
And you
can't
still
bet.
don't know why you don't need to believe it.
No, he doesn't claim the refraction of the sun because I just got
Yeah.
him. He just stopped the claim of refraction, and I bet if the discussion was
I didn't bring
about
up refraction.
the moon and the selenium eclipse, he would just bring refraction to the table without thinking about it.
Yeah. And you're
Your
going to
argument's
avoid
pretty
the
stupid.
15 degrees. And you're going to avoid the 15 degrees per hour at all.
Your claim is
costs.
irrelevant here. You can keep saying 15
I know,
degrees,
I
15
know.
degrees. No, because it's stupid. You haven't proven anything.
Well,
Fucking
if you
retarded.
can-
You can keep saying it, but never fucking showing anything. Sure, go ahead. Fucking idiot. I've seen sunsets, trust me. And what you're saying is fucking retarded.
Why is it retarded? What's retarded about it?
You're 15 degrees.
You don't see the sun go down to 15 degrees per hour roughly?
Do you? Show me.
Yeah, I do. I do every day.
Show me.
Doesn't everything in the
How
sky
come?
rotate at 15 degrees per hour?
It does,
Right now.
yeah.
Show me.
It
Weird
does
how that
because
happens.
you have 360 degrees, right? And the sun moves from our point of view around us 360 degrees. 15 times 24 is 360. So
Yeah.
makes sense.
Very
But that doesn't work if we're on a flat plane and we're looking up like it's a clock going around.
Bullshit.
You don't
See, that's
get
where you're
those
bullshitting. How can you say that?
measurements.
How can you say that?
Because I can conceptualize.
How can you say
math.
that? Bullshit.
Mackie,
Steve, bullshit. No, you
do
can't. First of all, you don't
do
know no
you-
math, so don't even
hold
start
on.
there.
Do you mind giving some kind of visualization of what you're talking about, Mackie?
That's what I asked for, and he's still not doing it.
I don't know if you want or have time, but could you draw it or something like that?
On the computer? No, I don't have those.
Like you don't have
computer
paint or something?
graphic skills.
You got no
Like if you
skills,
have
Mackie. All you have is shit talking skills.
I can maybe do something on GeoGebra and post static pictures of it. I think I can have the technical skills to manage that, but someone else volunteered. Anybody else think they can do this? All right, cool.
If you had a static sun, you wouldn't have day and night, but you have day and night, so therefore the sun must move to give you night.
Yes, we agree. The sun is moving. You're right. Sun moves in both conceptions anyway, so I don't know why people say that.
Would somebody in America have the same fucking celestial dome perception in the sense as somebody in Australia, or do people's eyes work differently in Australia versus America?
They
Can you
both
say that again, but like without the whining?
they both see different star maps.
No, everything
I
in
agree that they see
Australia is
different
upside
star-
down.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying.
I'm just kidding. What were you saying, Chart Force?
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's got some weird question that he doesn't really understand what he's even asking for. Like if eyes sky, or if eyes location sky eyes, or sky location eyes Australia. It's a hot mess. Yeah, and fix it.
So he is.
Is that Yakubinite?
Yeah. Like come up with some sort of, instead of just randomly blurting questions, just explain in your worldview what exactly you're asking for.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think he's done for the day. Generally, like a Kubanite gets one question, and if it's just a hot mess, he gets put in the corner. He's told to take his toys back to the carpet.
What was the question? I didn't really hear it.
Well, it's live streamed, so you can play it back.
I heard he said something about Australia, but I didn't hear the rest. I guess I can go
Yeah,
back.
so if you really wanted to hear the question, you can
Yeah, I'll
fire up
check.
the
I'll
live
check the
stream.
stream. I'll check
Yeah.
the stream.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, he
Did
said.
you
Yeah,
record yesterday's chat about artillery by any chance, or was it 2 days ago?
Yeah, normally, unless it was down for some reason.
Like it was streaming on YouTube or something?
Yeah.
Can you link me that, please?
No. So cackle.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, you still. I mean, did you learn anything from that conversation? What are the 5 factors for effective artillery fire? This is like the day one question. Like, do you know even the first 5 factors for effective
Position?
artillery fire?
Is position one of them?
Well, unit location, and then what? Target location.
And then range, maybe?
No, square. That's baked in, dude. If you know your location and the target location, do you know what the range is?
No, the range
For
of
fuck's
the gun, right? Because like if it's outside
That's
of the range of the
propellant.
gun-
That's the propellant you'll use. Each different propellant
Okay.
propels. They got green bag, white bag, and red bag. Each bag of propellant has a different velocity, and depending on what angle you want to shoot and all that stuff. So they could tell you high angle, low angle, and then what deflection, and what else
Which
do you
angle
need.
do you think gives you the furthest range?
It depends on square weight and propellant.
I don't think it does.
Well,
I
there
think
we go.
there's an
You
angle-
would fail any gunnery test.
Well, I'll tell you what, like if you get rid of air, right? Like the math will be such that there's one angle that's optimal.
Meteorology too. If you fire too high or too low, it could come into denser fronts, storm fronts, and that's why they do that. Artillery is constantly launching weather balloons. There's a whole MOS. The only thing they deal with, their only job, is to keep track of meteorology. That's it. That's how critical that piece of data is. And no, they don't. And that doesn't mean curve and rotation. They're not keeping track of curve and rotation. See, this is like very basic, like gunnery, like 101, like 13 Bravo 10-0 skill level stuff that you were told just a couple days ago, and you still didn't get it. Like if you were to go to basic training to be a gunnery, to be
If
artillery,
I remember it,
you would have been,
you said
dude.
X
You'd
is
not
smaller
only
than Y, and
you
I
would be like
asked you,
doing
what is
push-ups
X
until you just
and what is
basically
Y?
gave up.
And then you said what exactly?
Yeah, just go listen to it if it was live streamed. I'm not sure if it was recorded now. Someone said they think they recorded it because they wanted to clip it. His Skinny Vet has been in here too. He did mortars. And mortars do exactly the same stuff. Exactly the same methods and practices. If you want to learn about artillery, go learn about it. Duh.
I literally Googled up yesterday, and I was surprised because apparently you never Googled artillery before, right?
Apparently, yeah. Apparently that's what you came to.
It sounded like you were confused that like
What are the 5 factors for effective artillery
miles
fire?
is too far for an artillery to shoot.
What are the 5 factors for effective artillery fire? It should be
All right,
Googleable.
I got a picture for you guys.
Unit location,
Diagram.
target location,
Polaris-
meteorology, square rate, and prop temperature. What are the 5 factors for effective artillery fire?
All right, everybody.
Percival, okay, if you want to talk, what are the
If you
5
ignore the
factors?
question, he's gonna keep muting you, dude. Just answer the question.
Yeah, he's all in on artillery, and he doesn't even pass the very first question. Like, there's a cadence they sing to remember this. What are the 5 factors
I got a diagram
for
here.
effective? For fuck's sake! Yeah, he's probably got to be turned down. He did this earlier today too, where he turned me down to 0. I'm not muting crit. I'm just turning them down to 0. Fucking broke. A broke mind. That's not really muting.
No, you can hear us.
No, he said he confessed. He was droning on about quizzing me with the 5 pillars of Islam. No, that's not what I'm saying. So I muted him so he wouldn't distract me. So yeah, dude.
What's his argument with artillery anyway?
That we don't know what
Understand.
artillery is. That no one here, no flat earther has even Googled artillery.
Therefore, globe.
Something like that. It's hard to get through it because it's such a hot mess. Because we tried to actually talk to him about artillery.
Yeah, with Indio the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's like I tried to be nice and just really coddle them, and you would say, "Hey, this is how I would train you to fire artillery." You know, just really kind of breaking it down for them, Big Bird Army style. You know, like the ASVAB. To get into artillery, you need like an 80 score on the ASVAB. So it's like you can't mess up questions like what's the opposite of hot. You know, so as long as you can know those, if you can answer those questions, you should be able to comprehend just basic cannoneering.
And what did he disagree with?
That flat earthers don't know anything about artillery; they haven't even Googled it.
Okay. Yeah. Valid argument.
Yeah.
What's up? Ooh, damn, everybody's muted. All right.
What the? I actually prefer pasta.
Sorry, give me a moment. My music volume is way too loud. What you saying, bro?
I just said I prefer pasta
To what?
to bread.
Well, pasta is bread, so.
Well, it's not. They both come from wheat, but it
What's
doesn't
pasta
matter.
made out of?
It's not made out of loaves of bread.
Anyways, yeah, no, do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
May I ask your reasoning behind why?
Yeah, I can't find a curve anywhere. Were you expecting a different answer?
No, I'm sorry, I just can't. Did you say something I might have cut out?
I said I can't find a curve anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think you might be looking that hard, or maybe even looking places, but alright. Boulder, what do you want?
Do you know where the curve is?
It's not. What? Where the curve is?
Yeah, where's the curve? Show me that curve.
Well, from my perspective, it's a bit difficult to see. We can only really watch boats as they go over the horizon and all that. Huh?
You think that's curve?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that makes the most amount of sense, I'm going to be honest.
Is it the only possible explanation?
Probably not.
Well, then why would you just accept it?
Because it is simple, and it falls into the logic of everything else. It falls into the logic of what we would expect to happen.
Right, so your logic is it's simple and I kind of already thought
Not that it's simple, it's the simplest explanation. Right.
No. I mean, in that isolated sense, I suppose it is, but
Yeah.
in a more general sense, you have to assume a lot of very complicated things are happening in order for the Earth to be a globe.
But like the Earth being a globe was like a pretty. You know, I don't even really care about like arguing about like the like curve or anything, but like, why do you think? Like, what do you think is the motive behind so many groups of people? Like damn near every scientist that's related in the field of like space, whatever like the term is called, like why do you think they're all lying to you? Like, what do you think? Like, what do you think they get out of it?
Depends who you're talking about, doesn't it? Like, if you're talking about, so you look at space agencies. Well, why would space agencies propagate space? Well, because they're funded to do that. So obviously that's what they're going to do.
Not even just space agencies. We're not even just talking about space agencies here. We're talking about scientists who don't get their funding from the government at all. Like we're talking about, and also we're not just talking about scientists here. We're talking about like fucking engineers. We're talking about so many different types of people, so many different groups of people. We're talking about even your fucking kid with a fucking strong enough telescope in his fucking backyard. Like, we're talking about so many different groups of people.
What? So you think a kid with a telescope in his backyard is lying to you about the globe? Obviously not.
No, I'm saying that that's what you think.
No, that isn't what I think. So that's a straw man. But I was halfway through answering it. I really don't want to battle you. Like, I don't want you to just talk halfway through my answers and then have to battle you and wait for you to pile a bunch of other things that don't really refer to what I said on top of that. So yeah, no one thinks that a kid in their back garden with a telescope is lying about the globe. They already believe that. So the question you asked me was, why do you think all these different groups are lying? And do you remember what I said to you?
Funding?
No, I said to you, depends who they are, right? So if we're talking about space agencies, then they're obviously funded to do that. So that's what they're going to do, right? If we're talking about, say, independent scientists, right? Okay, well, no scientists are independent because they were funded by someone. Who's funding them, and what are their motivations, and what are their desired outcomes? Because that's relevant. Right? You'd have to get specific.
Okay. Let's just go to the fucking source of your problem then. Like, whoever's funding them, most likely the government. What's the government's motive for hiding the Earth big flat?
Well, the government's a large entity, bro. Who in the government are you talking about?
I don't know. Whoever the fuck you think is hiding this shit from you. Like, you're... Stop making me try to, like, figure out what you believe in.
No, this is
Tell me
you.
your fucking...
Okay, hold on.
Tell me...
These are attributes you're assigning to somebody else that's inside your head. Who the fuck is talking about government agents hiding shit other than you? You're the one.
This dude.
You hold on. You said that. No one else said that. How about this? What are they hiding exactly? What is the size of the Earth? Now you can't hear? What is the size of the Earth? What figure are they hiding? The Earth is... You don't even know. So, do they need to hide something that you don't even know what it is? Dude, you're like that kid where you could hide your own Easter eggs and then go find them. And you wouldn't be able to find them. Because you don't know. I don't know.
I don't know the exact fucking...
So how would you know if they're hiding
I don't
it or
know
not?
the exact fucking measurements of the
How
Earth.
would you know if they're hiding something if you don't even know what it is?
I'm asking why he thinks...
He never said that. You said that.
I am
so
asking...
inside your worldview, you think there's people hiding something and you don't even know what it is.
I'm asking him, why are people lying about the flat Earth?
Okay, what are they lying about? The Earth? What is the Earth?
The thing we live on?
Okay, and it's got a size and shape and what? How about...
I'm sorry, you're not the person I'm fucking asking this question.
No, because, dude, it went circular, so I'm trying to jump in and help break the cycle here.
Okay. What I want...
You think someone's lying about something, you don't even know what it is.
What I want...
How would you know if someone said the Earth is, like, something other than what the facts are? Like they told you it's the lava water ball, and it's the fourth planet from the sun.
Bro, I don't give a shit about that. Let me just.
Okay, so you don't know
am I
what
allowed
you're
to
asking
talk?
for.
What I'm asking.
Okay, hold on. How are you going to ask that? You're asking a question, and then you interrupt the person talking to answer your question.
You are interrupting me. What I am asking.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's make it very simple. Okay, just type your questions in text chat. That way, no one's going to interrupt your question, and then we can field it. Whoever wants to field it can field it. I mean, I don't know why it's so difficult. You've got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Speak your question. Listen to the answer. Is that too difficult? Here, I'll give you a second chance.
You're such a pussy, Crit. You're such a bitch, man.
Okay.
Yikes. What's that about, Grandma? Y'all worked up over something?
Do you want me to say my question, or do you want me to?
Which one is it? Are you able to say a question and listen to the answer, or you can't do that? Because I can fix it. I can fix this for you. You know how it's easy to fix. Just type your questions in.
Okay.
Which one do you want to do?
I will ask my question. All right. What I would like to know is who has the, like, what is the...
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Did you even know what you want to ask? Maybe that. Figure out what you want to ask first. Like, I'm trying to... It's just painful. It's like, listen to that autistic kid trying to read in front of the whole class. It's like, damn, that's not very nice. Like, seriously, dude. Look, what the actual fuck is going on here? Do you have a pointed, targeted question about the topic of the server? Or this channel? How about, let's start there, okay? Let's see what your epistemology. Do you have a question about Flat Earth? Yes or no?
If you don't mind, I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Let Bryce think about
it. Where those videos, some guy named Scott Mackey told me to watch a video. I'm home now. I don't know where the videos go, like where they get posted.
Oh, the channel gets purged. You might have to like DM him for it. Or maybe he'll repost it. If he tagged you, it might be your notifications. If you have that set up right.
No, I don't think he did that for me.
Okay.
Thanks, Crit.
Yeah, no problem.
Crit, I was going slow. Okay? I'm sorry that I pissed you off because I was talking slower.
Dude, it's not pissed off. Okay, if you want... See, this is the thing. You're assigning attributes to people. How about this? Do you want me to be... Let's follow your worldview. Do you want me to be pissed off? I can do that for you. I can just pretend to be pissed off, and then we can just leave a logically consistent worldview. Is that what you want? How about that? Well, hold on. Do you want me to pretend to be pissed off for you?
All I want is to ask my fucking question.
Okay, hold on though. But do you want me to be pissed off or normal? Which one?
I don't give a shit. However you want to feel.
Well, you're all saying that I'm
act.
pissed off. So what would happen if I'm pissed off?
I don't care.
You don't care.
You do what you want.
A vacuous thing. The problem you're having. You're just coming up with weird shit that doesn't mean anything. And people aren't able to follow what you're talking about.
I don't give a shit. Let me get out my fucking question, or mute or ban me. I don't care that much. Either let me get my question out or get rid of me. Okay? Alright, I'll fucking go then. Okay.
Alright, if you want to go, go ahead. I mean, shit.
Or
stay, it's up to you.
My fucking question is, if any, what is the motive behind lying about the Earth being flat? Like, why?
Yeah, think it through a little bit. So someone lied, and then you need to know why they lied, or you're good with that.
Like, I just want to know the motive. Like, what do they benefit? Like, why?
So
do they benefit?
somebody lied to you, You need them to also tell you why they lied, or do you just know that they lied? That's good.
Like, I would like to know the motive behind it. That would be pretty dope.
How about if they can lie and get away with it, and there's nothing you can do about it?
Do you have an answer for my question or not?
So you didn't. Okay, let me try again. Okay. People lie for all kinds of different reasons. One reason is they get away with it.
It's like
Okay.
it's like someone lied to you in real life, and you come to me. I work with you, and you ask me. I don't know that person, but okay, I can agree with you that it's a lie. You present me the proof. I can agree with you that it's a lie. But if you ask me what motivated that guy to lie to you, I can't answer you because I'm not him. So
No, like
if you're asking about motivation, so I have to go into his head, or he have to write his motivations in something, and I have to find that paper where he wrote his diary and motivations, and tell you the motivations of those guys. Or you want just some bunch of speculations? We can give you billions of speculations.
No, we're talking about like, okay, we're talking about whole fucking agencies, whole like companies, hundreds of like fucking millions of people who are all in this lie. An absurd amount of fucking money going to perpetuating this lie. For what fucking reason?
Oh, here is one.
He said money.
One good
All this
reason
money.
for me. If you tell me that they get so much money, it would be a good reason for me.
No.
If I lie to you and you give me so much money from taxes, free money, doing
No.
nothing, yeah, I will be glad to lie to you.
Money makes the world go round.
You misheard me. I said when I meant money, I meant that they're burning so much money and keeping this lie up. Like they're not getting fucking money. These government agencies designed to hide the lie, they burn all that fucking money.
They are burning. No, you think
Obviously, this guy does not know how government works.
They built rockets and satellites with it, but they just use some of that money to make some Photoshop and